personal. And at Hims, so is treating it. Just go to hims.com/joy and get connected to a licensed medical provider online for free with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address.
I'm Brett Baer.
I'm Maria Bartiromo.
I'm Brian Kilmeade, and this is the Fox News Rundown.
Friday, April 26, 2024. I'm Jared Halpern. Can a former president face criminal charges for actions he took in office? That's now for the Supreme Court to decide.
It feels like the argument is from the Trump legal team is for something new to establish this line in the sand saying, okay, there's absolute protection against criminal, charges for a president during his time for official acts.
We speak with Fox News Sunday host Shannon Bream.
I'm Dana Perino. President George H.W. Bush devoted his life to serving a higher purpose and inspiring others to do the same. He also proved character matters.
He really felt deep in his heart that every problem in America could be fixed, not necessarily by the government, but by us, by the people.
And I'm Rabbi Sam Bregman. I've got the final word on the Fox News Rundown.
The justices on the Supreme Court know the stakes of a decision they will soon make on criminal immunity for former presidents.
We're writing a rule for the ages.
That was Justice Neil Gorsuch as he questioned Justice Department lawyer Michael Dreeben about risk of prosecuting presidents, concerns shared by Justice Brett Kavanaugh.
It's going to cycle back and be used against the current president or the next president and the next president and the next president after that.
Then again, Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson feared if presidents can't ever be held to a criminal trial.
If the potential for criminal liability is taken off the table, wouldn't there be a significant risk that future presidents would be emboldened to commit crimes with abandon?
So clearly, the questions concern far more than just the facts in front of the justices. The facts relate to one of 4 criminal trials former President Trump faces. His attorneys want the indictment alleging election interference and attempts to overturn the 2020 election tossed. Attorney John Sauer, in a back and forth with Justice Elena Kagan, argued much of what led prosecutors to seek an indictment fall within the official duties of the office of the presidency.
The defendant asked the Arizona House Speaker to call the legislature into session to hold a hearing based on their claims of election fraud.
Absolutely an official act for the president to communicate with state officials on a matter of enormous federal interest and concern, attempting to defend the integrity of a federal election, to communicate with state officials and urge them to view what he views as their job.
Listening to the full 2 hours of questions from the justices, it appears a split decision of sorts could be in the works, blocking immunity claims for some counts and asking lower courts to reconsider others. Again, with an eye to not just the here and now, but the way courts will understand the power of the presidency for long after November's election.
You had Justice Alito who said, listen, after every contentious election, is there going to be a scenario in which the loser has to then worry about the fact that their opponent who won, if they are vindictive, will come after them?
Fox News Sunday and Living the Bream podcast host Shannon Bream was in the court for the landmark arguments.
Potentially, prosecuting them for crimes, trying to put them in jail. You had Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson on the other side of this saying, hey, listen, I'm worried about what happens if we give sweeping immunity to criminal charges and somebody takes office knowing there's no way they can possibly be held responsible for what they do as president. There's also the question of pardoning. That's an undecided question. Could a president pardon themselves in the last couple of days of office, looking ahead, possibly anticipating potential criminal charges after they're out of the White House?
Let me talk about that because that came up and I was surprised because, one, it was not part of this case. And two, you and I have talked about how the Roberts Court tries not to answer questions it's not asked to right. answer. They have not been asked to weigh in on whether or not a self-pardon is constitutional. But I don't remember. Was it Justice Gorsuch who kind of acknowledged, we need to know the answer to that?
He did, and Justice Alito as well said to the DOJ or to the special counsel's Michael Dreeben arguing the case, saying, what's the answer to that question? So I doubt they'll get to it, but it was interesting that it did come up here because it really is connected to the case in many ways, though it's not part of this particular legal dispute. It's not a question the court has answered, just like this question of presidential criminal immunity. So we got a little discussion of it. I think no resolution, but that seems to be a question for another day.
I understood the question, though, because it was sort of asked in the context of if the president has the right to self-pardon, then why would you need any sort of immunity, right? I mean, that's the thought, right? If the president can just be like, you know, I'm
whatever
clear.
Potentially comes. Exactly. I now absolve myself of all potential future federal charges. I mean, you can see these scenarios. And while maybe 10, 20, 30, 40 years, they would have sort of laughed about these scenarios, we know that the political world has changed so much over the last couple of elections. And you really do have to consider where these things may go. And I think that several of the justices, as you said, really felt the weight of that. Like, they were not just deciding what's in front of us. The fact is, what we're deciding could last for generations and generations and presidents and administrations to come.
Let's talk a little bit about the arguments, because there was, I would say, more than half of the discussion kind of focused on this idea of what's an official act of a president and what's kind of a personal or a campaign act of a president, and are those treated the same as it relates to immunity? Are they treated differently? And I was surprised that Attorney Sauer for former President Trump kind of conceded that some of these counts are related to campaigning or unofficial acts. Doesn't that kind of torpedo the case if they're trying to find a distinction?
Well, yeah, so I thought that too, when he seemed to pretty readily or easily say, oh, yeah, some of these probably are private acts versus official acts, which would mean they'd be treated differently in this case. The only thing I can think there is that he probably knows at some point they would have to concede that. And if there is something now that this court says, all right, we got to send this back to one of the lower courts to decide what's official, what's private, what's personal, that further delays the case, as you and I know, by months and potentially past the election, the actual case on the merits. But I was surprised that he so quickly said, yes, we agree that some of this is personal, some of it is official. Who gets to make that decision? And does this court set the parameters, the borders, the boundaries for that, the criteria for that, and then say, okay, lower court, we've now given you the criteria. Now pick through each of these. I think it was Justice Barrett who said, we know that the special counsel is in a hurry on this case and wants to get it done. With that in mind, would the special counsel's office be willing to separate the public and private so you could speed up the case and just go with what everybody agrees?
You could just move forward and be like, okay, we agree that all of these actions, all of these counts are unrelated to the official. 10, then let's just go forward on those.
Right. For special counsel was saying, no, we feel these are all interconnected. We want to present the full picture to the jury with all of these different threads that are woven together in this case. So he seemed to suggest they're not down for that, but she did try to probe whether that's a possibility special counsel would consider.
We don't know how narrow or broad this opinion ultimately will be, but it does seem that they created some space in this discussion we just had to kind of narrowly tailor this, right? To kind of say, you know, there is a immunity if it maybe fits into a certain criteria, and then remand the case, send the case back to the district court or the circuit court to kind of decide whether or not any of these counts fit into the criteria that the Supreme Court has now set? Or do you think they are maybe a little bit more definitive?
That's such a good question. I feel like, you know, you had, we often will tell people that we think the court is sort of a 3-3-3 situation right now. With three firmly on the left, three firmly on the right, and three that are constantly in play. And I would argue sometimes Justice Gorsuch is in that swing group as well. But we think Justices Kavanaugh, Roberts, and Barrett will be the ones that may be in flux here, at least from what we can tell at this point. But it was interesting to see how hard Justice Kavanaugh pushed on the contours of executive power. Clearly, he's somebody who served in the executive branch and has connection to that, and seemed to be very probative on where you draw the line on these things. And of course, a number of real life cases came up about LBJ. If it was found that he had lied about what happened in Vietnam, could he have been prosecuted for that? What about drone strikes, ordered overseas by President Obama that impacted American citizens? So there are all kinds of scenarios. And I think, again, they're wrestling with not just the Trump case, but how this works for every president going forward.
And I think trying to find any sort of precedent or clues, right? Like the question was asked, if presidents believed that they had some sort of immunity against criminal charges, why would President Ford have needed to pardon his predecessor, right, President Nixon? Right.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
and
because...
does that provide any clues to kind of how the founders or how presidents have kind of viewed the office, right? Is that what the justices are trying to figure out?
Well, and think about, too, very early on, there were a number of the justices who said people have been able to function as president under the scenario as we now understand it. We do get a lot of talk from President Trump on social media and other places where he says if there's not absolute immunity for presidents, they can't function. They can't make these very bold, difficult decisions that are the hardest things that presidents do. And I think it was Justice Jackson, but I can't remember. I'd have to look at my notes. But I think there was a lot of probing of how has the presidency worked to this point? Because we've been operating under this, Justice Sotomayor, because there have been questions about, well, you know, haven't judges or haven't presidents to this point operated under the belief like, hey, if I do something criminal, I'm probably going to face criminal prosecution once I leave the White House. So it seemed to be getting at that argument that President Trump has made that you can't function as president if you don't have this protection, where a number of the justices said, well, it's worked for, you know, a couple centuries.
That's another question. It wasn't probed real deeply in this case, but it's one that I was sort of asking myself is what the former president's attorneys are asking for, setting a new understanding of the Constitution. In other words, sort of creating, I guess some would say, kind of a new protection. Or are they asking the Supreme Court to enforce existing protections in the Constitution? In other words, is there presidential immunity?
Well, it's not spelled out. And Justice Kagan brought that up and said, listen, there's a reason the founders did not, when there were other measures that were coming together that did try to provide immunity to different public officials, they did not give one to the president explicitly in the Constitution. She said, you know, they were reacting to a monarch who claimed to be above the law. And the whole point was that this president was not going to be a monarch, not going to be a king, not going to be above the law. So her argument was that there isn't one within the Constitution that gives blanket protection to the president. So it feels like the argument is from the Trump legal team is for something new to establish this line in the sand saying, okay, there's absolute protection against criminal activity or criminal, you know, charges for a president during his time for official acts. Because again, you and I believe it conceded that point on private acts.
Yeah, and listen, I usually listen to these questions with sort of an ear to if I can get a hint as to how justices are kind of coming. It was hard to do. Justices from all sides were kind of coming at this in a lot of different directions. I didn't have a lot of tea leaves I was able to pull out. I'm curious what tea leaves maybe you read.
Yeah, I mean, I agree as well, because they seem to have tough questions for both sides. Multiple justices did weighing in, really pushing either extreme, because it did feel like the two teams were giving us extremes. Like President Trump's team is saying sweeping complete absolute immunity for anything done in office against criminal charges. And it really felt like special counsel was saying there is no protection for the charges that we've brought. And you heard the chief there referring to the district court, or excuse me, the DC Circuit Court, the appellate level just below this. In essence, that part of their argument was we can prosecute because he's being prosecuted. You know, like the charges have been brought, so that makes the case kind of thing. So I think that the justices will try to find somewhere in between those pendulums to the two sides. But I think that's the whole $64,000 question. Do they decide, okay, there are protections to a certain extent, but only for specific acts? And do they then give a roadmap and say to the lower court, here's the roadmap. You decide of all these acts alleged in the indictment, which ones fall under the official category, which can then be tried as part of this indictment.
And could also be appealed, and the Supreme Court would have to review it again, right?
Right. I mean, this thing could go on for ages if President Trump is reelected. I think we know that a lot of this goes away. I mean, he can't get rid of the state cases, but he can do a lot to get rid of the federal cases.
Shannon Bream, always appreciate our chats. Glad you could find some time for us. Thank you very much.
Well, it's fun to be with you at Court, Jared. Thank you.
Dom Jared down on weekdays noon till 3. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Cashback is not Not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code YEAR to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code YEAR for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code YEAR for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
If spring allergies keep you trapped inside, then you need Navage Nasal Care to keep you breathing clearly and enjoying all the beauties of spring. Navage helps clear nasal passages that are often clogged because of seasonal allergies. Navage gently flushes a pure, refreshing saline solution through your nasal passages to clear out congestion, sucking out that springtime pollen and other irritants trapped in your nose. Navage is available online at Navage.com or in stores at Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, Rite Aid, and Target. Navage, Navage.
Hey, John, why so glum?
I just got let go. The company's downsizing. This is the third time in the last 2 years. I'm done with this.
Have you thought about My Computer Career? I've heard they can train you for a career in IT in just a few months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI. And you don't need prior training or experience. Now that's a recession-resistant career.
Wow, thanks. I'll check them out.
Go to mycomputercareer.edu and take the free career evaluation. mycomputercareer.edu. Financial aid is available for qualified students, including the GI Bill.
This is Bill Hoffman, president of Hoffman's Exterminating. We've been protecting Delaware Valley homes and businesses from pests for 34 years, all while supporting our local community. We also support those who protect us, our veterans. Robert Rutherford, our Director of People and Culture, served 10 years in the U.S. Marine Corps. We at Hoffman's have made a commitment to hire veterans. Our veterans are valued, and the skills they learned in the military are transferable. Join the Hoffman's family and visit us at hoffmansexterminating.com.
This is Dr. Marianne Ritchie, your radio doctor. Every Saturday afternoon at 5, I talk with doctors and medical specialists from around the country to discuss the latest information about heart disease, cancer prevention, topics in women's health, pediatrics, mental health, and more. Then you can make better decisions for yourself and your loved ones. Your radio doctor, Saturdays at 5, here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, because your health is your wealth.
Spin, cuddle, repeat, and help save a veteran's life. Rough Ride Philly is a high-energy event raising money to provide accredited, life-saving service dogs to injured and disabled veterans. Rough Ride Philly is June 1st and 2nd, part competition and part festival. During the 24-hour event, you can ride for 5 minutes, 15 minutes, or 5 hours. Create your team for Rough Ride Philly and learn how cuddling a puppy can help save a veteran's life at roughride.org.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-700-6898. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-700-6898. That's 800-700-6898. For $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898.
Don't miss the Education Show with Dom Giordano every Sunday morning at 5:30. Find out how you can help your child or grandchild succeed. Sponsored by New Hope Academy. Now there's a simple, easy, and effective way to clean your nose and protect your health. It's called Navage. Navage. Available at Navage.com.
Giving blood is easy. It only takes about an hour, and a single donation can help save up to 3 lives. Donate now. Call 1-800-RED-CROSS or redcrossblood.org.
Hey, Ambler, We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Follow us anywhere on the free Odyssey app. Kayal and Company, mornings 6 till 10. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hey, it's Nick Kayal. Don't forget to join me on the first Wednesday of the month for the 1210 WPHT Veteran Spotlight, a program where we shine a spotlight on one outstanding local veteran in partnership with the Travis Manion Foundation, celebrating their remarkable commitment to community service and their exceptional service in the military. On Wednesday, May 1st, we honor Marine Corps Sergeant Jerry L. Golden III and his exemplary contribution to the veteran community. Presented by Window Nation. For all of your window and door needs, visit windownation.com.
Hey, Philly. Jason Kelsey here. Even though I won't be playing on Sundays anymore, you can still find me at Lincoln Financial Field on Saturday, May 18th for the Eagles Autism Challenge, presented by Lincoln Financial Group. This event raises millions of dollars to support autism research and care and gives you the chance to walk, run, or ride your bike beside your favorite Eagles players. Together, we can transform the lives of individuals affected by autism. Register today at eaglesautismchallenge.org, and I'll see you there.
Are you the decision maker in your company? Do you want more control over your business spending? Meet Ramp, the only corporate card and spend management platform designed to save you time and money. Ramp offers unlimited corporate cards with spend controls you can customize to stop wasteful spending before it happens. Ramp makes expense reports a breeze by automatically collecting receipts and matching them to the right transaction. You'll close your books in hours instead of days. Ramp allows you to see all your company spend in one place, so you can make quick, informed decisions about your business finances. Plus, Ramp will share insights based on your spending to help you cut costs. Over 15,000 businesses have added up to 5% to their bottom line with Ramp. You can be one of them. If you're a decision maker, adding Ramp could be one of the best decisions you've ever made. And now, get $250 when you join Ramp. Just go to ramp.com/250. Ramp.com/250. RAMP.com/250.
Cards issued by Sutton Bank and Celtic Bank, members of FDIC. Terms and conditions apply.
Runner's knee, golfer's back, hiker's hip.
Any of these feel familiar? At Virtua Orthopedics and Spine, we've got a doc for that.
Baker's wrist, laptop neck, shopper's shoulder.
Yep, we've got a doc for those too. Virtua Orthopedics and Spine has over 60 specialists, 20 PT rehab facilities, and 26 surgical sites all across South Jersey. Find the right specialist for you at virtua.org/ortho.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-700-6898. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898 or biglou.com.
Station WPHT AM, an equal opportunity employer, is dedicated to providing broad outreach regarding job vacancies at this station. We seek the help of local community organizations in referring qualified applicants to our station. Community organizations that wish to receive our vacancy information should contact Lisa Morton at WPHT AM by calling 215-234-2400. In addition, all listeners are encouraged to visit odysseyinc.com/careers for an online listing of job openings at all Odyssey radio stations.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential, but finding those people can be a major hassle, unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. And right now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. With ZipRecruiter, one click sends your job to hundreds of top job sites. But more than that, ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies the candidates with the skills you need, sends you a list of great matches to review, then actively invites them to apply for your job. And the results speak for themselves. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's right, the first day. Now you can focus on your business and let ZipRecruiter do the work finding the best people for you. See for yourself. Experience the ease, efficiency, and power of ZipRecruiter for free. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Hey, Percy, we know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Remember to take us anywhere with the free Odyssey app.
This is the Fox News Rundown. Now, the latest from Fox Business.
I'm Maria Bartiromo, and this is the Fox Business Report.
A down day on Wall Street Thursday. The Dow fell 375 points. The Nasdaq lost 101. The S&P 500 down 23. Microsoft revenue rose 17% from a year ago. The company reporting quarterly revenue approaching nearly $62 billion. Alphabet reporting first quarter results that topped analyst estimates. The company announced its first dividend ever at 20 cents a share. Chevron, ExxonMobil, and Phillips 66 all report earnings today. Gross domestic product, the GDP, grew by 1.6% in the first quarter, much lower than what economists were expecting. Mortgage rates rising for the fourth straight week. The 30-year fixed-rate mortgage averaging 7.17%. Today, we get March details on personal consumption, spending on goods and services, and the Personal Consumption Expenditures Price Index, the cost of those goods and services. That's your Fox Business Report. I'm Kevin Uretsky, invested in you.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
When George H.W. Bush was inaugurated on January 20th, 1989, he used that global stage to encourage all to serve and help others.
I will go to the people and the programs that are the brighter points of light, and I'll ask every member of my government to become involved. The old ideas are new again because they're not old. They are timeless. Duty, sacrifice, commitment, and a patriotism that finds its expression in taking part and pitching in.
As America's 41st president, a former director of the CIA, and a World War II hero, it is no doubt George H.W. not only sacrificed for this country, but had a profound impact on America and the world. A new book examines how President Bush 41 also inspired the people he worked and interacted with to be leaders and to do good. It is a collection of essays from some of the people who knew him best.
I would love to tell you it was my brilliant idea that I woke up one morning and thought, I need to write a book called Character Matters about George Herbert Walker Bush. But it was my editor. It was his idea.
Gene Becker was the chief of staff to President Bush after his presidency and the author of Character Matters.
I was having lunch with him a couple of years ago after The Man I Knew came out, the book I wrote about being his chief of staff for 25 years. And I was pitching a couple of book ideas to Sean, and he looked at me across the table and he said, yeah, fine. We'll do those later. I have another book I want you to write about George Herbert Walker Bush. And I was a little confused. I said to him, you do remember he died at the end of the last book. And he said, okay, point taken. But he felt that George Herbert Walker Bush still had something to say to the world. He says, Gene, I just think there's so much we can learn from this man. And out of that conversation came Character Matters.
I adore this book. Character Matters, I think, is one of the most important books I've read in many moons. I love how you put it together. I love, in particular, the audiobook. As you pull together all these different voices of the lessons that they learned and the memories they have of George H.W. Bush, the humor that he provided to them, the comfort, the mentoring, I just think it's incredible. And wondered if you could tell me, if you had to pick two of your favorite stories from the book that could help people today think through where we are in terms of being good to one another and helping each other, what would they be?
That's a really tough question because there's so many great stories. So I'll just name a couple. In the very first chapter, Condi Rice writes an incredible story about when she was on his National Security Council team. She was a young Black woman, not well known among foreign policy circles. She was a professor at Stanford, and he took her to Malta with him, his first summit with Gorbachev. And in front of Gorbachev and all of his people, but also in front of his own team, James Baker, all the State Department people, he introduced Condi to Gorbachev, and he said, "This is my Soviet specialist. This is the woman who has my ear on all things Soviet." And Condi just writes so eloquently about, particularly 30 years ago, a lot of men were still struggling about how to, treat women in the workplace. And she said for him to do that just set an example of how you empower a young Black woman, and that he was just an incredible mentor to her. So that would be one of the stories. One of my favorite short essays is written by one of Mrs. Bush's aides. She was covering the front desk at the office one day. Her name is Kara Sanders. And the phone just lit up. And one line was Colin Powell. One line with James A. Baker III. One line was then the governor of Texas, George W. Bush. And she was about ready to run into his office to say, "Oh my God, who do you want to talk to first?" When the fourth line lit up, and it was Barbara Bush. So she runs into his office and she said, "Sir, I have Colin Powell, Secretary Baker, and Governor Bush on the line. Oh, and your wife also is holding." And he said to her, "You put Barbara through, and you tell the other three I will call them back." Dana, he was one smart man.
He sure was. He knew exactly what to do. I want to have you tell me two other stories. One about Mary Kate Carey, the speechwriter. In the book, she writes about how one of her speeches just bombed with an audience.
Yes.
And how nobody laughed. And he was obviously disappointed that the speech didn't land, but she thought she would get fired. What happened instead?
Yes. Well, no one laughed, no one clapped. It was a complete bomb. And he did ask her about it in the elevator going to the garage. It was a speech there in Washington. I can't remember who the speech was to, but it was an important speech, and it bombed. She was one of the junior speechwriters, and she was prepared to get fired. She's not so sure she should have been fired. And instead, he said to her, "Okay, we'll just move on from that. You'll do better the next time." Encouraged her to learn from her mistakes, and that was it. And he did tease her about it for the rest of his life. Every time he saw her, he would say, "So, Mary Kate, how's this speech writing going these days?" But he gave her a second chance. He was a huge believer in second chances. I can't tell you how many people said to me, "I thought he would fire me." But he said, "No, you're going to learn from this, and we're going to move on."
What about the start of Points of Light, how that came to be? And it's referred to in the book by somebody who didn't see the opportunity coming, but really embraced it. And that is a legacy that continues.
It's a legacy that he's very proud of. He would love. Neil Bush is doing such a great job of leading the organization today as chairman of the board. So he was, both of the Bushes, both President and Mrs. Bush, had been volunteers their whole life. When they lived in Midland, Texas, they helped find the YMCA there. They always volunteered in their churches. After their daughter Robin died, Mrs. Bush was a devoted hospital volunteer. He really felt deep in his heart that every problem in America could be fixed, not necessarily by the government, yes, with the government's help, but by us, by the people. And he used to say, you start in your neighborhood, and then you start in your city, and the first thing you know, you have a movement. So he first talked about Points of Light. This is my favorite part of the Points of Light story in the beginning. At the 1988 convention, in his acceptance speech, and he talked about 1,000 points of light and his dream of a volunteer movement in America. And on his first campaign trip after the convention, James Baker and Senator Alan Simpson of Wyoming was traveling with him, and they they both, at the next speech right out of the box after the convention, they both said to him, "What the hell are you thinking? This points of light, no one knows what that means. No one cares. It's just a dumb idea. You've got to forget that. People want to talk about the economy. They want to talk about the Soviet Union. Forget points of light." And he said, "Not going to do it." As Dana Carvey would say. He says, "I'm devoted to points of light." And Dana, the rest is history.
It certainly is history. I'm excited that this year, one of my friends, a young woman named Ashley Vick Brown, and she is going to receive an award from Points of Light. She does a lot of wonderful work for foster care and the Selfless Love Foundation. And let me tell you that this young woman is doing incredible work in that area and is a great point of light. Did you learn anything new from this project? Did you hear a story about George H.W. Bush that you didn't already know?
You know, it goes back to Condi's story, and I'm embarrassed that I didn't really think about this. There's at least 3 or 4 stories in the book written by women. He was way ahead of his time, Dana, on promoting women, putting women in positions of power. My own personal experience with him, of course, could not have been more positive. I was his chief of staff for 25 years. I know he trusted me. I know he listened to me. He and I had a couple of interesting conversations about misogynists and misogyny, and he was sort of surprised that such men existed. And I'm like, oh yeah, they do. And I had a couple of examples for him. But when the stories started coming in from this book, there was one from his congressional years, a woman named Mary Rather, who he made his head of his legislative assistant. And she used to take a notebook to the meetings that she attended with him to take notes. And he told her to stop. He says, "I don't want people to think you're a secretary, Mary. I want them to know you're senior staff. Don't take notes." There's another great story told by Bobby Kilberg, who was senior staff, White House senior staff, head of public liaison. She had some young children. He offered her the job. She didn't think she could say yes because of her young children at home. And he said to her, "Bobby, we're going to figure this out. I want you on my team. You help me design the job that works for a mother of young children." It really came into sharp focus for me, and my proofreaders, my volunteer proofreaders, noticed the same thing. He was way ahead of his time on making sure that women had a place on his team.
Jean, my last question for you is, who is this book for? When you imagine your reader or your listener to the audiobook, who do you hope reads this book?
Well, my first answer is going to be everybody, but I'm going to give you one sort of smart aleck answer and then a serious answer. I would like to make it mandatory reading for everybody who lives in Washington, D.C. And if you have any good ideas on how to make that happen, particularly every single member of Congress, I think should read this book. It's really for young people. I read so often, and I talk to a lot of college classes and even a couple of high school classes, and they turn on TV and they're sort of confused and depressed by what they see. They're worried about their country. They don't really understand what's happening. And I hope this book will help them understand it doesn't have to be this way, and that they have it in their power I do think the next generation will turn this country around, and I want them to have real life examples of what real leadership is. And I'm getting a lot of reaction to this book, Dana. I think it's hitting them right in their heart and soul. I think it's working.
Well, it hit me in my heart and soul, and I'm grateful to you for writing it and for the opportunity that I had to know George H.W. Bush and Barbara Bush and have been able to share in their life a little bit and to have benefited from that. And thank you, Jean Becker, the author of Character Matters.
Free speech lives here. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential. But finding those people can be a major hassle, unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. And right now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. With ZipRecruiter, one click sends your job to hundreds of top job sites. But more than that, ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies the candidates with the skills you need, sends you a list of great matches to review, then actively invites them to apply for your job. And the results speak for themselves. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's right, the first day. Now you can focus on your business and let ZipRecruiter do the work finding the best people for you. See for yourself. Experience the ease, efficiency, and power of ZipRecruiter for free. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Hey, John, why so glum?
I just got let go. The company's downsizing. This is the 3rd time in the last 2 years. I'm done with this.
Have you thought about My Computer Career? I've heard they can train you for a career in IT in just a few months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI. And you don't need prior training or experience. Now that's a recession-resistant career.
Wow, thanks. I'll check them out.
Go to mycomputercareer.edu and take the free career evaluation. mycomputercareer.edu. Financial aid is available for qualified students, including the GI Bill.
Angie's List is now Angie, and we've heard a lot of theories about why.
I thought it was an eco move. Fewer words, less paper.
No, it was so you could say it faster.
No, it's to be more iconic.
Must be a tech thing.
But those aren't quite right. It's because now you can compare upfront prices, book a service instantly, and even get your project handled from start to finish.
Sounds easy.
It is, and it makes us so much more than just a list. Get started at Angie.com. That's ANGI, or download the app today.
Lexus of Cherry Hill, a 6-time J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence for customer service. Why would you buy your Lexus from anyone else? The 2024 Lexus models are here and moving fast, and the 2024 Lexus GX will be arriving soon. Tony LaBelle and his team at Lexus of Cherry Hill are your source for the Lexus of your dreams. Over 300 new and pre-owned vehicles are in stock and ready to roll. Face it, you deserve this Lexus, and you deserve award-winning customer service. Start your journey at LexusofCherryHill.com.
Join us at Odyssey as we all do our one thing, together millions of things for our planet. This spring, Fairmount Park Conservancy invites you to connect with your Philadelphia neighborhood parks. Join your local park friends group during Love Your Park Week in May. Or join us for weekly volunteer events all year long throughout the city. Fairmount Park Conservancy works with the City of Philadelphia and its communities to bring parks to life. For information and to sign up, visit myphillypark.org.
Join us for the Acres of Diamonds Gala, Thursday, May 30th at Citizens Bank Park, where Temple Health, a leader in academic medicine, is raising funds to advance health equity in our region through exceptional care for all. Enjoy live entertainment and VIP ballpark access. Meet Phillies legend Ryan Howard, celebrate honorees from Project Home, and dance to DJ Jazzy Jeff. To purchase tickets or make a gift that will build better lives, visit tuhgala.org.
At Infinity of Westchester, we believe in transparency, fairness, and above all, serving our customers with care. Whether you're looking for a brand new Infinity or a reliable pre-owned vehicle, we have something for everyone. This month, save up to $15,000 on select Infinity models. And that's not all. Every new Infinity purchase comes with 3 years free maintenance. So don't wait. Visit us in-store or online today at infinityofwestchester.com. Philly rides with us.
Fox News, I'm Sue Guzman. The Supreme Court hearing arguments in a case that could determine whether former President Trump can be criminally prosecuted. His attorney, D. John Sawyer, telling the justices.
Prosecuting the president for his official acts is an innovation with no foothold in history or tradition and incompatible with our constitutional structure.
Justices indicating they would favor some limited form of immunity for certain presidential actions. Trump has been in New York for his hush money trial. Now he says he's considering renting out Madison Square Garden to hold a rally. New York's Court of Appeals overturning Harvey Weinstein's 2020 rape conviction, ordering a new trial, ruling the trial judge made prejudicial rulings about them, letting women testify about allegations not part of the case. Weinstein will stay behind bars, serving 16 years, though, for a 2022 rape conviction. America's listening to Fox News.
the Fox News Rundown. Now a look at sports.
The first round of the NFL draft was all about the quarterbacks. 6 signal callers were selected in the first 12 picks, matching the most quarterbacks taken in the first round since the 1983 class. In what has been known for months, the Bears took Caleb Williams out of USC with the first pick. The Commanders then selected Jaden Daniels from LSU, and the Patriots went with Drake May from North Carolina. And then a major surprise as the Falcons selected Michael Penix Jr. with the 8th pick, less than 2 months after signing Kirk Cousins in free agency. The Vikings traded up one spot with the Jets to pick at number 10 and selected J.J. McCarthy out of Michigan, and Denver took Bo Nix at number 12. That's sports on the Fox News Rundown. I'm Joe Morgan, Fox News.
Now an update from Outkick's Hot Mic.
Stephen Jackson acknowledges a truth that so many people are unwilling to say, and that is black people wanted South Carolina to win. He says it right there. Every black person I know was rooting for Dawn Staley in South Carolina to beat the white girl, even though we appreciate how good Caitlin Clark is. And that's fine. We talk so much about representation. Most every white person I know rooted for Caitlin Clark. The ones who didn't are typically people who are virtue signaling, trying to show how progressive they are. Pretty much everyone else, it was divided down racial lines in a lot of ways in terms of rooting interest. Doesn't mean that black people and white people can't get along. Doesn't mean that because you rooted for Caitlin Clark, you can't understand greatness in South Carolina women's basketball and how awesome of a coach Dawn Staley is. Doesn't mean that if you're Stephen Jackson, and he says it right there, that if you are a black person that rooted for South Carolina, like him and a lot of his friends, as he admitted, doesn't mean you can't appreciate and respect Caitlin Clark like he said. But at least he admitted it. I'm Chad Withrow with Hot Mike with Hutton and Withrow on the Fox News Rundown.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential, but finding those people can be a major hassle, unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. And right now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. With ZipRecruiter, one click sends your job to hundreds of top job sites. But more than that, ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies the candidates with the skills you need, sends you a list of great matches to review, then actively invites them to apply for your job. And the results speak for themselves. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's right, the first day. Now you can focus on your business and let ZipRecruiter do the work finding the best people for you. See for yourself. Experience the ease, efficiency, and power of ZipRecruiter for free. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Last year, over 3 million people called Morgan & Morgan in their time of need. And with over 1 million of those calls coming from previous clients, friends, and family.
My name is Jason Williams. It was a rainy day, and I'd gotten hit from behind by a lady that was doing somewhere over 100 miles an hour is what they were saying. I've never dealt with anything like this before. Everybody that I talked to kept saying the same name, which was Morgan & Morgan. I was on hold for maybe 15 seconds. When they come back and said, Jason, we will absolutely take your case. As a non-tech savvy guy, any question that I had, if I called, text, or emailed, they got right back to me. They made it as easy for me as it could have been.
Thank you for trusting us. We've become the largest injury firm in the world because we've won a lot. The word is out. Size matters. Reputation matters. We're America's largest injury law firm for a reason. With over 900 dedicated attorneys and climbing, we're ready wherever you are, whatever you need. The choice is easy. We're just a phone call away. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Fans 55 and over can enjoy a nice long walk around the bases during Independence Blue Cross Seniors Stroll the Bases following the 4:05 game on Monday, May 6th when the Giants come to town. Order tickets now at Phillies.com. Let's be frank. You don't want to miss Hatfield Phillies Frank's BOGO night when fans can purchase 2 hot dogs for the price of 1. Join the fun on Tuesday, May 7th at 6:40 when the Blue Jays are in town. Snag tickets now at Phillies.com.
Hi, I'm Kim Holderness.
And I'm Penn Holderness. You don't have to have an amazing race to the doctor, but you should make time for routine cancer screenings.
I schedule my mammogram and other cancer screenings around my birthday and then treat myself to lunch.
I do too, because, of course, everyone likes lunch.
The C word can be scary, but routine screenings can detect cancer before symptoms appear.
And early detection equals better outcomes.
Go to preventcancer.org to find out which cancer screenings you need.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. There is zero risk to you. If we can't reduce your tax debt, then you pay nothing. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have a 5-star rating on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Hey, Philly. Jason Kelsey here. Even though I won't be playing on Sundays anymore, you can still find me at Lincoln Financial Field on Saturday, May 18th for the Eagles Autism Challenge, presented by Lincoln Financial Group. This event raises millions of dollars to support autism research and care and gives you the chance to walk, run, or ride your bike beside your favorite Eagles players. Together, we can transform the lives of individuals affected by autism. Register today at eaglesautismchallenge.org, and I'll see you there.
You know, today, $20 barely gets you a burger and fries, and maybe it'll get you a quarter tank of gas. But you know what it'll get you, though? For just $20 a month, you get unlimited talk and text and plenty of 5G data from my friends, my cell phone company, a veteran-owned company, Pure Talk. Now, you'll get the same quality of service that you get from the big carriers, AT&T, Verizon, and T-Mobile, but you get it for half the cost. Average family saving close to $1,000 a year. The same cell towers, same 5G network, no contracts, no activation fees. Now you can bring your phone or get great deals on the latest iPhones and Androids, but make the switch today and you'll save an additional 50% off your first month. Now choose a wireless company that shares your values, that supports our military, our vets, and who creates American jobs, and they refuse to advertise on fake news network. Just dial pound 250, say the keyword save now, make the switch today so you can actually afford a burger and fries. Pound 250, keyword save now from Pure Talk.
Are you the decision maker in your company? Do you want more control over your business spending? Meet Ramp, the only corporate card and spend management platform designed to save you time and money. Ramp offers unlimited corporate cards with spend controls you can customize to stop wasteful spending before it happens. Ramp makes expense reports a breeze by automatically collecting receipts and matching them to the right transaction. You'll close your books in hours instead of days. Ramp allows you to see all your company spend in one place, so you can make quick, informed decisions about your business finances. Plus, Ramp will share insights based on your spending to help you cut costs. Over 15,000 businesses have added up to 5% to their bottom line with Ramp. You can be one of them. If you're a decision maker, adding Ramp could be one of the best decisions you've ever made. And now, get $250 when you join Ramp. Just go to ramp.com/250. Ramp.com/250. RAMP.com/250.
Cards issued by Sutton Bank and Celtic Bank, members of FDIC. Terms and conditions apply.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Live and local from Philadelphia. Free speech lives here. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And away we go, live on this Friday, April 26th. It is indeed Kayal and Company. You're right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. We are always live on the free Odyssey app. And, of course, streaming live for your video viewing pleasure on YouTube. As we head until 10 o'clock this morning, 855-839-1210 is the phone number. You can get involved on social media at 1210 WPHT. I am at Nick Kayal, Kayal. Dawn Stensland with the news. Greg Stocker, the chairman of the board. Phil Almquist, Anthony Dorenzo, our associate producers. Loaded Friday show, which will include Sean Farish, our Trump impressionist, at 9 o'clock. And also Donald Trump's National Press Secretary, Catherine Leavitt, coming up at 9:30 this morning. Dawn, nice. Good morning. How are you?
Good morning. Happy Friday.
How are you? Thank you for holding the fort down yesterday.
I hope you're feeling better.
I am. Gregory, how are you, buddy?
What?
No, I'm just making sure my
but he's feeling better.
I feel better.
Good. Now, there were some questions on whether you went out drinking the night before and were hungover.
No, I don't go out drinking.
It's food poisoning.
No, I went to, I will leave the name of the establishment unnamed.
Thank you.
And I grabbed a prepared dinner to go because I was getting low on food. And I'm like, all right, I normally do grocery shopping on Friday, and we've got this radio award luncheon to go to. So I'm like, let me go to the store Wednesday night. And I grabbed just a few items to get me to the weekend.
Yeah.
And I got a meatloaf dinner, not a frozen dinner, an actual fresh one, like in the back where they make them fresh, prepared to go.
Absolutely.
And I went to bed, and then an hour later, I shot up out of my sleep, and I said, uh-oh.
Houston, we have a problem.
I made a dead sprint to the facilities.
Yeah.
And then it was a wrap from there, folks.
Wow.
I'll let you figure out the rest. Don't want to ruin your coffee or your Cheerios.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah.
All right, so we got a lot of good stuff today. We have a big take on Trump and absolute immunity. We will get to that coming up in a couple of minutes. Protests continue on college campuses, and not only are we having students go virtual to finish up the spring, but now we have colleges that are canceling commencement and graduation due to all the protests and the lack of safety and the fear of Jewish students. That'll be coming up. And I never thought I would have a story that would have Kamala Harris, the Secret Service, and menstrual pads all linked together.
Excuse me?
Yeah. Dawn, you're going to be needed for this one for sure. Coming up in about 45 minutes. So we'll get to all of that. Armed teachers in Tennessee, more stuff with women's sports and biological men, the cut sheet. It's going to be a good day. Also, the NFL draft and the Sixers in the books as well last night.
The Sixers showing a definitive victory last night.
A 50 burger from the process.
He had the effects of Bell's palsy? Did we know that?
No.
He is
really?
suffering. That was one of my news stories.
I'm
he
sorry,
has been
Dawn.
Wow.
He's diagnosed with Bell's palsy.
Oh my.
Yeah.
Which causes, muscle weakness. I thought when we were watching last night, something was different with his face.
Okay.
And it
did he have like the little droop to the side?
I didn't know what it was.
Yeah.
But it causes muscle weakness in one side of your face. That's one of the...
Yeah. I remember years ago as a wrestling fan, Stocko, you'll remember this, good old Jim Ross had Bell's palsy for a period of time.
It affected the way he spoke.
Yeah.
It still does.
Yes, it does. All right, let's get to the news. Round number one at 6:04, the great Dawn Stensland.
And good morning. We are sponsored this Friday morning. We are sponsored by the Arden Theater Company this morning. So, in Philadelphia, we do have, we talked a lot this morning, or a lot yesterday morning, and a lot this week about all of these pro-Palestinian, anti-Israel encampments, and how we had yesterday, we were talking about Swarthmore, we were talking about Princeton. Well, now the latest is that there is one of these encampments that has been erected at UPenn as students and faculty protest over the war in Gaza, they say, but with anti-Israeli rhetoric, hundreds of people waving those flags in support of Palestinians, they say. And so this is the Ivy League campus that's been quiet, I think, up until now.
Yeah, since the ouster of Liz McGill back in the fall, yeah.
So they are back.
Oh, boy.
They
haven't learned. It's becoming a trend. It's a theme. It's the new fad. That's what these college kids do, protest things that they don't even know what they're protesting.
Amen to that. We also have, we were following yesterday, and we continue to follow this story of 4 people killed after a high-speed pursuit, and this is in Delaware County. So what I will point out to you is that you will notice that some people are pointing out that some people in the vehicle, or that there were 7 people in the vehicle. Some stations and entities are broadcasting that 3 people were killed, and others choosing to say 4 were killed. 3 men, 1 young lady, or 2 men, 1 young lady, 17, pregnant. And so when they rushed them all to the hospital, they could not save her unborn baby. That was the word. Oh. So 4 killed in that horrifying,
So you're saying that some news organizations are saying 3 people killed?
3 killed.
Gotcha.
Others acknowledging the unborn. Obviously,
Yeah.
she was very far along because they were trying to save the baby.
Ugh.
So, I'll just point that out to you. But we still don't know why state police, the full story. They're investigating the situation, but apparently there had been they've had a lot of thefts at Lululemon, some of those shops that we've talked about, and so this ensued with a red Taurus. The Taurus refused to stop. They had one of those paper plates, and it was obscured, license plates. So now this high-speed chase ensues. They were going well over 110 miles an hour, according to police, on a red Ford Taurus, and the vehicle lost control and flipped, and then started on fire.
When's the last time you've seen a Ford Taurus on the road? I haven't heard that name in years.
That's a good point.
I don't even know that they still make the Ford Taurus. They probably do. I'm just
I don't know.
Wow.
But so we're looking at all of this, but we know that they're not all being identified, and this is a big investigation. So just putting that one out to you as well, what's going on there. And then a mistrial declared for ex-Local 98 leader, powerful former union leader here in Philadelphia, John Doherty, gets a mistrial, and the jury had deadlocked on extortion charges. So the judge dismissing the jurors finally yesterday when they reported to the judge that they were deadlocked after 11 hours of deliberations. Prosecutors, we don't know from prosecutors yet whether they plan to retry the case.
Okay.
So Johnny Doc, a mistrial, at least in this one, is declared.
Not sure I saw that coming, but all right.
Yeah.
All right.
So we do have a lot of news about the Eagles draft. Eagles! We have the cornerback, Quinyon Mitchell, in the first round with the 22nd overall pick.
Mm-hmm.
So we got the first cornerback in a very long time.
Yeah. Well, they need guys that can defend the pass. I was a little surprised that they didn't take the kid from Alabama that slipped past them to 24, but no real complaints with this pick. It was a position that they needed.
A lot of big-name talent coming out of Toledo, Ohio.
Hey, every now and then you find a gem at these small schools.
I agree with you. I agree with you.
I got to believe Howie wanted to make a splash and trade up, but these teams and these GMs are like, we know that Howie likes to move around. So if you know somebody's aggressive like that, you're probably going to charge the maximum. Like, hey, you want to slide up 7 spots, it's going to cost you an arm and a leg.
How many quarterbacks went in the first 12?
Six of the first 12
were quarterbacks.
The record.
Yeah.
CB night. Sixers All-Star Center, Joel Embiid. What a night last night. They got her done. Game 3. So 125 to 114.
Take that, Phil Almquist.
So you have to say that they have to win on Sunday or the series is over, right?
Yeah. Yeah, it's back-to-back must-wins for sure.
Yeah.
Did you guys hear, because I watched probably the first half of that game until I focused solely on the NFL draft, but when that game started at 7:30, did you hear how loud it was for the Knicks? There were so many Knicks Villanova weasels in attendance.
Yes.
I'm like, this happens in sports cities where they don't care about their teams, right?
Yeah. Knicks Villanova weasels.
Yeah.
That's
they invaded our building.
Yeah.
Temple grad.
I even saw Dom tweeting about it. It was unbelievable.
Yeah, my takeaway on that, and especially learning that Joel Embiid, then we later learned, has been diagnosed with Bell's palsy, as we mentioned.
Mild case is what they're saying.
A mild case, but still 50 points.
Yeah.
I mean, and the way he played, but it does cause things like blurred vision.
Is that something that you can overcome and it goes away, or you always have that for the rest of your life?
I think that you can overcome it, but I think that you're always going to have to deal with it.
Oh, okay. All right.
I think it can go into what's it called? Where it can go into a recession. Because I have the economy on my brain. Yeah, remission.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Yeah, because I've seen people that have had it before, where their speech was very slurred, and then all of a sudden it got tremendously better, if not to the point where you didn't even notice that they had an issue anymore. So, I guess you're right. I guess it can go into remission.
So, got to get her done. We are sponsored by the Arden Theater. Don't miss Arden Children's Theater, modern retelling of the classic tale Pinocchio, adapted by Greg Banks, Wooden Boy, A Nose That Grows, A Huge Whale, and a Cricket with a lot of opinions. On stage now, info at ardentheater.org, ardentheater.org. We are starting out quite chilly. We had freeze warnings overnight. Actually, I have two different times. In Philadelphia, 39 degrees. If we look out to the suburbs, a little warmer at 41 degrees. So starting out quite chilly. We were teasing Greg about the freeze warnings and his infant grass.
Yeah, farmer stalker.
It's apparent I should have used Natural Lawn of America on Dawn's
Thank
recommendation, but I didn't. I had to do it myself because I'm low energy. And this is what happens. All my grass is going to die.
I'm surprised you didn't take advantage of it.
I'm a capitalist and a corporate whore.
Well, if it survived the frosty, if your tender vegetation survived the night, we're heating up to 65 degrees today with sunny skies. It's a beautiful morning out there with that bright oval moon. So not a cloud in the sky that I could see early in the darkness. Tomorrow, much of the same, a little more clouds, but still a sunny day, 65 for your Saturday tomorrow. Then the heat is on. Sunday, 81 degrees for your Sunday and mostly sunny. Then Monday, 89 degrees.
Oh, great. Just in time for the Travis Manion Foundation golf outing. I'm going to come in here Tuesday looking like a lobster.
Yes.
Oh, man. Wow.
89 degrees. Tuesday, 84. Wednesday, 83. Next Thursday, we're near 80 degrees as well. So a lot of heat, a lot of sunshine. I'm looking for the next rain. There's a slight chance of rain next Tuesday. So a nice sunny stretch. Yeah, great for golf. Kayal & Company News Live.
By the way, don't embarrass us, Nick Kayal, in that golf outing, okay? You're representing 1210. So.
Trust me. I will. I'll hold down the fort with a lot of really good players. All right, 6:13 on this Friday morning. Let's wrap up the week with one last big take.
The Big Take on Kayal & Company.
And it's brought to you by United Tire, the big take, Trump, SCOTUS, and immunity. I've said for months on this show that Trump's January 6th election interference case with the Supreme Court of the United States was not only the most interesting of his four criminal trials for me, not only the most important of the four cases, but also the one that worries me the most. The trial originally set to begin on March 4th. 2 months ago, Trump asked the Supreme Court in a filing to grant him absolute immunity from charges that he plotted to overturn the 2020 election. At this rate, looking at the timeline and the calendar, this case will not end before the election. That according to Sam Baker of Axios. Yesterday, oral arguments before the high court got underway, and it appeared to be a mixed bag of both good and not so good for Donald Trump. According to many reporters who were present and covered the arguments, it appears likely that Trump will win some of his arguments, but the justices are also skeptical of other parts of Trump's defense. Trump asserts that former presidents cannot be prosecuted even once they are no longer in office for actions that they took while in office. And it appears that a ruling against Trump and the rejection of his theory is the least likely outcome. However, most of the justices seem to believe that former presidents need to have some protection from being charged criminally for their actions when serving office. But the concept of total immunity or absolute immunity is looking far-fetched. In my opinion, SCOTUS won't want to muddy the waters, and they will likely send this back down to the lower courts. Trump's lawyer, John Sauer, argued that Trump couldn't face charges even if he had a political rival assassinated, unless he was impeached and convicted by the Senate. And this will likely come down to a president's official actions versus unofficial actions. Specifically, what did Trump do in 2020 that was official compared to unofficial in any attempts to overturn the results? Justice Kavanaugh and several others were adamant that presidents cannot be prosecuted for official acts in fear of the precedent that would be established, where this would open up a can of worms where every new president could prosecute their predecessor. However, Justice Roberts and Amy Coney Barrett didn't appear to share that viewpoint, as both took an issue with Trump's stance. I think in conclusion, after 2.5 to 3 hours of oral arguments, no majority opinion was apparently reached. That said, 5 justices seem willing to buy part of Trump's argument, which is good enough for Trump at this moment in time. And let's hear from some of the justices with commentary that is both good and not so good for Donald Trump. We'll start with the positive. Here is Justice Neil Gorsuch arguing with Michael Dreeben, the attorney for the special counsel. Here is Gorsuch taking Jack Smith's attorney to task pertaining to Trump's motives and how they are not relevant to the equation. Listen and watch this.
For sure.
Just can I try one more time?
Well, let me just spin this out just a second, okay. Right? And it didn't matter what the president's motives were. We're not going to look behind it.
Right.
And same thing in Nixon. We said, gosh, Nixon versus Fitzgerald. That's something courts shouldn't get engaged in because presidents have all manner of motives. And again, I'm not concerned about this case, but I am concerned about future uses of the criminal law to target political opponents based on accusations about their motives, whether it's re-election or who knows what corrupt means in 1512, right? We don't know what that means. Maybe we'll find out sometime soon. But the dangerousness of accusing your political opponent of having bad motives, and if that's enough to overcome your core powers or any other limits, reactions, thoughts.
Yeah, so I think that you're raising a very difficult question.
That's the idea, right? I mean,
that is the idea.
Testing the limits of both sides' arguments.
And I'm going to say something that I don't normally say, which is that's really not involved in this case. We don't have bad political motive in that sense.
I understand that. I appreciate that, but you also appreciate that we're writing a rule for the ages.
Yes, and
the reality is this: judges look at facts, voters factor in feelings and motives. There's no reason for feelings in the court. This was a high water moment yesterday, in my opinion, for Trump and the defense. Another good moment for Trump came with Justice Brett Kavanaugh, hearing arguments again from Michael Dreeben. This time, Dreeben and Kavanaugh get into a discussion about Barack Obama's drone strike that killed innocent civilians in a comparison to Trump and his immunity claims. Listen and watch this clip.
How about President Obama's drone strikes?
So the Office of Legal Counsel looked at this very carefully and determined that, number one, the federal murder statute does apply to the executive branch. The president wasn't personally carrying out the strike, but the aiding and abetting laws are broad. And it determined that a public authority exception that's built into statutes and that applied particularly to the murder statute because it talks about unlawful killing did not apply to the drone strike. So this is actually the way that the system should function. The Department of Justice takes criminal law very seriously. It runs it through the analysis very carefully with established principles. It documents them, it explains them, and then the president can go forward in accordance with it. And there is no risk of prosecution for that course of activity.
Thank you for your...
Remember, Barack Obama launched a drone strike just days into his first term that killed 20 innocent civilians. No repercussions for that action while in office. But here we are with Donald Trump being prosecuted as a Republican for far less. But now let's get to the moments that justices were not buying what Trump and his counsel were selling. Let's begin with Justice Sotomayor and Trump attorney John Sauer. They debated whether presidential immunity covers, in a hypothetical scenario, the assassination of political rivals. Sauer had previously argued that under certain circumstances, a president could order SEAL Team 6 to assassinate a political rival and not face prosecution at an appeal hearing on Trump's immunity claim earlier this year. This hypothetical came up again yesterday before SCOTUS. Listen and watch this.
Now, I think, and your answer below, I'm going to give you a chance to say if you stay by it. If the president decides that his rival is a corrupt person and he orders the military or orders someone to assassinate him, is that within his official acts that for which he can get immunity?
It would depend on the hypothetical, but we can see that could well be an official act.
It could, and why? Because he's doing it for personal reasons. He's not doing it like President Obama is alleged to have done it, to protect the country from a terrorist. He's doing it for personal gain. And isn't that the nature of the allegations here? That he's not doing these acts in furtherance of an official responsibility. He's doing it for personal gain.
I agree with that characterization of the indictment, and that confirms immunity, because the characterization is that there's a series of official acts that were done for an unlawful.
No, because immunity says even if you did it for personal gain, we won't hold you responsible. How could
Sotomayor, in my opinion, just chopped away one of Trump's legs right there in that exchange. On a side note, Trump's attorney sounds as bad as RFK Jr. does. My gosh. But in conclusion, what did we learn yesterday? There were many good moments for Trump, but there were also some skeptical moments like that one right there that I think will work against him. But here's a great recap, and it came courtesy of Mike Davis. He's the former chief counsel for nominations of the Senate Judiciary Committee, and he's also the law clerk for Justice Neil Gorsuch. He said the following yesterday, quote, "The Supreme Court will narrowly hold the President of the United States, any president, is immune from criminal prosecution for official, not personal acts, likely 5-4 if Justice Amy Coney Barrett joins the three liberals. Additionally, or alternatively, the court will reaffirm criminal statutes do not apply to the president unless they are explicit. The court will remand Jack Smith's January 6 case to D.C. Obama Judge Tanya Chutkan for an evidentiary hearing. Her decision is immediately appealable to the D.C. Circuit and to the Supreme Court, where they could take the case again before this trial. The court's likely holding will also substantially affect Fani Willis's January 6 case and may also affect Jack Smith's presidential records case. And the Supreme Court's Fisher decision will destroy 2 of Jack Smith's 4 January 6 charges against Trump. Only 20% of Jack Smith's case for January 6th then would remain. The case will not get tried before the election. Smith going on to say, bottom line, this will be a historic win for President Trump and the presidency and our country, end quote. Certainly a slightly biased opinion, but one that many scholars have shared. But there's also legal experts out there that think Trump will be found guilty on some of the charges, but definitely not all of them. It was an important day for Trump and the 9 justices of the court of last resort, certainly where they established a tone and raised legit questions about the DOJ's case against Trump. A long way to go, but not a bad day at all for Donald Trump. Not yet, anyway. And that's the big take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
All right, Big Take this morning brought to you by United Tire. With all the driving around you do this spring, make sure you take care of your car. Schedule an appointment at United Tire today. From new tires to oil changes to state inspections, the skilled technicians at United Tire are here to help. Visit UnitedTire.com. That's UnitedTire.com. Take your thoughts if you want to jump in, 855-839-1210 on social media at 1210 WPHT. And, of course, in the Kayal and Company comment community on YouTube. Just go to youtube.com/at1210 WPHT. Absolute immunity and more protests and cancellations around American colleges with the Israel-Hamas conflict raging with the Utes. We're back after this on a Friday. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
It's do or die for the 76ers on Sunday. Right now, Game 4 against the New York Knicks. It looks like the Sixers are a -5 favorite for Sunday. I will take the Sixers -5 on Sunday. I do think they will pull it off. And then go back to New York. The road to the NBA Finals starts now, and new customers on FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge Casino can go on their own playoff run with $150. All you have to do is place a $5 bet, and you'll get $150 in bonus bets, win or lose, to use during the NBA playoffs. By the way, you don't have to just pick the point spread. You can pick on how many three-pointers Joel Embiid will make, the over-unders, first basket scored, so much more. All you have to do is go to FanDuel.com/Greg, FanDuel.com/Greg to get started. FanDuel Sportsbook, the official partner of 1210 WPHT and the NBA. 21 and over, President PA, first online real money wager only. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets. That expires 7 days after receipt. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Do you have a life insurance policy of $100,000 or more that you don't need? Well, don't lapse or surrender your policy. You might be sitting on a gold mine. That's right. You may be able to sell all or part of your life insurance policy to Coventry for cash, or a combination of cash and coverage with no future premiums, even a term policy. Call Coventry Direct at 800-411-8300 or visit CoventryDirect.com to find out if you're sitting on a gold mine. That's 800-411-8300. For over 25 years, we've helped thousands of people sell their policies. And we can probably help you, too. Call us today at 800-411-8300 or visit CoventryDirect.com to find out if you're sitting on a gold mine. That's 800-411-8300. Call now.
Fargo, the new virtual assistant from Wells Fargo, makes banking faster and easier. Like this.
Fargo, what's my checking account routing number?
And this.
Fargo, turn off my debit card.
And this.
Fargo, what did I spend on groceries last month?
And that's just the beginning. Do you, Fargo? You can in the Wells Fargo mobile app. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/getfargo.
Terms and conditions apply. Your mobile carrier's availability and message and data rates may apply. Wells Fargo Bank, N.A., member FDIC.
At Cherry Hill Volvo, we have absolutely incredible offers, and a plethora of both new and certified Volvos from which to choose. We are eager to offer amazingly competitive prices because we need the room for all of our construction vehicles. When leasing or purchasing a new or certified Cherry Hill Volvo, you become part of our team. Join Cherry Hill Volvo for the pricing and attention you deserve. I am Judith Krupnick, president of Cherry Hill Volvo.
Hey, it's Joe to Camera. The Family and Company Jewelers Viraggio Bridal Show is here. Now through Saturday, April 27th, view brand new inventory and styles not yet available to the public. Save hundreds, possibly thousands, on the ring of her dreams. Head to Family and Company Jewelers on Route 70 in Marlton, New Jersey. Come in today through Saturday, April 27th for the Viraggio Bridal Show. Book your appointment today at FamilyJewelers.com. That's FamilyJewelers.com.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. This spring is your chance to get the perfect smile from my friend, my dentist, Dr. Mike Veneria at Veneria Dental. Dr. Mike is the master of implant dentistry. I've been telling you about Dr. Mike for years. My entire family goes to Dr. Veneria because the level of care and commitment to dental excellence that Dr. Mike and his team delivers to every patient is unmatched. He's been delivering results that surpass expectations, and that has made him a top dentist in New Jersey for 10 consecutive years. He has one of the most respected reputations among his peers as a master of dental implants. So, if you've been on the fence about getting that dental procedure done, reach out to Dr. Mike today. You have a choice, a clear choice for you and your family. So give Dr. Veneria a call. I promise you won't be disappointed. With 2 locations to serve you in Cinnaminson and Woodbury right over the bridge, schedule your free implant consultation today for your perfect smile. Call 856-786-2020 or veneriadental.com, VANARIA, veneriadental.com.
Planning a wedding? Enhance the experience with a rehearsal dinner or reception at Del Frisco's Double Eagle Steakhouse in Center City, Philadelphia. Experience the Del Frisco's difference for all your wedding festivities. For more information, call 267-817-3867.
See Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra in a tribute to Philly sports fans at Wildwood Catholic Academy in North Wildwood and at the Ocean City Music Pier in Ocean City, New Jersey.
Alan Iverson, Cole Hamels, Joel Embiid. My dad set this up. This was actually a gift to us to bring us all together. Come see Joe and relive all the Philadelphia history. Come see it. It's amazing.
That's Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra at Wildwood Catholic on June 29th and the Boardwalk in Ocean City, New Jersey on July 13th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. JoeConklin.com!
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
Girl, you really got me now. You got me so I don't know what I'm doing.
6:30. Kayal and Company Friday morning as we continue. Hopefully all of you having a great start to your workday. Perhaps a 3-day weekend. Nick, Dawn, and Greg. 855-839-1210. Get us on the free Odyssey app. Watch us on YouTube. We're going to get to more of these stories from college campuses, both in Georgia and California, coming up here in a moment. But big take this morning about Trump and his absolute immunity claim, oral arguments yesterday between Trump and the special counsel attorney for Jack Smith. Dawn, I know you were on live when this, I think, began, although I think it probably wrapped up after you were off the air. But I'm not sure if you were able to comment on it or if you guys were rolling and playing any of the audio. But I thought overall a pretty solid day for Donald Trump yesterday. I think there were moments where the justices weren't buying some of the arguments, but clearly there were some where whether it was Kavanaugh or Gorsuch, where it seemed like they weren't buying what the special counsel was trying to sell on them as well.
Yeah, we were able to turn around because it started right at 10. So we played a little bit of, Amy Coney Barrett, played a little bit of Justice Alito, who's obviously the most conservative. I think throughout the day, my takeaway on it is that they seem, I'm just inferring this obviously, but they seem that they're ready to agree to some limits. But I just wonder also if they kick it back to the lower court.
Oh yeah.
Right?
I think there's no doubt they are.
Right? And
Right.
so then if they then kick it back to the lower court, and let's say it's June, there's no way that this whole thing, I don't see a pathway by which Jack Smith can take this to trial before November 5th.
There's no way that they'll, wrap it up before the election either. And that's coming from many reporters that I don't think really necessarily have a skin in the game, so to speak. Sam Baker from Axios said you look at the calendar and the timeline with as detailed as this case will be, with all the different motions, with all the different testimony, there's no way they get through it. That said, I didn't think they would get through jury selection in the Alvin Bragg case in 1 week, and they got through that in 1 week as opposed to 4 to 8 weeks like many were anticipating.
I was fascinated by all the hypotheticals that they were throwing out there because I think when you talk about, for example, the Japanese internment camps, when you look back, and I just think nobody really wants to do that. Nobody, at the end of the day, wants to go back in time and judge a president's actions. And I think that everybody realizes when you look at this, that in the future, I couldn't help but think, for example, about right now, Joe Biden, and thinking about all of the financial, the big guy, Hunter Biden, but the Biden family business, the whole thing. So, I would say to Democrats, be careful what you wish for here.
Yeah, you open up a can of worms here, and then all of a sudden, it's like this is the precedent we're going to establish in this country. We're going to have people going after their political rivals, for years to come. That'll be the new trend.
Yeah. So I figured that Obama and the deadly drone strikes that killed Americans, could you charge somebody for murder, Bush, Iraq, and, going forward. But I think at the end of the day, it's a victory for Trump in the sense that they're going to haggle over this. They're going to throw it back to a lower court. And then the Trump people are going to, the attorneys are going to appeal it again. And that's going to be the summer that they're going to go back and forth. I just don't think this thing really goes to trial by November 5th.
This was a huge win for Trump yesterday. In my opinion, this whole thing was about delay. It was never about immunity, because he knows, his lawyers know, no president has absolute immunity, like he's claiming, none.
Right, but you throw this into the mix and makes it
delay. So that was the goal and mission accomplished for the Trump team yesterday. I just want to, real quick, I want to play what Dawn was just talking about. This is the counselor to the special counsel Smith talking about the FDR comparison and how today he could be charged with conspiracy against civil rights for the decision to intern Japanese Americans.
It is correct, Justice Alito, but I think that we should also consider the history of this country. As members of the court have observed, it's baked into the Constitution that any president knows that they are exposed to potential criminal prosecution. My friend says after impeachment and conviction, we don't read the impeachment judgment clause that way, but it's common ground that all former presidents have known that they could be indicted and convicted. And Watergate cemented that understanding. The Watergate smoking gun tape involved President Nixon and H.R. Haldeman talking about and then deciding to use the CIA to give a bogus story to the FBI to shut down a criminal investigation.
I mean, Mr. Sauer and others have identified events in the past where presidents have engaged in conduct that might have been charged as a federal crime, and you say, well, no, that's not really true. This is page 42 of your brief. So what about President Franklin D. Roosevelt's decision to intern Japanese Americans during World War II. Couldn't that have been charged under 18 U.S.C. 241, conspiracy against civil rights?
Today, yes, given this court's decision in Trump versus United States, in which Trump versus Hawaii, where the court said Korematsu is overruled. I mean, President Roosevelt made that decision with the advice of his Attorney General. That's a layer of safeguard.
Is that really true? I thought Attorney General Biddle thought that there was really no threat of sabotage, as did J. Edgar Hoover.
So I think that there is a lot of historical controversy, but it underscores that occurred during wartime. It implicates potential commander-in-chief concerns about the exigencies of national defense that might provide an as-applied Article II challenge at the time. I'm not suggesting today, but the idea that a decision that was made and ultimately endorsed by this court, perhaps wrongly, in the Korematsu case, would support criminal prosecution under 241, which requires under United States versus Lanier that the right have been made specific so that there is notice to the president. I don't think that would have been satisfied.
All right, well, we could go.
All right, there you have it. So I think the way I look at this now, the rest of this way, with this case specifically, this being one of four, I only think by the time this thing actually goes to trial, whenever that is, before the election or after the election, Jack Smith's only going to have about 10 to 20% of his case left over. Like, I think you're going to get 2 of the 4 charges already wiped out. And then you're going to have all these different appeals. Things are going to be ruled upon, kicked back down to local district circuit courts. And then you're probably going to have very little of this case left. And then Jack Smith's going to come in there really with not much momentum, and we'll see how it plays out. But if you guys want to jump in, 855-839-1210, the number.
I think the most significant moment for me was Chief Justice John Roberts when he kind of blasted the ruling against Trump in that D.C. court, that U.S. Court of Appeals in the D.C. Circuit. And he at one point he said something to the effect of, why shouldn't we either send it back?
Mm-hmm.
Because they basically were saying former president deserves to be prosecuted because he's being prosecuted.
Mm-hmm.
And I thought, okay, that's why they took it,
right?
Because it just showed it to me. It showed me that SCOTUS in general found it obscene that D.C. court ruled in that manner to quickly put this to trial, and thought, no, it's not right, and this is too important because it's not just about one president it's not about Trump, it's about the presidency and the executive branch.
Yes.
And I thought that was all, the fact that Chief Roberts, when he said that moment, I thought, okay, that's why they took this.
Yep, exactly right.
So no matter what, they're going to give a little spanking to that D.C. Circuit Court.
Mm-hmm. All right, coming up next, because I want to make sure we get enough time on this story. I don't want to rush this in to wrap up the hour. We've got to get to the latest fallout. 2 major protests, one in Georgia where it resulted in tear gas and rubber bullets being fired. And then also in California, one major college will cancel commencement and graduation in a couple of weeks because they can't ensure the safety of students. We'll get to those stories, and also there's a great video that we're going to show you as well. So get on over to YouTube, 855-839-1210 if you want to jump in. Kayal and Company, back after this on a Friday. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Are you tired of your dated old kitchen or bathroom? Ready for a refresh? You know what you need? You need Kitchen Magic. Yeah, my friends at Kitchen Magic, give them a call. They've been transforming spaces quickly, beautifully, and affordably since 1979. From refacing to custom cabinets, backsplashes, counters, yes, you can get the kitchen you want right now. And right now, they're offering 12 months, no payments, no interest financing, plus 10% off your entire Kitchen Magic remodel. Just schedule your free in-home design consultation. Do this today at kitchenmagic.com. Kitchenmagic.com. Tell Dawn sent you.
As a roofer, spring means the start of my busy season, which means I've got to get organized with help from Beacon. I can save time with Beacon Pro Plus and 24/7 access to live pricing, delivery tracking, order history, and more. Plus, this spring, I can earn $1,000 and the chance to win a $25,000 backyard renovation just by buying my CertainTeed shingles online with Beacon. No purchase necessary. Now that's what I call a spring cleanup. Visit BECN.com for official rules and to start earning entries.
If you want jazz music, go to New Orleans. Bagels, New York. And for psychics, think California Psychics. You want the best, you go to the best. At California Psychics, home of free spirits and open minds, we know better than anyone what makes a good psychic. That's why we guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com and experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
It's no secret many Americans are facing economic hardship. And if you have unpaid taxes to the IRS hanging over your head, high increasing interest rates and inflation are driving what many owe to insurmountable levels. At Community Tax, we specialize in resolving your tax problems with the best possible solutions. If you owe back taxes to the IRS, relief programs are now being made available for delinquent taxpayers that can reduce what you owe and give you a fresh start. Our relief services are top-rated by the Better Business Bureau and Consumer Affairs, reducing over $1 billion in tax debt for people just like you. If you have liens, levies, wage garnishments, or are under audit, we can help. And whether you owe $10,000 or hundreds of thousands, you may qualify for significant savings. Call Community Tax for your free consultation at 800-218-5085. 800-218-5085. That's 800-218-5085.
Spring is in the air, and so are dust, pollen, and dander. Before you turn on your AC system, make sure you schedule a Horizon Services spring tune-up to avoid costly breakdowns and clear away allergens that have been building up since last year. Plus, right now when you schedule a spring AC tune-up, we'll also schedule a free fall heater tune-up. Book today at horizonservices.com/radio. For anything cooling or plumbing, you can trust Horizon to get it done and get it done right the first time.
Morning. Oh, hey neighbor. Sorry for the banging. We're remodeling our kitchen. And sorry for the dust. New patio and landscaping going in.
Wow. Are you growing money in your backyard?
No. We get a home equity loan from First Harvest Credit Union with an affordable payment. They offer flexible terms, great rates, and less fees. You can say First Harvest is helping us grow our house.
First Harvest Credit Union, a better place to grow. Visit firstharvestcu.com or your nearest branch for more info. Membership restrictions apply. Equal housing lender insured by NCUA.
Hi, I'm Dr. Robert Bentz. It's National Prosthodontics Awareness Week. Everyone's teeth can and will sustain wear and tear due to years of everyday use. Other causes of wear include grinding, acid erosion, clenching, and other harmful habits from day-to-day life. A prosthodontist like me can help reconstruct your smile and restore confidence that may be lost from damaged teeth. Visit BentzDentalGroup.com for more information or call to schedule an appointment, 610-272-6949. And remember, prosthodontics, say it with a smile.
Calling on Levittown. Hello there. To follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
.644, Kayal and Company, Nick, Dawn, and Greg as we roll on. Friday morning, the segment brought to you by Bounce Back Physical Therapy. If you are suffering with chronic pain from perhaps golf, tennis, or pickleball, Bounce Back Physical Therapy in Wayne, PA specializes in treating sports injuries. Their licensed physical therapists get you feeling better in as few as 3 visits. Visit bouncebackpt.com to book an appointment today. You know, we have been talking about these protests now on these college campuses for well over the last week to 10 days on this show. And I still do not think we have reached the peak of the ugliness, as sad as that may be to say or admit. And it got worse over the last 24 hours in both Georgia and California. We're going to get to what happened at USC because that's the video we have for you in a moment. But at Emory University, which I believe is in Atlanta, it got so bad yesterday that the protests descended into chaos, and Georgia cops not only had to spray tear gas, but they had to fire rubber bullets and arrest dozens of students. That is the headline from the Daily Mail, as a protest at Emory University descended into chaos as Georgia police officers had to take out these anti-Israel activists with tasers, rubber bullets, and tear gas. In the latest explosive example of unrest on American college campuses, students and faculty members were arrested as videos showed not only the Atlanta police, but also Georgia state troopers wrestling these people to the ground. Another protest then broke out at Northeastern University. Video captured showed officers deploying tear gas, according to one witness, and firing rubber bullets that can be heard ringing out on social media videos that were captured. One female protester was seen being carried away by multiple officers as she screamed and sang, and students that occupied the lawn at the school's quad, they had set up a Gaza solidarity encampment. According to reports, unclear how many protesters were arrested. They're estimating dozens, and they're also not sure if they were charged from the Emory University demonstration on campus. Another video showed multiple students handcuffed with zip ties as they sat next to a police transport vehicle on campus, and two officers apparently had to deploy a taser to the thigh of one spectator because they could not keep this person subdued. So this is getting very, very ugly, and I think we are all in agreement that it's going to get worse, sadly. And I'm not sure that this ends when classes let go and let out at the end of spring.
Zero chance it does.
Because
this is going to go into the summer.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I really feel like there's a summer of unrest here.
Yep.
And keep in mind, you know, most people finish up college in May and they're done, but colleges still have summer classes. There are some students that are from other countries that live there year round. So this is going to be one of those summers where, I hate to say it, I think there will be casualties. I hate to say it. I think there's going to be people that are ultimately killed. Either protesters killing somebody, whether it's a Jewish student or not, or perhaps a Jewish student retaliating and killing a protester, or God forbid an officer has to pull out his actual firearm. I'm not talking just rubber bullets or a taser. I'm talking about a gun with bullets in it, and might actually have to kill somebody if things get to that point and lives are in danger and at risk.
One thing we know is killed are some of the graduation ceremonies.
Yes, which is a disgrace, right?
Yeah. Now, UPenn's 268th commencement ceremony will take place Monday, May 20th in Franklin Field, 10:15 a.m. We'll see if theirs is threatened here locally, but already USC canceled their main graduation.
Yep.
And then they have this valedictorian controversy because their class valedictorian is a Muslim female.
Yep.
And so there's a huge, in Pennsylvania, I know the Pittsburgh Jewish Chronicle wrote an op-ed on this and was furious that, in fact, USC made it sound as if the reason they're canceling the entire graduation and the valedictorian was because of safety issues and all of the protesters. But the truth is they had already made the decision because the valedictorian is so incendiary because she was going to give a speech that's a very, anti-Israel speech.
Yep.
And they knew that was going to be a problem. It could hurt their donors. And so they're hiding behind now these protests.
And it's such a cowardly act because I saw USC tweet out their official announcement, and their tweet says, at USC on Twitter, by the way, /25, which was yesterday, April 25th, an important update for 2024 commencement. And then there's an attached link, and the comments are turned off. So they don't even want to see people tweeting back in reply, ripping them for not being able to get control of the situation. And the situation got very ugly. And this is the video we were referencing. We had to censor out a lot of the curse words. But if you're watching on YouTube, you will see what happened on the campus in and around the University of Southern California. Take a listen and watch this. Cops marching everywhere. People being arrested, and then it's about to pick up here. There you go. baton deployed. These guys are ready to go. This is USC's public safety.
Look at all these white women wearing Palestinian head garb.
We are Hamas.
Oh, nauseating.
It is.
Why don't you go over there, sweetheart? See how much you like it.
That's and that's again the thing I think that is not being covered enough. Now, are there some Arab Americans that are protesting or from the Palestinian area? Yes, but you also have a lot of these 18 to 22-year-old white liberal females.
The one in that video, right
yes,
there.
like that one right there. And I don't know what the ratio is, but there's probably a bunch of them in there that just have zero idea what they're actually doing, but they want to just be a part of what they actually believe is the in-group, the in-crowd.
It's so dumb.
And to your point, and to Greg's point, the allegation here is that many of these young women, they're putting on religious headwear, but it's not really there. As soon as they leave these protests, they're taking it off.
Oh, of course.
Absolutely.
This is not, you know what I mean? Like, so you're a poser.
Yes, exactly. That's the perfect word. They're posers.
And my question is, even here, UPenn, if this is private property for school property, why not then have if you're worried about safety and security and even this tent encampment, why not have somebody go through and with canines and officers and say, for everyone's security, since you're camping out here, we need to know that there's not a serial killer among you. We want to see everybody's student ID and just make sure that you're all students.
And make sure they don't have any firearms or weapons or anything that could cause an uproar
That's
or
right.
violence.
It's their private property. So at the very least, go through these encampments and make sure, and these protests, everybody is a student or faculty, because we have seen faculty, fine. If you have your ID, just like when we come to work here, I mean, it's private property. We have to have our ID to get in.
And if we don't, they're not letting us in.
Right.
That's right. Or we send
right, Dawn?
I know. This week, I had that happen.
Downstairs.
I'm like, help.
Tell Phil to open the door.
Phil Almquist runs down, lets me in. But seriously, that, to your earlier point, Nick, about the concern, which it's a real concern about this activating some nut job, that's where I think the violence would happen. Some nut job who's really not a student, but now they're maybe mental illness, whatever, and they bring, whatever, semi-automatic firearm to the encampment, pull it out, and boom.
Bill Belusion, I was watching Fox yesterday. He made a really good point. Because we're talking about USC here in California. There are some students, according to Bill Melusion, that he interviewed, that did not have a high school graduation because of the absurd lockdowns of COVID in California, and now will not get to do their college commencement or graduation.
I have a clip like that coming up at 7:45.
Two of your most proud moments in life, graduating high school and graduating college.
A student said that we are the class. 4 years ago, we are the class that didn't get a graduation because of COVID, and now we are not getting a graduation because of these stupid riots.
It's unbelievable.
By the way, Bill Melusion, do you envy that guy's hair?
Well, yeah, his paycheck, his hair, the whole bit, yes. But I don't envy him being camped out at the border all the time.
No, he's a great reporter.
Yes, he is.
But I just looked up, because when you said his name, I looked up for the report, and the profile picture that comes up, he's holding this adorable puppy.
Oh.
I'm like, oh, he's totally single.
Yeah.
Smart.
Yeah.
Right.
Greg, I think Dawn's having a moment here. Bill's hair, he's single, he's got a puppy.
I'll send you the picture.
Yeah, I don't really.
Yeah, I
it's
don't need
okay.
to see it. Fine.
Yeah. Fine. If you have any Elena Haba pictures, send me those. 855-839-1210, the number. Dawn will have some news to kick off hour number 2. And then the Secret Service, Kamala Harris, and feminine hygiene products. It's a story that only this clown administration could have happen to them, and we'll give you the details on the other side. Hour 2 next, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
It seems like just yesterday when I captured my son's first steps, or when we recorded his soccer games on VHS tapes. Those moments are gone. But the old home movies and pictures don't need to be. That's why my son created Legacy Box.
That's right, Mom. Over 1 million families have used Legacy Box to digitally preserve their old home movies and photos.
Simply fill Legacy Box with your old camcorder tapes, film, and photos. They will professionally digitize and send them back on DVDs, thumb drive, or the cloud.
With Mother's Day around the corner, it's the perfect time to get your Legacy Box and save your family's history. After all, few things are as important as protecting your precious memories. Give your mom a Mother's Day present she'll never forget. Legacy Box is offering a 60% discount. Order yours today and take advantage of our best Mother's Day sale ever. Visit legacybox.com/value and for a limited time, get an incredible 60% off your order. That's legacybox.com/value for 60% off. legacybox.com/value.
This is Eileen Canestrassi, CEO of Insight PA Cyber Charter School. If you, like many families, are exploring other options for your child's education, consider switching to Insight PA Cyber Charter School. We are an online public school serving students across Pennsylvania and providing individualized, life-ready learning experiences for students from kindergarten through 12th grade. Learn more about how Insight PA can help your family at insightpa.k12.com.
To learn how Insight PA Cyber Charter can set your child up for the future, visit insightpaschool.org.
Join Camden County and visit South Jersey May 4th for the annual Down and Derby Wine Festival at Veterans Island at Cooper River Park. Enjoy a day of sipping wine from South Jersey's favorite wineries like Auburn Road Vineyard and Whitehorse Winery. Buy your tickets now at downandderbywinefestival.com. Get 10 tickets for the price of 8 or 6 tickets for the price of 5. Come dressed in your Kentucky finest or as you like. Music and entertainment including the Secret Service Band. Buy your tickets now at downandderbywinefestival.com.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. If you're dealing with inflammation or stiff joints, then Glyco Plus from Rescue Natural Supplements can be your ticket to a healthier spring. Glyco Plus features a unique blend of green-lipped muscle complex and UC2 collagen, specifically designed to support joint health. Collagen, a vital component of joint cartilage, plays a crucial role in maintaining strength and flexibility. And right now, Rescue Glyco Plus is buy one, get one free for anyone with our exclusive radio code. Just use the code RELIEF to double up your order for free. Again, that's RELIEF. Call them today at 800-26-LIVE, 800-262-5483. Speak to a knowledgeable rescue product consultant. You can also use the code online when you visit res-q.com. res-q.com. Get back into action with less pain and more comfort. Again, use the code RELIEF. Buy one, get one free on Rescue Glyco Plus.
At Cherry Hill Volvo, we have absolutely incredible offers, and a plethora of both new and certified Volvos from which to choose. We are eager to offer amazingly competitive prices because we need the room for all of our construction vehicles. When leasing or purchasing a new or certified Cherry Hill Volvo, you become part of our team. Join Cherry Hill Volvo for the pricing and attention you deserve. I am Judith Krupnick, President of Cherry Hill Volvo.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Okay, guys, we gotta put our trays up for takeoff.
Where's Dad?
Oh, he's in the back. We could only get 3 seats together.
Daddy has my pillow.
We'll get it later. Can you not put your feet up, please?
Why aren't we going?
We must be in line for takeoff.
Like security?
Well, that was a different line.
I have to go.
We just sat down.
But I have to go.
The seatbelt sign's on.
Why aren't we moving?
Hey, no picking.
We're just 15th in line for takeoff.
Son of a...
Don't go there. Go on a real vacation. Go RVing. Learn more at GoRVing.com.
Wow, honey, have you seen the electric bill?
Yeah, it's out of control. But have you heard of Navien tankless water heaters?
Tankless? How does that even work?
Well, instead of constantly heating and storing water, it only heats water when we need it. So much more efficient than our giant tank heater.
That sounds great. Let's look into Navien.
Already on it.
Imagine all the hot water you need only when you need it. Bulky tanks are history. Navien high-efficiency tankless is the future. Compact, wall-hung units free up floor space, lower energy bills, longer life than tanks, and a 15-year warranty. Find out more at tanklessmadesimple.com.
Lose 20 to 40 plus pounds guaranteed with NJ Diet. NJ Diet uses DNA and blood work to help you lose weight and keep it off. Tune into their radio show Sundays at 2 or visit njdiet.com.
Pain in your knees, shoulders, hips, or back that won't go away? Check out QC Kinetics. No surgery, drugs, or downtime. QC Kinetics. 215-999-3000.
Calling on Blackwood to follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Kayal Company, 7:01. Hour 2 underway here on this Friday. Nick, Dawn, and Greg, Talk Radio 1210, WPHT. Get us on the free Odyssey app. Watch us live on YouTube. What's on the cut sheet? Coming up 7:45 this morning. Our buddy Sean Farish at 9 o'clock. And then Donald Trump's National Press Secretary is going to join us coming up at 9:30 this morning, and we'll talk all things Mr. Trump with her. It's going to be a big Trump 9 o'clock hour. Caroline Leavitt is Trump's National Press Secretary, and we'll get her thoughts on the absolute immunity claims from yesterday, the Manhattan case with Alvin Bragg, a lot of these union workers in New York that showed up this week to support Trump, college anti-Semitism, and also the discrepancy and disparity in the swing state spending. When will the Trump camp open up the checkbook for 6 or 7 uber important states? We'll get to all of those questions and hopefully the answers coming up a little bit later this morning. But right now, let's get to the news. Round number 2 at 7:02. The great Dawn Stensland.
And we are sponsored this morning by Joseph Anthony Retreat Spa and Salon. Kayal Company News Live, 41 degrees. The sun is rising, and we are in for a beautiful sunny stretch on this Friday, April 26th, for the next, well, at least the next 5 days as we will heat up. We know that in the news we have so much happening, pro-Palestinian or anti-Israeli, whichever way you want to word it. Most of the local media calling it pro-Palestinian encampments rising at Penn, at UPenn, as students and faculty are protesting, they say, over war in Gaza, but they also could be called anti-Israeli or anti-Jewish protests. Hundreds of people waving those flags for Palestinians converging right near the button at the University of Pennsylvania. And this was yesterday, as the Ivy League campus now became the latest hotspot in what they're calling a national student movement, anti-war movement.
Anti-war. It's a Jewish hatred movement is what we're watching.
Yes. Yeah. Agreed.
It's anti-war. Oh my God.
They think that they're
responding to. Okay.
Our mainstream media is so corrupt with just the way they frame everything and position everything. You would like this is some sort of righteous cause.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Oh, it's awful.
It's where is the coverage from the media on these hostages? Where?
Mm-hmm.
Where? I just.
But there's 136, I believe, still.
I think the latest number is at 133.
Okay.
And that's because some that they could determine that they were killed.
If there were if this was America and these were hostages, our hostages, you're damn right I would want these people bombed back into the Stone Age until they were released.
Mm-hmm.
You're damn right I would.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
I'm sorry. Casualties of war. Happens. I don't know what to say.
You sound like Lindsey Graham right now. You ready to drop some nukes? You ready to go to town?
Yeah,
By the way, there was they also posted like a proof of life video for one of the hostages. I believe he is Jewish American, and they apparently, and this is really grotesque. We have the video. I don't even know if I want to play the video later, but where they ripped off one of his limbs. I don't know. They cut it off or whatever they did, and they and obviously they did whatever medically to keep him alive, and they showed a video of him still alive, and it's just totally gut wrenching. I can't even imagine what that person's family is going through.
But what Israel's doing is genocide, right?
Right.
F you.
Well said, sir.
Yes, thank you. A mistrial declared for John Doherty, a big figure in Philadelphia, once a powerful local 98 union leader, I should say. And the jury deadlocked for 11 hours on this federal prosecution over alleged extortion and all these extortion charges. So the judge finally deciding to dismiss the jurors when they told the judge finally they were deadlocked. They kept going back in after 11 hours of deliberations. So we don't have word from federal prosecutors. Will they go back? Will they plan to retry this case? But a victory at least this week for John Doherty.
All right.
We have that going on. We also have, there's so much. By the way, You know what I want to mention, because we talked a lot about the case of Philadelphia police officer Ryan Pownall. And yesterday we learned that an arbitrator has made the decision that this former Philadelphia police officer, who was originally charged with first-degree murder back in 2017 while on duty and then had the charges dropped, will get his job back. This is a real victory, and we keep seeing this over and over for these officers under DA Larry Krasner.
Mm-hmm.
They're charged with huge charges such as first-degree murder, and then at the end of the day, the charges get dropped. They get their jobs back. But think about his life from 2017. Think about all of these years.
Yeah, 7 years of hell.
Exactly.
Right. Now, does he also get back pay as well, or just the job back?
That's you. Generally, they'll get some kind of a settlement and that you don't get the years back. You don't get the stress level that you've been put through and all of that.
Yeah, of course.
But usually the union is heavily involved in this. They'll negotiate everything.
Good.
And usually they will get all the back pay. They'll get some kind of a settlement. So that has to be determined. But that's important to put that one in the
absolutely.
headlines.
It's some sort of justice, vindication.
Amen to that. We also have, where else are we? Well, we had Game 3, Joel Embiid scoring 50 points, leading our Sixers against the New York Knicks at home, 125-114. And then later, afterwards, of Embiid answering some questions, and then the revelation that he has been suffering with a milder form of Bell's palsy, which can cause things like blurred vision. And if you've seen somebody with Bell's palsy, it causes muscle weakness, and often the trademark sign is one half of your face, and you can notice it in the still photos of him after the game. One side of his face, you can tell, and he's wearing sunglasses, so you can see it better, I think, in the still photos.
I tell you what, everything that guy's been through, knee injuries, back injuries, Bell's palsy.
Yeah, I know.
If he never got hurt at all in the last 10 years, imagine what we might have right now. Like, the guy's scoring 50 points and he's held together by glue and duct tape. It's unbelievable.
Well, also, I think that they were trying I thought I was watching a football game in the first quarter last night. They were trying to take him out.
I know.
Refs, again, not calling things. And then when they take him out and he's on the ground, and to defend himself, he grabs the big guy when he's like going to step on him, which I think is
squashed.
I think it's self-defense.
Yeah.
They call a flagrant foul on him.
Mm-hmm.
I thought that was outrageous last night.
I agree. It was a very testy game.
Jeez Louise. What?
Dawn's not going to tolerate it. Dawn's going to blow the whistle.
Sorry. Jeez Louise.
I thought that I would have loved if the Sixers fans just stormed the court. Stormed the court.
Listen to you.
Yeah.
Talking about unruliness.
Yeah.
How
Unlawful entering.
Unlawful entry.
Trespassing.
It was awful.
Yeah.
Dawn's like,
And to
you know
think
what,
he's
the hell
playing.
with law and
I
order.
know. Brr. North Wildwood, New Jersey, dreaming of the Jersey Shore while they're preparing to head off what they say are some unruling Utes, the teen gatherings during the summer season. So city leaders passing another ordinance. We've seen a lot of ordinance, Ocean City, Sea Isle. So they created a new curfew. So in this one, anyone under 18 cannot be out after 10 p.m. without your guardian. And that includes being in a car.
Uh-oh.
So you cannot just drive around.
Good. Go to bed.
What if you're with your parents?
Well, then you're with an
guardian.
adult.
Oh, with an adult.
that
I
would
get you.
count.
I get
So
you. I
you
didn't
ha-
hear you say that.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. So
Okay.
you cannot be an 18-year-old driving around North Wildwood or, anywhere out walking about.
Even for 18-year-olds?
No. Under 18.
Okay.
So if
All
you're
right.
18, fine, but
Yes.
17
Gotcha.
and under.
Okay.
This begins in May. This begins next month and then lasts through the summer. The curfew will then be pushed back until 11 p.m. starting in September. So parents who knowingly allow a minor to break the curfew could be punished. Wildwood, Ocean City, Sea Isle City already have similar curfews that we've talked a lot about, but now this is North Wildwood. They're kind of going along with what we saw in Ocean City, Sea Isle, and Wildwood.
Basically what they're saying.
Soft, chubby, fat-looking children.
None of them. Staying home.
I love
Get
that
some
drop.
sleep.
I love that
You are
drop.
so funny.
JFK.
Hysterical. So we are for soft, chubby anybody. If you need a little spa day, go to Joseph Anthony Retreat Spa and Salon. Yeah, the secret to spoiling everybody in your life, but especially coming up for Mother's Day, moms in your life this spring. Now with 3 locations, Glen Mills, Springfield, Center City at the Lowe's Hotel. Visit in person or online, josephanthony.com, where gift cards are available, josephanthony.com. You're going to love this Friday forecast. We're heating up to 65 degrees today, bright sunny skies, and the sunshine continues for at least the next 4 or 5 days. With Sunday, I'll note to you, we're hitting 80 plus degrees Monday, and Nick Kayal's going to be out representing in the Travis Manion Foundation golfing. It's going to be a hot one, baby.
Representing, that's one way to put it.
But you're going to have near 90 degrees on Monday.
I know. I'm going to have.
Oh my goodness!
I'm going to have nothing on Tuesday morning. I'm going to be shot. You guys are going to have to carry me again.
Look, after the stomach, bug that you had yesterday, and then playing in the heat on Monday, you think about making goal weight. Tuesday, it's goal weight day.
Hell
you know
yeah.
what I mean?
Let's go.
Do a weigh-in.
I lost about 5 pounds yesterday. I'll tell you that.
Oh, God.
What did I say, Greg?
Yeah.
That's from a female perspective. That's the only bright side of any flu bug or any food poisoning. It's one step closer to
Memo
goal
to
weight.
everybody: only eat mom's meatloaf for the rest of your life. That's it.
Meatloaf. I'm so sorry.
Ah, the meatloaf.
Sometimes it might be a reaction to preservatives they put.
Yep.
To keep something like that too.
I might play the victim card. I might start suing people.
Oh God, here we go.
Why not? Everybody else gets something these days. Squatters, protesters. It's my time.
Did you have was there any kind of a lettuce or salad with the meatloaf?
No, it was just meatloaf, mashed potatoes, and like a green bean, kale, some kind of like bunch of healthy veggies mixed.
Guess what? It probably was the kale.
I agree with
you. Kale did kale in.
Yep. The greens were probably, it probably wasn't the meatloaf.
Yeah, you're probably right.
Because the greens, that's where you get your, some kind of a little touch of something.
Yeah, I had
salmonella or whatever.
It was so forceful, Dawn, that I had like those little bloodshot vessels in your eyelids from the force.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good God.
That's the greens.
Yeah. Stalker's like, can you suck it up and come in? I'm like, I'm dying, bro.
Everybody here was joking. I felt bad for you. Everybody else was joking.
Yeah, but that's the worst about morning. That's the one thing you hate about morning drive is if you get sick late at night.
Yeah, I said
your
that.
coworkers are all sleeping.
I said that.
And it's not like you have until 2 o'clock or 3 o'clock if you do afternoons or middays to find somebody.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right out of the gates.
I'm sorry.
That's all right. I needed to drop a few pounds anyway.
I'm still sticking with it. It was the bourbon.
I can assure you it was not the bourbon, sir. I wish it was. I wish.
If you had a couple of drinks with it,
no.
I wonder if that would have kind of decontaminated those greens that were probably contaminated with, I don't know, listeria or salmonella or something.
Trying to work on my golf figure here. Cut that out.
We used to have a low-energy talk show host here who, the day after a big presidential election, decided that he was under the weather.
The day after an election?
Yeah. 2012.
I guarantee you.
Needless to say, that man's not here anymore.
If November 4th comes and I eat meatloaf and get sick again, trust me, on November 5th, I will be here.
You know what? There are some warnings out. Lettuce, other leafy greens, food safety. Consumption of leafy greens has been increasingly associated with foodborne illnesses, and their contamination could occur at pre or post harvest. There actually is. I was looking up salmonella leafy greens.
Oh, great!
They did put out recently a warning about this.
Cool.
I'm telling you, it wasn't the meatloaf.
Yeah, you're probably right. You're probably right,
Craig.
Ma, the meatloaf!
You never know what she's doing out there.
It was the greens.
Yeah.
Why? How much you would bet that'll be the morning mystery movie clip today? Because now Lorenzo's got the wheels churning in his brain.
Salmonella and leafy. You know what? That's a testament to your health because salmonella can put people in the hospital.
Yeah.
Leafy, yep. E. coli. I don't think it was. I bet you it was a little touch of salmonella.
Oh, well, what are you going to do?
With your leafy greens.
By the way, we have, did you do your sponsor?
Yeah.
I did.
Okay. I'm sorry. I thought you were getting ready to, that's why I didn't want to interrupt you. We got the Big Radio Awards luncheon today for us.
Yeah, I know.
Kayal and Company in Harrisburg.
I know.
How about that?
Yep.
Nice. Even
I hate the fact that the whole show can't be there, but Dawn's on the air. So
well, we'll make sure we scoop up Dawn's award or whatever else that they're given. Even in their state capital, they all scream,
I want my Nick, Dawn, and Greg.
We'll be out there. So there you go. All right. Cut sheets coming up 7:45 this morning. We'll come back and we're going to get to Kamala Harris, and we're also going to get to the latest with Riley Gaines, Megan Rapinoe, and what's going on as the NCAA now feeling the heat from the NAIA to ban biological men from women's sports. All of that on the other side. Some female segments coming up as we continue here. Kayal and Company, back after this.
It's so important to be comfortable, feel confident with the people coming into your home for things like maintenance and repairs. And that's why I'm so happy to talk about my good friends at Anderson Mechanical Corporation, AMC. You truly get that with Kerry, Bill, and their entire AMC team. And with a wealth of experience, a dedication to their field, the professionals of AMC, they take such great pride in their work. I love that. They believe in delivering high quality at a fair price. They're going to work until that job is done correctly. Another testament to the quality of their company, look at the crew. It's the same great crew that's been working together for so many years now. Great people, great professionals. And by the way, they do not earn commission. They never sell customers on anything you don't need. You can trust they're going to make the proper repair or install that appropriate system for your home. And AMC, they're very respectful. They keep to their schedule, communicate openly with their customers. Believe it or not, we're going to have some heat next week. What did I talk about? Sunday, we're in the 80s on Sunday. We're in the 90s next week already. Unusual weather. You got to get this on the calendar and make sure your air conditioning unit, your HVAC is good to go and ready to keep your home nice and cool. Right now is the time to call my friends at Anderson Mechanical Corporation and schedule your spring tune-up at an awesome discount. Visit amcontheweb.com, amcontheweb.com. Make sure you tell them Dawn sent you.
The IRS is the most powerful collection agency on earth, and if you owe back taxes, the news isn't good. The IRS is raising the interest rate it charges on unpaid taxes, and further rate hikes are expected. Most people don't know it, but the IRS adds interest charges to your tax debts daily. So if you owe the IRS today, you'll owe even more tomorrow. And it doesn't stop until you get right with the IRS. The good news is getting right can start with one phone call to Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax relief firm. Optima's tax professionals specialize in the Fresh Start Initiative, a powerful IRS program that can save you thousands if you qualify. In fact, the experts at Optima have resolved over $1 billion in tax debt for their clients. Call now for a free consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. You may know me from my book, Money Hacks. You may know me from my radio shows. And you may even know me from some of these commercials. But listen, I'm teaching stuff that people need to learn about money. In fact, my favorite topic is money. So go to InvestorSchooling.com and you will learn things about money that you never even knew existed. We will teach you things about real estate, about the stock market, and about how to use your IRAs properly. Go to InvestorSchooling.com and sign up for a complimentary class this Thursday night at 7 o'clock. That's InvestorSchooling.com. This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. Are you tired of hearing about the recession that's coming? Are you prepared for it? Well, listen, at InvestorSchooling.com, we're going to teach you ways to prepare for the recession that you didn't even know existed. We're going to teach you strategies on how to use real estate. We're going to teach you strategies how to use the stock market properly. That's right, you could even make money in the stock market when the stock market goes down. Hey, go to InvestorSchooling.com and register for a free class this Thursday night, and you will learn all of these techniques. Go to InvestorSchooling.com right now, RSVP for this Thursday. We'll see you there.
I'm Philomena, founder of Kin Apparel here in Philly. I love my natural hair, but not what hoodies and hats were doing to it. So I made my own satin-lined hoodies and created a business in the process. I've got big dreams, and Chase for Business in Philly was like, all right, how do we get you there?
Get financial guidance from bankers in your community and convenient digital tools all in one place. Learn more at chaseforbusiness.com. Make more of what's yours. Real customers compensated. JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
Hi, Stephanie from Emmons. Are you not loving your bathroom? Is the King's Throne looking a little outdated and run down? Let Emmons Design Specialists design a bathroom that you will love and one that Emmons will redo in as little as 1 day. An affordable, maintenance-free bathroom with little to no inconvenience to you and your family. With finance options available, there's really only one problem. Your bathroom will be so nice, your king may never want to come out. Call Emmons today at 856-885-6677 or visit us on our website at callemmons.com.
Tune in to Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Phil Cannella and Joanne Small. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210.
At Odyssey, we help protect this planet we all share through our One Thing sustainability initiatives. We donate $1 million of media every year to local environmental nonprofit organizations. And this month, our Odyssey teams will be out in our local communities cleaning up, planting trees, and more. When we each do one thing, it becomes 100, 1,000, a million things for our planet. What's your one thing? For more, download the free Odyssey app or go to odyssey.com/onething.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential, but finding those people can be a major hassle, unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. And right now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. With ZipRecruiter, one click sends your job to hundreds of top job sites. But more than that, ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies the candidates with the skills you need, sends you a list of great matches to review, then actively invites them to apply for your job. And the results speak for themselves. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's right, the first day. Now you can focus on your business and let ZipRecruiter do the work finding the best people for you. See for yourself. Experience the ease, efficiency, and power of ZipRecruiter for free. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Free speech lives here with Kayal and Company weekday mornings. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
Easier not to be watched. Measure these things by your brains. I sank into Eden with you, alone in the church by and by. I'll read to you here, save your eyes. You'll need them, your boat is at sea.
It is Kayal and Company, 7:23, rolling on live on this Friday morning. Cut sheet in just about 20 minutes. 855-839-1210. You know, I'm old enough to remember the Biden administration saying it's time for the adults to take back the White House. And then you get stories like this and you say, what in the world is going on with the Biden administration?
Yeah.
Especially Kamala Harris. This is such a remarkable story. I can't believe that this is real life, but if you've been living the last 3.5 years and paying attention to what's going on at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue, this is probably par for the course, as the Secret Service had a major scuffle, and apparently, and this is just after Kamala Harris denounced the critics of DEI, but according to a report, Secret Service agent that was assigned to Kamala Harris allegedly threw menstrual pads at another agent before getting into a brawl with colleagues at Joint Base Andrews. Doesn't sound overly professional in my opinion. If you're throwing around feminine hygiene products, Dawn, you can speak more eloquently.
Were they in the box or were they used?
That's what I'm wondering. Now, this might be like the really dumb question of the year, but are menstrual pads the same as tampons? As a guy, I don't know that answer.
What are you talking? You have daughters and a wife. How do you not know?
I know my wife deals with that once a month for a certain week. My girls haven't had that yet. I have no idea. I get the shakes even thinking about it.
Shakes.
I've never been sent out, honey, I need more pads or anything like that.
Nothing?
No, I've never been sent out for that type of stuff.
Really?
No.
It's expensive. So my dad always used to go out and he would buy in bulk.
Yeah.
And then when he would get to the checkout line, he'd say, "Yeah, I'm buying for the convent." And that was like his big joke. And I'm sure they all shook their heads because it was It was like once every 3 months, and he told the same joke.
Yeah.
But, okay, the pads are like, like the rectangular shaped or whatever.
Yeah, it's like kind of like the liner.
Yeah, the liner thingy.
Okay.
And sometimes they have wings.
That's what I thought.
With wings.
Sometimes they have wings.
The wings
they
are
fly
good.
away.
It's like Red Bull. It gives you wings.
And then the tampons are, they're like a little parachute-looking thing on the string.
Yes, I know exactly what the tampon looks like. I didn't know if there was just multiple terms for it. I stay in my department, right?
Tampon or the pad. The tampon, my funniest tampon story, my brother called them tampoons, was when they put a tampon machine, I don't know, in the boys' bathroom at school, or maybe they switched around bathrooms because it was back in the day.
Yeah.
So all the boys took out the tampons, get them wet, threw them up, and they stuck on the ceiling.
Yeah.
Like the string hanging.
Yeah, now we have
It was
tampons
hysterical.
in men's bathrooms in high schools these days because our country's gone insane.
Yes.
So this story is an incident involving a physical attack by a female Secret Service agent that was tasked with protecting Vice President Kamala Harris, and it's raising questions about whether the agency had thoroughly vetted her during her hiring and whether an ongoing push to increase the number of women in the service, here's the DEI angle, and boost overall workforce staff played a role in her selection. The Secret Service agent that was assigned to Harris was removed from her duties on Wednesday after physically attacking the commanding agent in charge and other agents trying to subdue her, according to an agency spokesman and knowledgeable Secret Service sources. Several sources in the Secret Service community identified the agent who physically attacked her superior as Michelle Herczeg. The altercation occurred at approximately 9 a.m. at Joint Base Andrews, the home base for the Air Force One and Air Force Two, the call signs of the Boeing aircraft used by the president and vice president. Harris was at the U.S. Naval Observatory at the time of the incident, and it did not delay her travel. Herczeg, who's the female that went nuts here, apparently, according to reports, showed up at the terminal and began acting erratically. She grabbed another senior agent's personal phone and deleted applications on it, according to two sources familiar with the matter. The other agent, a shift leader, was able to recover his phone and then acted as if nothing had happened. But Herczeg's bizarre behavior didn't stop there. She then began mumbling to herself, hid behind curtains, and started throwing items, including menstrual pads, at an agent, telling him that he would need them later to save another agent, and telling her peers that they were going to, quote, burn in hell and needed to listen to God. That is according to a source for Real Clear Politics. Herczeg also screamed at the special agent in charge, rattling off the names of female officers on the Veep's detail and claiming they would show up and help her and allow her to continue working. At that point, other agents on the scene believe Herczeg was suffering from a mental lapse, and the superior officer approached her to tell her she was relieved from the assignment, and it doesn't stop there. That's when she snapped entirely. She chest bumped and shoved her superior, then tackled him and punched him. The agents involved in restraining her were especially concerned because she still had her gun in the holster, and they wrestled her to the ground, took the gun from her, cuffed her, and removed her from the terminal. And now she has been removed from the assignment. This is, I have no idea if she's a DEI hire for the sake of getting female numbers up in the Secret Service, but whatever it is, there's clearly a dropping of the ball here from a vetting standpoint, because this person, who you would like to think you need to be really buttoned up if you're on a Secret Service detail for a president or a Veep, this person's a total certified nut job. This is what you would get with the Trump administration. This is happening with the Biden-Harris administration.
So when did she start throwing the tampons and the menstrual pads?
She did. That was after they approached her.
So at least she didn't pull out her gun. She pulled out her pad.
Well, yeah, but I mean, it seems like there's at least 2 or 3 instances where it just got escalated even further to the point where they have to, tackle and get her on the ground and remove everything. I mean, who tackles and punches your superior? I mean, I know, Dawn, you want to tackle and punch Stalker every day, but you don't actually go through with it and do it.
Absolutely true.
I mean,
somewhere in here there's a joke about, it was that time of the month. I mean,
no, I mean, this is like the Washington Times has this, Real Clear Politics.
Oh my goodness.
The Highland County Press, not sure what publication that is, probably a paper that's almost out of business. But yeah, Kamala Harris, Secret Service agent, goes totally rogue. Oh, well, there you go.
That is crazy.
Yep. I tell you what, I don't want any people that are lacking in the mental compartment or department protecting my safety and security.
Well, we think about the Secret Service, and that is historically, those agents are probably among the most vetted.
Yeah, they're the best of the best.
Right?
Yeah, you're not getting that as an entry level out of the academy or anything like that. At least I don't think.
Wow.
Probably have to prove your value and your worth and get some skins on the wall, so to speak, before you get selected to protect number 1 and number 2 in charge. So there you go. 855-839-1210. Cut sheet at 7:45. We're back after this here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
You've heard me for years now talking about the Chapman family team, Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding. And congratulations as they celebrate their 30th anniversary this year. 30 years. You know, Mike and Mark Chapman, 2 brothers, growing up in this area, great guys, volunteer firefighters. And, you know, they created this company 30 years ago as their families grew, their companies grew. Now, some of their kids even work for the company. So they're just great people. They do great work. I love all the beautiful work they've done on my home for sure. But I want you to think of Chapman, not just for windows and doors, those shutters with all the beautiful hardware, but as well, they are certified experts and such great professionals when it comes to stucco remediation, or maybe you're thinking about replacing your current siding. So the certified Chapman installers are the professionals you want on a job like this, which can be extensive. And trust me, if you currently have stucco, updating it with James Hardy plank or beautiful vinyl siding, that's going to add value and such beauty to your home. Get this on the calendar. Call them, reach out to them. You can call, you can text. They're listening right now. They're like-minded. 610-431-8898, 610-431-8898. You can visit them online, ChapmanWindowsDoors.com. I think Chapman was one of my very first sponsors, which they always have a special place in my heart. So please, if you're ever nearby or if you want to call them, text, check them out online, send them a little message. ChapmanWindowsDoors.com. I really appreciate them, and I know you will too. You're going to love the work they do on your home. Make sure you tell the Chapmans Dawn sent you.
As America's largest injury firm, we have advantages few others do. Our results and reputation are well known to the other side, and we have a track record of going toe-to-toe with them and winning big. But what does that mean for you? What does that mean for your case? I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. One of the things we're most proud about is that we set up our firm so that your case gets lots of attention from a lot of people. Our technology and army of lawyers give us insight and oversight into every detail and every moment of your case. Paralegals, legal assistants, investigators, buildings with boxes of evidence, every resource carefully designed to get you the most possible. And at Morgan & Morgan, we even have a dedicated team to make sure that your calls are returned that very same day. Injured? Dial pound law. That's pound 529. All firms are not the same.
The choice is easy. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Water quality continues to be in topic. Ensure your family is drinking clean, pure water with the Kinetico water system from Martin Water Conditioning. The Kinetico system improves all the impurities from your water. What comes out of the tap? Crystal clear, all natural, delicious water. Put the Martin Water Conditioning family's passion for water to work for you. Do what I did. Contact Martin Water Conditioning. Visit martinwater.com. martinwater.com. Be sure to tell them Dom sent you.
Eric was way behind on his taxes.
I owed a lot of money to the IRS, almost $15,000. I tried to make payments.
The IRS wasn't satisfied with Eric's efforts, so they came after him full force.
They're coming to put a lien and a hold on all my income, my home, my car. I was just overwhelmed at what to do.
Then Eric called Optima Tax Relief.
When Optima Tax got involved, the calls would stop, the threats would stop. It was easy like 1, 2, 3.
Optima Tax Relief is A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, and their team of expert tax professionals took care of Eric's problem.
I owe $15,000, and now my debt is clean. I don't owe anything.
Take Eric's advice.
If you have a tax problem, you need to call Optima Tax now.
Call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Join the Delaware County link to Aging and Disability Resources for a Wills and End-of-Life Planning information session featuring guest elder law estate planning and real estate specialist Dana Breslin of Breslin, Murphy & Roberts and other legal professionals to present and assist with the first steps of creating wills and estate planning, and for Q&A sessions. The event will take place at Redwood Community Center on April 29th from 1:30 p.m. till 3 p.m. Call 610-499-1978 to register today.
Oh, yeah. All you griddle gurus best get your game faces on, because it's grilling season at Gerhardt's. And that means all systems go for great deals on the latest grills that'll sizzle your grizzle off. Whether you're a tong man or spatula lady, Gerhardt's Appliances has all the propane-powered patio powerhouses to turn that frozen filet mignon into a fire-grilled filet mignon.
I'm Bill, and I'm living with idiopathic pulmonary fibrosis, a type of interstitial lung disease that causes scarring of the lungs and makes it hard to breathe. ILD can be hard to diagnose, so if you're out of breath with a constant dry cough, ask a pulmonologist if it could be ILD. My wife Bev and I have walked every step of this journey together. I couldn't have traveled this road alone, and neither should you. Get help, find hope. Go to lungsandyou.com.
This is Dr. Marianne Ritchie. Tune in to Your Radio Doctor every Saturday afternoon at 5 here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT for the latest healthcare news and information, because your health is your wealth. That's Your Radio Doctor, Saturdays at 5.
Hey, Clementon. We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. WPHT.
You need cooling, baby, I'm not fooling. I'm gonna send you back to schooling. Way down inside, honey, you need it. I'm gonna give you my love. I'm gonna give you my love.
7:38, Kayal and Company rolling on as we continue live on this Friday morning. Nick, Dawn, and Greg, what's on the cut sheet in just about 7 minutes? You know, the culture wars continue to be a thing going on, not only locally in schools, as we've been talking about at Pembroke Middle School in the North Penn School District, but also at the collegiate level when it comes to biological men coming into female locker rooms and women's athletics. A couple of stories and updates for you before we get to the cut sheet. We'll also hear from Riley Gaines in just a moment. But you've got good news, you've got cowardice, and then you have some stupidity. I'll start with the good news. This story just a few days ago, over 3,000 current and former female athletes, coaches, and others urging the NCAA Board of Governors to protect women's sports. If you recall last week on the show, or it might have been almost 2 weeks ago, a lower level of female competition in college athletics, not the NCAA, the NAIA banned biological men that were transitioning from competing in female sports. And now the NCAA Board of Governors, which just met yesterday with the agenda being, and possibly a vote on whether or not to include transgender women, a.k.a. biological men, in women's sports, has been met with a lot of pushback. The Our Bodies, Our Sports Coalition sent letters and emails to the NCAA board members from over 3,000 current and former female athletes and coaches urging the NCAA to protect women's sports. More than 78,000 personalized emails and letters have been sent to the members of the NCAA Board of Governors in the last week alone. It is yet not known if the Board of Governors will hold an actual vote on the issue, and this was as of yesterday for Thursday's session. The NCAA Board of Governors comprises of 16 members, and it includes presidents of universities and athletic directors from both Division I, Division II, and Division III sports, amongst other members. According to the coalition, they've got the data here. Male athletes have, quote, stolen over 924 trophies, medals, and titles from women and girls across 448 different competitions and in over 30 sports. They say, quote, unfortunately, instances of biological males competing in women's sports are happening more and more frequently. So that is the update there from the NCAA. But the act of cowardice, if you remember, we had Dan Zakshesky on the show a few weeks ago from Outkick, and he was the sports and culture reporter that asked Dawn Staley at South Carolina whether she thought men should be able to compete in women's sports. And then he got criticized for A, asking the question, and B, only asking her. Well, he has actually asked every single coach that made the Sweet 16 of women's basketball, and 14 other women's coaches in that Sweet 16 have all dodged that question and decided not to answer when Dan Zakshesky asked them that important question. I would argue that that's an act of cowardice. If you're not going to give your opinion, if you're not going to share it for whatever reason, I think it's a double-edged sword. I think it's probably a double whammy for the coach because you're not defending your females. And, oh, by the way, maybe you truly believe they don't have a right to be there, which I would think if you're an accomplished coach and you say that, you're not going to get canceled. You're not going to get fired. If you are coaching women's athletics and you are very successful and you make that school money and you say, no, I don't think men should be able to compete with my girls or take a spot on the roster from one of my girls. First of all, I don't think there's anything wrong with saying that because it's accurate.
Yeah.
And secondly, I don't think the school would actually fire the coach because the coach is an asset making them lots of money and winning championships. So that's kind of the two updates there. Let me play you this, Dawn, and then I want to get your thoughts on this because this is right up your alley. This is Riley Gaines talking about the NCAA and this latest surge to kind of prevent and protect biological females from having their sport further taken over. Take a listen to this.
You may have seen last week where the NAIA, which is a national collegiate governing body, voted overwhelmingly in support of preventing men from competing in women's sports. I think the vote was 25-0. The NAIA was the first collegiate governing body to take the bold first step in prioritizing fairness and safety over inclusion. Well, the NCAA is set to vote on a similar ruling next week. What the NCAA has done up until this point is explicitly violate Title IX in its original intent by openly and actively discriminating against women on the basis of our sex as it pertains to opportunities, as it pertains to privacy in areas of undressing and safety in our sports. And the NCAA continues to allow this to happen every sport, every level, every division on college campuses across the country. So what can we do about it? The NCAA needs to be inundated with emails coming from girls and women or parents who would specifically be impacted or have been impacted by this movement at the hands of the NCAA.
And Dawn, I know this is not a sports show, but I think that right there, what we're dealing with here in Title IX, is the single most important issue in sports today at the collegiate level. And it really has nothing to do with actual on-field competition. It has to do with this madness of biological men coming into women's sports.
Yeah, I think that as far as the NCAA, the problem for them is, and the reason I think, different coaches don't want to speak out, is because this goes in the face of President Joe Biden, who, of course, signed that. Joe Biden, this is all Joe Biden, right?
Yeah, last Friday, they undid a lot of Title IX.
But his executive order, and let us not forget, what was one of the first priorities when he came into office was to put men in women's sports. That's what he was doing, and to threaten to pull federal dollars from all schools, not just higher ed.
Yep.
And so that's what's hanging over everybody's head. So I think that this NCAA, that the board, how I know they met yesterday, the Board of Governors, but we don't know yet how they're going to go.
Right.
This is the problem for them, is that they know that we're in the heat now of a highly divisive debate politically. And they know that if they rule in favor of women, they are just putting that right in Joe Biden's face.
But I'll tell you what, colleges seem like a real safe and peaceful place to be these days. Between these anti-Israel protests and women coming into men's sports, I don't think I would step foot on a college campus these days. Of course, everybody's favorite clown, Megan Rapinoe from the U.S. women's national team, who most notably pretty much hates everything about America, has come out and she's joined one of these advocacy groups that advocate for men to play sports against women. And keep in mind, for all of those that think men do not have an advantage over females, never forget when Megan Rapinoe and the women's world national team played a 15 and under boys team in a soccer match, and they got smoked.
Yep.
These are the best women on the planet. They're Olympians, U.S. national team, and they lost to FC Dallas boys under 15 team 5-2 in a soccer match. So for any genius out there that says, oh, men don't have a distinct advantage, okay. Well, 15-year-olds just whipped up on our female heroes for our country in the sport of soccer. So Megan Rapinoe, total clown show. 7:46, let's get to a Friday edition of What's on the Cut Sheet.
What's on the Cut Sheet?
Yes, Nick Kayal, What's on the Cut Sheet on this Friday is brought to you by Cherry Hill Volvo, where they have incredible offers for spring. Choose Cherry Hill Volvo for the pricing and attention you deserve. Cherry Hill Volvo is where relationships really do matter. Judith Yosef and the entire team look forward to meeting you. Check them out on Route 70 in Cherry Hill Volvo, where relationships matter. I'm going to caution people listening right now that if there's some language in this that is not appropriate for all listeners. If you're offended, come back to us in a couple of minutes, or turn it down if you have kids in the car. This is a wild story. And the reason I'm playing it is because of the way this actually turned out. Let's go to Baltimore, Maryland, shall we?
Mm-hmm.
Pikesville High School principal Eric Eiswert was caught on tape having a racist rant. So he heard here having this racist rant where he talks about blacks and Jews and just says horrible things.
Okay.
This was uploaded on Instagram and then put online back in January. And as you can imagine, the community was outraged over this. They were calling for his resignation. They wanted him to, all of that. They were calling him to be fired. Let's start with the audio. Again, this is not appropriate for all listeners because of the racial nature of them. Okay. But I'll explain after I play this. This is cuts. Where are we, Phil? I don't have my cuts in front of me.
Oh no, he doesn't have the. He doesn't have the cut sheet in front of him.
He doesn't have his thing.
The maestro lost his wand.
It's cut 12, Phil. Cut 12. Go.
I'm the principal here, me and only me. You know, I seriously don't understand why I have to constantly put up with these dumbasses here every day. Between these ungrateful black kids who can't test their way out of a paper bag, or these teachers who don't get it, how hard is it to get these students to meet their grade level expectations? Lawrence and Ravenel should have never been hired. And don't let me get started on DJ. I'm going to drag his black ass out of here one way or another. I'm going to get something to stick. I'm just so sick of the inadequacies of these people. And if I have to get one more complaint from one more Jew in this community, I'm going to join the other side. Kathy, I'm...
Oh, my God. That's a very angry, unhinged man. Do we know the race or ethnicity of the principal?
He's a white guy.
He's a white guy.
Yeah,
he's toast. I would imagine.
So everybody heard that, called for him to lose his job. Absolutely, unequivocally, if that tape was true, he should lose his job.
Yeah.
However, that tape is not true.
Artificial intelligence.
The whole recording was AI generated.
I'm telling you, this is the scariest. See, I've been telling you guys, I'm not worried about robots rising up and killing us with swords.
Yep.
I'm worried about people doctoring things with an agenda.
Dazon Darian, a former athletic director for this Pikesville High School, was arrested and charged for fabricating the entire tape.
Good. And I don't know if this falls under defamation, slander, libel, things like that, but I would go for the maximum here if
Yeah.
I'm that principal trying to reestablish my reputation and credibility.
The latest update is Baltimore County Police arrested Pikesville High School former athletic director Thursday morning and charged him with crimes related to the alleged use of artificial intelligence to impersonate Principal Eric Eiswert.
Wow. So
Leading
the athletic director had something, some beef with the principal.
Dazon Darien, 31, was apprehended as he attempted to board a flight to Houston at BWI Airport. He said in a news conference Thursday afternoon, Darien was stopped for having a gun on him, and airport officials saw there was a warrant for his arrest. Police said they did not know whether Darien was trying to flee or not.
Wow. Look, I think he should be hit with everything under the sun. Throw the book at that guy. I would also say this, too, with these, this isn't really necessarily on the artificial intelligence front, but this is on the making up accusations front. Remember the Trevor Bauer story?
Yep.
Remember the punter for the Bills? I think his name was Matt Araiza.
Mhm.
He was accused of rape. You know, there needs to be punitive measures taken when people fabricate or try to insinuate or make claims that you did something or said something that you did not do. If it's proven that you did not do whatever action you're accused of or saying something, the punishment for the accuser that lied should be the same as if that guy was found guilty of what he's accused of.
I am telling you, this is scary because this is, this isn't a, yes, he's a principal, but he's not a public figure. So it's not like you're taking one of us or a celebrity or somebody, whose voice is out there everywhere.
Right.
This is a guy who's just a principal at a high school.
Yeah.
Who, if this wasn't found out, he could have been drummed out he would have been drummed out in his whole career.
Oh, yeah.
His whole reputation would have been smeared.
Yes.
Police say Darien made the recording in retaliation after Eiswert initiated an investigation into improper payments he made to a school athletic coach who was also his roommate. Darien is also charged with theft and retaliating against a witness.
I want people to realize just how dangerous this AI stuff is with voice.
Yeah.
I mean, and think about how easily accessible it is. We're doing the show, and all of a sudden, Michael Pelka can send us an email with artificial intelligence voiced over stuff that we play for fun on the cut sheet.
It's true.
Hey, I'm not making fun of Opelka, but if Michael Pelka can do that on the fly in 5 minutes, and if you have an agenda or a motive to get somebody, and you have time on your hands, you could bury them.
100%, you could bury them.
It's unreal.
Yeah. Yeah, it's scary. It's all scary stuff, and I fear for what could possibly come from this. But, I teased this earlier. We were talking about USC canceling graduations, right? And how this is affecting the students there. This is a USC graduate reacting to the canceled graduations, where she's basically saying that this senior class hasn't had a real graduation because they're the COVID class of 2020, meaning that's the year they graduated high school. This is cut 13. Phil, go.
So USC just canceled our graduation. I have no words. This is so, it's actually comical at this point. If you don't know, the seniors that are graduating college right now are the seniors that graduated in 2020, where we didn't have a high school graduation, and a lot of us had drive-through fake graduations or no graduation at all. And now we are seniors about to graduate, getting ready for our first real graduation, and it just got canceled. I literally just I just can't even, I'm in shock right now. We as a whole senior class have never had a real graduation because of COVID first, which we thought was a one-time thing, we're the class that got screwed over. It is what it is, unlucky. Now USC just canceled it. And of course USC, we've all worked so hard to get here. USC, I'm sure you know, is not an easy school to get into. And so everyone that goes here is very accomplished, had worked really hard to get in, and now they just canceled our freaking graduation. What now? What now? They sent out an email 10 minutes ago about how they know it's disappointing, but they're canceling it, and they're going to have other fun events, which I don't even know what that means. I understand that a lot has been going on at USC right now with protests and everything. I just feel there could have been a different way to go about this than to cancel the entire graduation for a class that never even got a high school graduation either.
They pretty much got screwed for 5 straight years, if you think about it. I mean, 2020, your high school graduation, and now 2024, your college graduation. But also keep in mind, California, in 2021, they were still doing some virtual, still masking. There was still some mask mandates in Nashville, Tennessee in early 2022. I've got to imagine if they were there in Tennessee, that they were definitely there in California. You probably think you're out of the weeds and out of the woods, so to speak, by 2023. And now we've got all this since October 7th. These poor kids, I mean, like we talk about the real negatives, like, the kids falling behind in math and reading and stuff like that at the elementary level.
Disgraceful.
But the accomplishment level, when you start to really enjoy, you're coming towards the end of, like, all right, I made the finish line, thank God. And they've robbed you of two of the greatest joys you'll ever have.
But, didn't USC, I'm pretty sure that's where Sasha Obama just a year ago, didn't she graduate from there? And so if you could have Barack and Michelle Obama and all the Secret Service,
that's a good point,
and make it safe for a former president and his family, why can't they just make it safe for these kids?
Yeah, exactly.
I feel like there's something else going on here.
You got campus police and security. You've got the LAPD. You could have California state troopers, whatever. I mean, you could, if you want to make this safe, you absolutely can.
They're choosing.
They're punning on it.
Yeah.
Let's just, you know what? We'll just give us your address and you'll have it by June 20th.
What is your thinking, Dawn, on why you think this is there's something more here?
I simply think that in part they don't want to deal with the political ramification of this because they know that it would be televised if there were interruptions or the chants and the protests outside the graduation. And I think this is, to me, I do think there is such a political aspect to this whole thing because it all makes Joe Biden look bad, which is not USC's fault. Joe Biden looks bad all on his own.
Exactly.
You know what I mean?
Yes.
So don't worry.
Right.
But I also think they do have that valedictorian controversy that we mentioned earlier, where USC put out a statement talking about the safety and they want to cancel the main campus, in-person graduation. I think they have a real problem when they had originally chosen a Muslim young woman who's an activist, who's very radical, and she was going to give this radical speech. And then they realized this would be incendiary and the whole. So I just think that they're trying to temper everything down because they all are worried about the optics for Joe Biden.
Yeah, it's well said. And this is coming off of, last year around this time. Remember, we were giving you those reports and those stories of all of those segregated graduations throughout college campuses. A lot of them, I think, were in Michigan, where they were doing it by race.
Yeah.
Where we're like, wait a minute, you're not doing it by department. You're doing it by race.
Yeah.
Which is racist.
Yes.
All the white people, your graduation's on Tuesday. The Hispanics get it on Wednesday. And you know what I mean? Like, what the heck?
Now I see why Gen Z is the tool belt generation these days. They're all figured out. You're like, we're not going to these campuses anymore. It's absurd.
By the way, and people look at the three of us as, not the three of us, but people look at us as racist. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
For stuff we say. It's unbelievable.
Yeah.
Not me. No, I'm just
Speaking of Joe Biden look bad, you can't make this up. By the way, hat tip to Tracy Murphy for sending this to me. By the way, What's on the Cut Sheet is really a community experience.
It is.
If you have anything that you want us to cover, send it our way. I love getting stuff because, quite frankly, it makes my job easier.
Yeah, DM us, email us.
I don't have to find them.
Tweet
I don't
us,
have to find as many.
Text us like Harry Mays does.
Harry Mays is a great is a great contributor to the Cut Sheet.
Yeah, nothing like getting a text from Harry Mays at 7:45 that says "Cut Sheet," and then here's a link to the story. Thanks, pal.
And when is he helping out? When is he? It takes two people to fill in for Nick, apparently. But
next Friday,
next Friday,
and Monday, it's Harry Mays, Nick Kayal, or Harry Mays, Tony Bruno, Don Stensland, Greg Stalker.
Oh boy,
and Miss Robin. I think.
Good, Miss Robin.
Shut her off.
It's gonna be a five. It's gonna be a 5-person panel. It's gonna be like the Five.
We're gonna be off the hook.
You really got to stop watching TV, Greg.
I know. What's wrong with me?
He just likes to look at Dana Perino and say that his hair's better than hers.
It 100% is.
Well, and he's taller.
But way taller. She's like a little fidget.
Gutfeld always makes a joke about that.
Well, he's 5'1" too.
Yeah.
You know
Dana
what I mean?
Perino, who's been known to go hang gliding on a Dorito.
The president of the United States has been assigned walkers. Not a walker,
right.
but somebody to walk beside him.
Yeah, we got to make sure Pop don't fall.
Phil, if you can run this video as I am playing it, as I'm reading it, youtube.com/@1210WPHT, youtube.com/@1210WPHT, if you want to see this video. The man has access to nuclear codes and now is requiring aides to escort him across the lawn.
Look at that.
These handlers now walk between Biden and the pool cameras to draw less attention to the 81-year-old's halting and stiff gait. And if this isn't just a social media thing, Biden advisors told Axios they're concerned that videos of Biden walking and shuffling alone, especially across the grass, have highlighted his age.
Well, the handler, if you're looking on YouTube right now on the split screen on the right side, one of the female handlers, she almost trips and falls.
Yeah.
Phil, go back and rack it to the beginning. About halfway. Re-rack this like it's 1980. She's walking with Joe. Joe's wearing a black baseball cap. Now watch her here. She's about ready to stumble. Here it comes. Here it comes. Boop. There it is. Even the people that are walking with him can't walk.
What's up with these people?
Well, here's the thing. I believe that was planned to make him look better because she's this young, she's this young, attractive female who even her has problems walking across the grass. So see, it's not just Joe.
So we've reached the point that and we know Democrats are diabolical, but they have staged a female to pretend to fall to make Pop look like he's functional.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Can I tell you something?
Yeah.
Please do.
They want us to talk about this stuff because, again, his stumbling while he walks is the least of his problems.
Mm-hmm.
America right now, look at our economy, look at the southern border, look at the crime, look at every single issue that's going on right now.
Yeah.
And it's all Biden.
His policies are the big issue.
Yeah, his poison policies are the problem. I don't care how he walks.
Yeah.
We've had a president in a wheelchair. I don't care how he walks.
Mm-hmm.
Just have a good policy.
Your policies stink.
Just lead.
You can't walk. You can't talk. You can't remember.
Can't read prompter.
He shouldn't be at a Walmart greeting station.
Bix on the YouTube chat says she has diapers in her bag.
Stop.
She's got the pens with her.
The depends.
Bring a change of clothes.
This is unbelievable.
Like we do for my 3.5-year-old in case he has an accident.
Yep.
When we go out.
Mm-hmm.
The diaper bag.
Yep. The guy can't go off prompter. He can't stay on prompter. He doesn't know which way to go when he's off a stage. Go exit right, exit left.
By the way, Duffy Domino wants to know what the email address is for us. Just email me at greg.stocker@odyssey.com. greg.stocker@odyssey.com. We played a clip yesterday, Nick, of Joe Biden reading the word pause on the teleprompter.
I know,
again.
I saw.
So he spoke again yesterday and once again gets confused attempting to read from the teleprompter.
Yep.
Teleprompters are not his best friend.
No, man. Our president is not even Ron Burgundy.
This is cut 6, Phil. Go.
Today, folks, when folks see shovels in the ground in these projects.
What?
Yeah, I see shovels in the ground. It's a project.
See, folks.
Yeah, we're
and
digging.
folks.
Dig a tunnel.
What? I don't know.
This is unbelievable. What's that?
Today, folks, when folks see shovels in the ground in these projects.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. You know, that Italian SNL operation that they run over in Italy that mocks, that basically does what our SNL doesn't do. It's probably going to have a field day if they have a live episode this week.
Yeah, you would think.
I love when they mock Joe. Of course, Lorne Michaels doesn't do it often, but,
He also states this is amazing. He also states that we're exporting American jobs.
Yeah, I've heard that.
Wages are rising. Instead of importing foreign products, we're exporting American jobs. We're exporting American products and creating American jobs.
Yeah. See, he tried to
here in America where they belong.
He tried to catch himself.
One word: possibilities. Yeah, we're going to send all the good jobs to China, but we're going to create part-time jobs in our jobs report here to make it sound like things are going well. And some of those part-time jobs were ones that were removed during COVID. Got it.
Do you have it? Because I don't.
Yeah, well,
I don't think I do.
I've had it in many ways, but, you know, you got to just keep trudging ahead, I guess.
There's nothing that makes me more angry. Well, there's a lot that makes me angry.
Yeah, we've established that.
There's nothing that
Start at 6 a.m.
There's nothing that makes me more angry than hearing Kamala Harris talk about people not having to go to jail for smoking weed.
Yeah.
She said this. She said this again yesterday. Phil, cut 10. I'm sorry, I didn't give you a heads up on the last cut. This is cut 10. Phil, go.
Many of you have heard me say, I just don't think people should have to go to jail for smoking weed. Many of you have heard me say, I just don't think people should have to go to jail for smoking weed.
She oversaw 1,900 plus convictions for marijuana-related offenses as district attorney.
Oh, yes. She cleaned up the streets of the Bay Area with the best of them. I'm telling you, this is where they really did drop the ball. She has a background in the criminal justice system, and I know she's talking obviously about marijuana, but this was a moment where if you're failing with her at the border, you failed with her at artificial intelligence. Yes, she's going to do well with abortion. I think any female that is pro-choice in a vice president role could not possibly screw up abortion. But if they wanted to be tough on crime, if the Biden administration had believed in a policy for 4 years of law and order, she would have been the perfect point person for that, as somebody that locked up everybody under the sun in Oakland.
Yes.
And San Francisco.
You
read some of the stories about her as a DA. She, if you believe in clean streets and locking people up for everything under the sun, she sent people away.
Look, I get it. She was just following the law as was her job. Right. I understand that.
But she was the opposite of Larry Krasner.
But exactly. Mm-hmm. But also, if you're doing your job, which I'm fine with, if you're doing your job, then you can't come out 10 years later and talk about how you did this thing and that people shouldn't go to jail for doing said thing that you locked people up for.
Yeah, well, yeah. In hindsight now, a decade later, it's very hypocritical. But we've also seen the evolution of the laws and the acceptance in society. It sounds like I'm defending Kamala here a little bit, but we've seen we've seen a lot of people come off of their stance on marijuana.
Yep.
I certainly there are some out there that still, think you should be arrested for it. Certainly you shouldn't be under the influence behind a wheel with it. But I think a lot of conservatives are totally fine with a little bit of weed in your house and getting stoned.
I don't think that. I think, and especially if you talk to law enforcement, they still say it's a gateway, and then all the forms of it in the liquid form with the vaping situation, it alters it, and so I think that law enforcement, when I talk to them, they say this is a bad idea. This is not good.
So their argument is that it leads to harder drugs?
Among other things, but that people are mixing it. I think mostly what I hear is the vaping issue. Because first of all, you can't smell it when it's vaped or in certain forms.
Right.
It comes in a liquid form.
Or it's like a scented vape that doesn't smell like the traditional marijuana.
And that it's manipulated chemically, and so that it becomes. I think there are all kinds of problems with it, and then mixed with other things.
Well, the vaping is really bad for you if you read about it. There's I think there's not cadmium, nickel, and other stuff. Metal.
Mm-hmm.
When you put that aluminum piece of whatever it is in your mouth. I don't know. I'm not in the marijuana game.
Anyway,
none of us.
Anyway.
I mean.
But I just really a gateway drug, like what? It leads to what? To crack and ecstasy and heroin?
Marijuana, I am living proof that marijuana is not a gateway.
Yeah, I would challenge that as well. Again, I don't want people being able to get behind the wheel and drive while they're high. But, if you're in your garage or on your deck and you're imbibing a little bit, I have no issue with that.
It's the same thing as you guys enjoying a glass of wine at night. That's all it is. I'm just telling you. It's actually better for you, I think.
Better glass of wine?
Better than red wine.
Yeah.
Well, you see all these conflicting studies. One day a glass of red wine is good for you. The next day a beer's bad for you. Who knows?
What I learned in Italy, which was new to me, was all the chemicals and preservatives we put in things like wine that we allow in our country, in our food as well. We allow things to be chemicals all to be highly produced. And I think weed is one of those things. And so if they really want to legalize it, then how come they won't just let you grow a little plant in your kitchen window along with your basil? So they want to tax it, but they also are chemically altering it.
Right. Well, it's a big part of it's the taxation. And that's why sports betting has been legalized, because they can make a killing on the taxes now.
Streaming live on YouTube, youtube.com/@1210WPHT. If you're watching right now, please hit the subscribe button. We've surpassed our 1-year anniversary of streaming live on YouTube for the morning show. So please, in remembrance of that, in celebration of that, please hit the subscribe button. If you're watching right now, please hit the like button. Sean Farash coming up at 9 o'clock this morning. This Columbia protester, Nick Kayal, Don Stensland, says you all need to be grateful that I'm not just going out there and murdering Zionists.
Oh, cool. Great. And this guy's roaming the street.
I don't know what this person is, to be honest with you.
I've got some words.
You can look at this video and tell me if this is a man, woman, who the hell knows. It's a nut job, and hopefully this TikTok thing was flagged and she's on some sort of watch list. But I'm sure she's not.
No.
This is cut 15. Phil, go.
And so, be glad, be grateful that I'm not just going out and murdering Zionists.
Yeah.
I've never murdered anyone in my life, and I hope to keep it that way.
Wow.
I genuinely hope to keep it that way.
Wow.
These college students are coming completely unhinged. And I don't know if you guys got to this yesterday, but I have this graphic here from the U.S. Department of Education. I'm assuming that was a college kid in that video.
I don't know what it is.
Okay. Well, apparently a lot of these Muslim nations are funding a lot of our institutions here in the United States.
Qatar.
Yeah, Qatar, $3.2 billion. There it is. Phil's got it on YouTube. Qatar, $3.2 billion since 2012 invested as gifts for American universities. China, $1.7 billion. Saudi Arabia, $1.4 billion. The United Arab Emirates, $635 million. Kuwait, $338 million. Russia, Turkey, Iraq, Lebanon, Pakistan, Syria, on down the list. You add that up, that is a substantial. So if you want to say, all right, well, why is this happening on college campuses? Why are we not having more that's done? Follow the money.
Yeah.
Follow the money.
And that's just it. When you think about, I mean, some of the totals are, what did you say? The total is over $13 billion.
Yes. Yep. In 12 years.
When did this begin? And why didn't we know about it? There are many who say this is illegal.
Yeah.
This was illegal.
And what are they gaining? What are they receiving?
Exactly.
Like, you just don't give billions of dollars without something in return, right?
Yeah.
So.
Exactly. And then there's a trickle-down impact, because a lot of these, we talk about the money laundering operation. So then there is, think about universities, and they have programs and they donate different grants into public education and private education, quite frankly, into our schools, K through 12 schools. And so I think that when you think about the indoctrination, as it's called, because I think a lot of people are watching this on the news saying, well, how did this all happen? When did this all begin? Look at these students. Well, how did they come to think like this?
Yep.
It started when they were in kindergarten.
Yep. Started in 2012 with the data I just provided, which happens to coincide with the start of the second term of Barack Obama.
Jonathan Turley was on Sean Hannity's show last night talking about the Trump immunity case that was argued before the Supreme Court that Nick Kayal spent his big take doing this morning. If you haven't heard it yet, you can go back on the Odyssey app for the rewind. It happened at about 6:11 this morning. Jonathan Turley, this is cut 14, Phil. Jonathan Turley says that it was a good day yesterday for Donald Trump. That was my sentiments exactly. Cut 14, go.
In the Supreme Court.
Well, let me ask you this. I don't see a definitive ruling against Trump. I know it's not wise to maybe listen to oral arguments and think about how these justices ultimately will rule. I think ultimately a majority of justices, and this was my impression, seem inclined to rule that former presidents have protection from criminal charges, but not absolute immunity. I don't know if that means remanding it down to a lower court. I don't know if that means that they will give instructions to a lower court or if they will just outright decide it right there. What are your thoughts?
Well, if this trajectory continues from oral argument, it was a good day for Donald Trump because there were 5 justices that clearly were not buying into the D.C. Circuit's approach. Now, that doesn't mean that they're going to say that Trump is immune from prosecution, but at a minimum, if that is the case, they would likely have to remand it to the district court to say, we need you to develop this record a little further. If they do that, it's hard to see how this could possibly be tried before the election. And if former President Trump is made the next president, then Jack Smith may never see a jury in this case. I mean, it could end the prosecutions.
Yeah, that, and of course the other case that they're hearing, unrelated to Donald Trump, involving people with January 6th, that could also impact the special counsel's case against Trump as well. Professor Jonathan Turley, thank you,
That's
sir.
right.
And that case they're referring to there is United States v. Fisher, which would take away 2 of the 4 charges against Trump under Jack Smith. I think Turley's right. It was a good day for Trump yesterday. I can't see if this goes back down to the Obama-appointed judge, Tanya Chutkan. I don't think this is going to work out well for the prosecution. And I think by the time they do actually go to trial, if they go to trial, Jack Smith's only going to have like 1 out of 5, basically 20% of what he initially started with when the indictment came down.
So what did they succeed in other than, of course, wasting a lot of federal tax dollars?
In time.
Right, when they should be going after, pedophiles and criminal illegal immigrants and so on and so forth with the resources. But I'm just going to say what they succeeded in is distracting the leading candidate who's running against Joe Biden. And they have stopped, and this should be criminally investigated, because they have stopped a candidate from giving competition to a current incumbent president. And that does have precedent.
It does. But I also think that this does kind of work in Trump's favor. Yeah, I think every time he walks out of that court, every time he gets indicted, you take it for what it's worth. The polls have been wrong and they've lied to us the last 2 years. But the more and more, and I was really blown away by those union workers in New York. Again, it doesn't mean he's going to win New York, because I don't think that's possible. But every time these prosecutors, these DAs, these attorney generals come up empty or with less than what they thought, I really do think it makes him a still living and breathing martyr. He's going to keep coming out of this, and I get it. Most people have their minds made up on Trump and or Biden. But every time they go in and it's 91 charges, now it's 88 charges, and then this charge gets dismissed, and then this one goes to SCOTUS, and the high court justices are skeptical of the arguments that the special counsel is making. If people are paying attention, and I know not everybody is, certainly not. A majority of people do not pay attention to this in the weeds stuff that you hear on C-SPAN, and it makes your eyes roll over. But I really do think this is some of the best campaigning they could ever do for Trump. And it's not costing Trump $1 out of his campaign funds. It's costing him legal funds for sure. But I think this works against them.
Well, I think it does, because it's so over the top and obnoxious. But I think the precedent that I think is wrong and damaging and criminal is to allow this kind of persecution. And we saw that, as we said earlier, when Chief Justice John Roberts talked about that lower circuit court in D.C. It was such an over-the-top ruling that they said, oh, of course, and they expedited the situation so that, yes, Jack Smith, go forth with your prosecution of a former president and make history. And it was so over the top, SCOTUS had to take it and put it on their docket. And so I think the American people, we do react to when something is so radically ridiculous. Yeah, I think it works in his favor, but a candidate should not have to go through this. It's like a third world country.
It is.
And we've got to shut this down. And again, for Democrats, be careful what you wish for.
Mm-hmm.
I would hope that Republicans would never carry this out, but you know what? They're going to.
Yeah. I think we're past the point of don't stoop to their level. Now it's like, you know what? Just do what they would do, right?
Yep.
Yesterday, the White House released the GDP report, and the U.S. economy grows at its slowest rate since 2022. White House's economic advisor, Jared Bernstein, went on Fox Business to spin this, and he said that the GDP report is actually good when you take out some of those more volatile components.
If you remove the negative variables, it's very encouraging.
Cut one, Phil, go.
So markets plunging on the unexpectedly low GDP reading. The White House eager to stop that bleeding. Here to try to do that, Jared Bernstein, the chair of the U.S. Council of Economic Advisors. Jared, good to see you today. And, when you dig into this GDP report, I wanted to first start with this. You find that the first quarter personal consumption grew at 2.5%. The non-defense government spending grew at 0.3%. But if you look back to the fourth quarter, non-defense government spending grew at 4.8%. So is government spending, was that driving the GDP? Is there a correlation there?
It's certainly in the mix. It's one of the components, but it gets a weight that's much lower than consumer spending. Consumer spending is 70% of nominal GDP. Add investment, and you're north of 80%. Now, if you look at this first quarter result, consumer spending, real and investment together, grew at a 3% annualized rate. And that's almost, think of that as almost a core GDP measure, something that takes out the more volatile inventories or net exports or even the government accounts, which can bounce up and down. And that's why we think the underlying growth remains steady, solid, strong, just like you heard from Esther George a second ago.
So you're okay with this GDP report?
Yeah, I think this GDP report, especially once you get under the hood, you take out some of those more volatile components. Consumer spending and investment look great. In fact, year over year, GDP is up 3%. That's a great number. And look, since the president got here, the average GDP growth rate has been about 3%. His GDP over his term has been the highest we've seen under a presidential term for 25 years in a row. Add in the very strong job market for that, and I think you understand the underlying economy is solid as ever.
Jared Bernstein just lied to America's face right there. This would be like going to the doctor for the physical, like when Dawn sent me to get a physical as I turned 40, and the doctor says, if we remove your high cholesterol, your high blood pressure, and your sugar levels, you're in really great shape. It's like, what? Okay, so as long as we omit those 3 or 4 bad things, I'm going to live to 100. Okay, thanks, Doc.
It's amazing.
This administration. And the worst part is all they do is spin, and they're not good at the spin.
Yep.
Right? Like, I mean, if I'm Jared Bernstein, I'm not going on Fox Business if I truly believe that my economy is not nearly as good as most people with a functional brain believe.
Yes.
According to Bloomberg, 3/4 of swing state voters say that Biden is responsible for how they feel about the economy. This is cut 5, Phil, go.
And a majority of swing state voters, Matt, see worsening economic conditions in the coming months. So that doesn't spell optimism for the Biden camp. Less than 1 in 5 respondents say they expect inflation and interest rates to be lower by the end of the year. And then more than 3/4 say that Biden is responsible for how they feel about the economy, which is in a very good mood. And more than half said that he is very responsible.
Gas on the uptick again as well. I think in the last 4 weeks, my local Wawa has gone from $3.57 a gallon to $3.84 a gallon. Almost 30 cents in a month. It's a penny a day, folks. It's adding up. I disagree with that commentary at the end where you think these numbers are going to dip as we get towards 2025. I think it's going in the other direction.
Yeah. And I think the red hot inflation, here's the thing. All the stats show that the fact that, the Fed wants to cut rates, every stat, and I know you guys love stats, but every stat you look at shows that for Joe Biden, this is very bad news with the economy, but as well because the Fed just can't lower those rates like they wanted to as quickly. And so leading up to November 5th, they've said now they're going to cut it at They still say they're going to make these cuts at some point this summer. I think for the economy, it's too little, too late. He owns it, Bidenomics. I think the economy, it's all about the economy, and we have to talk about that every single day. I don't care what these pundits say. We all feel it. What are we up about in prices of pretty much everything? 18 to 20%.
Yep.
If you really look at the total here, that's what people are. That's what we know. I don't even have to do those numbers. I just know in my bills. And by the way, it's not just the gas that powers everything. You go to the grocery store, the Acme. I mean, I'm like, what? Just basic things are just through the roof. And then also your electric, my Pico bill is way up. Let's not forget that.
Oh, yeah.
And that impacts so many different individuals at so many different levels. So, this is for Pennsylvania look at all the power bills in Pennsylvania, how much they've gone up.
Yep.
It's significant.
Yep. Wait till that heat wave kicks in and you're cranking that AC nonstop for 12 straight days,
Nick,
and you get your bill.
Yeah, I turned it off. Like when we went to Italy, I turned the HVAC, turned it all off.
Shut the whole system off. Yep.
So it went from, because you get those Pico reports, it went from about $120 to $150 a week to $33 a week.
Wow.
But think about it. It's just HVAC.
Yeah, and then you came home and your house was like 81 degrees when you walked in. Right?
Oh, they're getting on me. They're like, it's cold. I'm like, leave it off.
Fox News was at the Eagle Diner yesterday in Warminster, Pennsylvania.
Lawrence Jones.
Lawrence Jones was there. Here he talks to a natural gas producer. He's the CEO of EQT. Talking about Biden pausing the long export approvals after pressure from climate activists and how that's affecting him and his company. This is cut 8. Phil, go.
So you're in the natural gas business. You understand what energy means to this country. How's it been impacted under this current administration?
It's been incredibly difficult. It's like every other day we wake up and we find another punitive action, whether that's an executive order like this LNG pause or punitive actions from regulations. And also from the agencies and their interpretation they put in. All of this stuff makes it incredibly difficult for us to do what we do, which is keep America energy secure and keep America energy producers as the world's leading energy producer.
That's Toby Wright, CEO of EQT. I don't know why I can't say Q.
And we had energy independence under the previous administration, not so much there. How about that? A little diner in Warminster.
Yeah.
Nice.
They were also in Wisconsin, too, I believe. Right on? Yeah.
Yes.
One more. This is a CEO of, he's the CEO of PA Cooperative Potato Growers.
Oh, the potato industry.
Nathan Tallman. Saying that Bidenomics has been a disaster for Pennsylvania farmers. This is cut 9. Phil, go.
This has been impacted these past 4 years.
It's definitely a challenge for our growers in the state of Pennsylvania and on the East Coast. They're all dealing with inflation. The cost of the raw potato supply to the chip manufacturers has gone up by 36 to 40% over the past 2 growing years. And they're struggling with inflation just like the rest of us.
Explain to our audience, we use potatoes for a lot of different type of products. So it's hitting every industry, right?
It's hitting every industry. It's definitely hitting the snack food industry, but I have to defend our snack food partners. They're amazing partners here in PA that support our Pennsylvania growers. They're not only paying more for their raw products, they're paying more for cardboard, the film that the chip goes in, seasonings, the fuel it takes to ship the potatoes to the plant.
So when you hear Joe Biden blame the people that produce those products, what goes through your head?
I mean, it's an unjust blame. The snack food companies need to keep up with inflation. Their costs are more, just like our farmers' costs are more. The wages are more. They need to pay their employees more to work in the plants. And Pennsylvania leads the nation second in employing snack food industry workers.
Do you think Donald Trump can turn it around?
Hopefully. We're hoping he can. It was better 3 years ago, that's for sure.
There's a lot of snack companies in Pennsylvania. I think, Snyder's of Hanover and other chip manufacturers and pretzel outlets. I love that guy in the background, by the way, with the Go Bird shirt on. He's just nodding his head. He's like, yeah, you tell him. Tell him. Let Lawrence know the deal. Yeah, I mean, and this is the thing. Now, I've been out of the snack game industry for a while. I don't really ever buy potato chips. But I've heard people complain that even though you still get, like, I don't know, if the bag of chips is 16 ounces, the price has gone up. But the amount of chips in the bag, according to some, has gone down. And I think that's where Joe Biden's trying to blame, like, Hers and Frito-Lay, when the reality is it's above them, you know.
We should actually stay on track here because of the two guests coming up at 9 o'clock.
True.
So
yes.
Do you want to take a real quick break here, and then we'll come back and play a few more clips?
Yeah.
Since we're not going to get to Kashif Part 2.
Yeah. We'll take a quick potty break, and then we'll be right, we'll be right back. Kayal and Company, don't forget our buddy Sean Farish coming up at 9 o'clock this morning. That will be great. And then, of course, we have at the bottom of the hour, actually 1 hour from now, Caroline Levitt, Trump's National Press Secretary. She'll join us at 9:30. Kayal and Company, back after this.
Oh, I'm thinking about, with all the warm weather, those summer road trips, which my family loves. There's no time like the present to get back on the roads. My friends at Piazza Premium Automobiles, they're going to help you find that luxury vehicle you've been eyeing. You know you want it. You've earned it. Go get it with a little help from my friends at Piazza. They have thousands of new and certified pre-owned vehicles available right now from brands such as Mercedes-Benz, Land Rover, Jaguar, Maserati, BMW, Porsche, and so much more. Just check them out at PiazzaPremiumAutomobiles.com, Piazza, PiazzaPremiumAutomobiles.com. You can stop by one of their many dealerships across Pennsylvania, Delaware, or New Jersey. Tell them Dawn sent you.
At California Psychics, we know that nagging doubts like, how much will a psychic cost? And how will I find the right one? Can stop you from getting the guidance you need. That's why we offer the best psychics at the best value. California Psychics have a wide range of psychics available 24/7, so you can find the one that meets your needs and your budget. If you can't decide, our dedicated customer service team are always available to guide you. Right now, new customers receive 20 minutes for just $20. And what do you know? Most of our customers get everything they need from a reading within that time. Our psychics may surprise you with their ability to offer unique insight on your life situation. In fact, we guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. So, there's never been a better time to take the next step. Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com and experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online at hims.com/joy. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation to determine the ED medication that's best for you. Discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and a range of treatment options, including trusted generic alternatives to the name brands, at up to 95% off. ED is personal, and at Hims, so is treating it. Just go to hims.com/joy and get connected to a licensed medical provider online for free, with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit, hims.com/joy.
Tired of your old kitchen or bathroom? You need to give my friends at Kitchen Magic a call. They offer no shortage of solutions for any room in your home. With a new vanity and a tub shower conversion, you'll love that new bathroom. Plus, an industry-leading warranty, a 10-year recipient of Lehigh Valley's top workplaces. Right now, they're offering 12 months, no payments, no interest financing, plus 10% off your remodel. Get your free in-home consultation today. KitchenMagic.com. KitchenMagic.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
I'm rolling with the Sixers Sunday, 1 o'clock, NBA playoffs. Sixers -5 for Sunday against Game 4 against the New York Knicks. FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, is giving all customers 2 chances to bring home a big win with a no-sweat same-game parlay every weekend of the playoffs. All you have to do is place a same-game parlay on any playoff matchup, and you'll get bonus bets back if you don't win. You can bet on everything from rebounds to assists, three-pointers, so much more. All you have to do is go to FanDuel.com/Greg, FanDuel.com/Greg, and shoot your shot on America's #1 sportsbooks. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 1210 WPHT and is the official sports betting partner of the NBA, 21 and over. Present in PA, minimum 3-leg parlay required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expires 7 days after receipt. Max refund $5 unless otherwise specified. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Listen on your schedule. Anytime. Just go to 1210 WPHT on the Odyssey app and search the Kayal and Company podcasts.
Mustard. Kayal and Company. It is a Friday morning. Sean Farish, Donald Trump impressionist coming up 9 o'clock. Also get Sean's thoughts on a variety of issues from the protests to Supreme Court and absolute immunity to also this story in Tennessee where teachers will now be able to carry a firearm with them. What a state. What a time to be alive. Dawn's Big Three coming up here in a couple of minutes, but we continue with an abbreviated version of What's on the Cut Sheet Part 2 because we have a couple of guests in the 9 o'clock hour today.
Have you guys been following the story? Hang on. Thank you, Rolling Stones. I was plotting down the wrong thing. Have you guys been following the story about these 5 middle schoolers in West Virginia
Yes.
who refused to compete against a boy in women's shot put?
Mm-hmm.
One of the middle school girls gave remarks at a press conference in West Virginia the other day. She specifically called out the ACLU and their disregard for women. Straight out of Dawn Stensland's playbook here. This is how that audio sounded the other day. This is cut 2, Phil, go.
The girls and I want to say our thank yous first. Thank you to God for giving us the strength to do this. Thank you to Riley. She's been a huge inspiration and mentor through all of this. And thank you to Attorney General Morrissey for trying his best to save women's sports. About 2 years ago, the transgender movement started becoming more and more popular. I was never affected by this until last year. I started to think, this can't be right. All my teammates are working so hard to get beat by a boy. And don't get me wrong, we've had some great girls on our team that have beaten this boy. Now into this year, all of my teammates have seen how much he has improved since last year. This made me feel like I had to do something, not just for myself, but for girls everywhere. That's when I reached out to Riley. She almost immediately replied and asked, what can I do to help? Just the fact that she was on my side gave me enough courage to go and ask my friends if they wanted to help. Believe me, all of my friends would have loved to help me out, but they are such strong competitors and I don't blame them. Luckily, I found 4 lovely young girls willing to take a stand with me. As big as it got, but we hope that it opens eyes to many more to see that this is not right and a situation that is eventually going to kill women's sports forever. What I would love for the ACLU to have seen is what I saw after our last track meet. One of my best friends, Sadie, who works so hard on discus and stays after practice, she was walking up the hill and we could tell something was wrong. My dad went and hugged her and she said in tears, "He beat me, it's just not fair." It wasn't the losing that upset her, because the girl that won first place is also one of our friends. What upset her was the fact that she lost second place to a boy. That's what the ACLU needs to see. In closing, my hope is that this case will get revisited, and I'm asking all women and all men that believe in women's sports to get on board and help us save women's sports.
Very brave and courageous 12-year-old girl right there. More gumption and character than most adults who remain quiet on this. And it shouldn't be that way because 80 to 90% of people already believe that men have no right to be in women's sports, yet the vocal majority that would like to voice their opinion can't. They're right. and the vocal minority that gets offended and says you're transphobic or homophobic will shout you down. I got to tell you, the numbers blew me away when we talked about this about an hour ago. Our Bodies, Our Sports Coalition, male athletes have stolen over 924 trophies, medals, and titles from women and girls across 448 different competitions in over 30 different sports. Those numbers are higher than I thought. I thought it was less than that. So,
my son, in high school throws discus and shot put, and every year, as you know, we go on our summer road trip, and we go to places like West Virginia to have the National Junior Olympics competition. And what I see when I go there, mostly girls. I predominantly, and I don't know the numbers, but the girls in sports are so inspiring because they're coming from all across the country. And I would say the majority of the girls are African American. And so I am surprised at the issue that it has not, and maybe it has hit the African American community, because there are so many families who are out there and say, this is a ticket for my daughter to get a full ride scholarship to a major college and get into a whole new pathway of life that maybe she wouldn't otherwise have. And so when you look at this winner of the competition that you're talking about from West Virginia, and you think about shot put, this person who calls themselves Becky, a 13-year-old on these, now says, well, they're taking puberty blockers and this and that. It doesn't matter. With something like shot put, you're holding that heavy ball, and they actually have different weights for the girls and boys.
Oh, yeah.
So now you're at the ladies' tees, if you will, and you're a biological male, your shoulder strength, your arm strength. There's just no contest.
Yeah, you're right.
And so the boy who competed against these girls threw 3 feet. It wasn't even close over the second place person.
Right.
It's just so unfair.
Well, speaking of the women's tees, if my golf game doesn't get better soon, I might tee off from the women's tees.
Could identify,
yeah. I'm going to transition to play the red tees myself.
One more, and then we will get to Dawn's big three at 8:45, whatever. It's same thing.
Who cares?
We talked about this a little earlier in the year about televising these trials that are going on. What do you guys think?
I was all for it.
Do you guys think that these trials should be televised?
I do.
Do you?
I think people have a right to know, but I also think people. And I'm not criticizing people that can't keep up with it, because it makes my head explode some days too. But I mean, you try to track down all 4 of these cases and then sit through these, especially the SCOTUS stuff. I mean, that is super deep in the weeds. You're trying to follow a reporter or read live updates on websites. I think sometimes it's just easier to digest it if you watch it on television.
Yeah, I don't disagree. I think that this would get record ratings. I think it would be like the OJ trial, to be honest with you. But this, and Phil, you don't have to play the video because I actually trimmed some of it off of it. So this is a correspondent on MSNBC saying not televising the Trump trial is a grave affront to our democracy. This is how that sounded.
I think it's remarkable that this trial is going on in New York, and then behind me, this proceeding is going on in the U.S. Supreme Court, and the American people can't see either of them, with our own eyes. We've got to rely on interlocutors who, the handful of reporters in there to tell us what's going on. I think that is just a grave affront to our democracy. New York is one of only 2 states that has such severe restrictions on audio-visual release. And it allows for these spin cycles and for Donald Trump to go out to the cameras and say all this nonsense. The prosecution, because of prosecutorial ethics, can't do all that. So we're only seeing on camera one side of the story, which is, I think, really damning for the people.
All right, so if we're talking about New York specifically with the Alvin Bragg case, and New York being only one of 2 states, I guess then the belief or the assumption, if the Georgia case gets going with Fani Willis and the classified documents in Florida, if they have far less restrictions, does that mean we do get television access, or is that dependent upon each judge to make a ruling? Because I remember we had this conversation a while back where I think it was the judge in Georgia, is it Scott McAfee? I think he was against televising it, but I think a majority of Americans, according to the polls, would actually like to see it televised.
But it's not about polls. It's about what the courts allow.
Yeah.
Traditionally, I don't recall a federal court allowing cameras in.
Yeah.
I just don't recall that. Even with SCOTUS, they have, the audio.
Right.
But generally speaking, I don't recall ever covering a federal trial where they ever let cameras in. It with the state courts, it depends on state law.
Mm-hmm.
So usually it's a state law and not up to an individual judge. And I'll have to check on the Georgia law.
Okay.
By the way, put that poll question up. Should these trials be televised? Put it up on YouTube, if you will, my friends. Phil. YouTube.com/@1210WPHT. YouTube.com/@1210WPHT. Please hit the subscribe button and hit the like button while you're there.
All right. That'll do it for the cut sheet and part due today. We've got Sean Farish, top of the hour, but right now it's time for Dawn Stensland's Big Three at 8:45.
It's the Big 3 at 8 on Kayal and Company.
Big 3 at 8, sponsored by Joseph Anthony Salon. Follow the money is what we always say when we look at these latest tent encampments popping up here locally at the UPenn campus, as well as nationwide, these protest movements, anti-Israel movements. But who's paying for this? Who's funding this? Well, there are some groups that suggest that they are being funded big time, hundreds of thousands of dollars, and paid protesters, funded by, among others, George Soros. So the allegation here is that there's a SJP parent organization funded by a network of nonprofit organizations funded by, among others, Soros, who's obviously the billionaire investor. And there are others as well. At 3 different colleges, these reports, this is USCPR, they provide up to $7,800 for community-based fellows, and thousands of other between $3,000 and $4,000 for campus-based fellows. And so we're looking at this and these different groups being funded. They're saying that the one radical group, USCPR, received at least $300,000 from Soros Open Society Foundations since 2017, I might add.
Okay.
And then took in $355,000 from Rockefeller Brothers Fund since 2019. And so they're trained, and some of these protesters, they're calling them professional protesters.
Oh, absolutely. They know exactly what they're doing. There's no doubt about it. I'll tell you what, though, it is interesting, the disparity of these protests in the Northeast and the West Coast and how they're dealt with compared to in the South. We've seen Georgia, they've acted differently. Texas, I think you guys played that yesterday, what was going on in Texas. Also in Florida as well.
Yeah, so, you look at California, across Texas, Georgia, GW, Yale, Cornell, University of Rochester, University of Pittsburgh here in Pennsylvania, Ohio State University, Northwestern, University of Minnesota, MIT, Harvard, Emerson, Tufts. They're all being named in these reports as receiving big-time money from these groups that I mentioned, and that they have professional protesters, paid protesters who already graduated college. By the way, some of them work for different elected officials,
Yeah,
but they're not
probably
students.
Yeah, mid to late 20s.
So we suspected this, and that's the point here.
Yep.
So let's move on. New York's highest court throwing out Harvey Weinstein's 2020 rape conviction.
How about that?
This was shocking.
Yeah, it was.
And a lot of women's groups, had celebrated historic gains during, remember, the hashtag #MeToo era. Many people are just shocked by this. But the court, this was reminiscent to me locally of the Cosby case. This is based on the fact that the prosecutors allowed in women to testify to say that they were raped by him or abused by him, but they had nothing to do with that particular case.
Okay.
That's what we saw in the Cosby case as well. And so in this one now, he's not being freed because, remember, even though New York threw it out, the 72-year-old Weinstein remains in prison because he was convicted, obviously, in Los Angeles of another rape. But we are expecting that they're also planning their appeal in California as well.
Oh, boy.
Yeah. So many groups speaking out and reacting to this. Number 3, something we didn't get to earlier this morning was that TikTok's Chinese parent company, ByteDance, announcing no, they have no plans to sell the social media platform. This is the first official response on this issue since President Joe Biden signed the bill that we've talked a lot about that could lead to a so-called nationwide ban. They have a year to deal with this situation, but they have said that foreign media reports that ByteDance is exploring the sale of TikTok. They say that those reports are not true. ByteDance does not have any plan to sell TikTok.
Well, if true, then we're probably going to see within the next year, unless circumstances change, and a year's a long way away, we're probably going to see the ban then. Because if they're not willing to budge and sell it, and the Biden administration, especially if they get reelected, could be at some point in 2025 where that becomes a thing of the past here in the States.
I don't know. I think they'll negotiate.
I'm against it, but I don't know. If you're not willing to sell, I mean, what's the counter? You ban it?
I think the issue is what they're really fighting over is who gets to keep all the information, the analytics.
All the info on the servers and things like that.
And I don't want either.
No.
I don't want the communist government. I don't want the United States government
Correct.
to have our info. I think nobody should get it.
Damn right.
So we are sponsored this morning. Here's what you got to get. Joseph Anthony Retreat Spa and Salon. Thank you for sponsoring us. The secret to spoiling the moms in your life this spring. Now with 3 locations, Glen Mills, Springfield, as well as Center City at the Lowe's Hotel. Visit in person or online, josephanthony.com, where gift cards are available, josephanthony.com. That's Kayal and Company Big 3.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. Sean Farish will join us at the top of the hour. By the way, today is also National Pretzel Day. It's a big day today here. We got a Philly Pretzel Factory food drop coming. What do we have coming up?
You know what's funny?
Annie
is that,
Ann's?
they sent us an email a couple weeks ago. I don't think I ever followed up. Sorry.
Yeah, all the people
Sorry,
on
guys.
Fox and Friends sitting around
guys.
eating pretzels.
That's my fault.
Yeah, you get a little side of
mustard. Bad job, Adam.
You know. By the way, too.
Yeah.
Mustard over cheese every day of
No,
the
you
week
don't
on
put
a pretzel.
cheese on a pretzel. What's wrong with you?
Cheese is for
Some
kids.
people do.
It's for
Communist.
kids. Yeah.
It's communist.
Mustard.
I got to have a little brown spicy.
By the way, the very unscientific poll on YouTube, should these trials be televised, 82%, 83% now says yes.
Yeah, I'm in agreement with that. All right, Sean Farish, top of the hour. And then at the bottom of the hour, we will go live to New York City. I just saw her put out a tweet. Caroline Leavitt, Trump's national press secretary, will join us to talk all things campaign, courts, and protests throughout this country, and also maybe a little bit on the union workers as well that were showing up in full force to support Donald Trump. That's all still ahead. A big final 9 o'clock hour on a Friday, and we're back after this on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
I know you're lusting after my green, lush lawn. If you want a greener, healthier lawn, Greg Stocker, that's also safer for your family, for your pets, for your child, you want to call my lawn care company today, Natural Lawn of America. I've been a customer for years. Trust me, you're going to love the results. Natural Lawn, creating green lawns quickly, more naturally, and with fewer weeds for more than 35 years. They have certified specialists. My guy is Tony. They're going to tailor their treatments, to your lawn-specific needs, and it's environmentally friendly. That's the approach they take, reducing the need for all those chemicals, creating a safer lawn for your family, for your kids, for your grandkids, for your pets to enjoy. Natural Lawn, they're locally owned, family operated here in Pennsylvania and New Jersey, and they're competitively priced. They have a satisfaction guarantee. I trust the leader in organic-based lawn care, and you should too. Just give them a call today because this limited time offer expires the end of this month. So that offer, free seeding every year. Just schedule Natural Lawn's full-service program. They will seed your lawn every year free of charge. 800-FREE-SEED. That's the number to call, 800-FREE-SEED. Visit naturallawn.com. Learn more. Choose my lawn care company, Natural Lawn of America. Greener grass, fewer weeds guaranteed. Tell them Dawn sent you.
What's the room again?
1240, down at the end.
Ooh, what's that? Sammy, don't touch that. That's someone's old food.
Here we are. Do you have the key?
You have both of ours.
Oh, right. Not working.
Rub it.
Come on.
Try flipping it over.
Seriously. Why can't we go inside? I'm tired.
Give me yours.
You have mine.
All right.
What?
Please, if you
Dad,
could just...
why aren't you opening the door?
Can everyone just shut the...
Don't go there. Go on a real vacation. Go RVing. Learn more at GoRVing.com.
You're in hot water, mister.
What'd I do?
I told you months ago our utility bills were getting higher because of that old outdated tank water heater.
Maybe it's time we finally switch to a Navien tankless.
Learn about Navient's high-efficiency tankless water heaters, endless hot water, all while helping you save on your energy costs.
Hey, look at this. Our utility bill is lower since we got the Navien tankless water heater.
Who's in hot water now?
We are, all the time.
Learn more at tanklessmadesimple.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. There is zero risk to you. If we can't reduce your tax debt, then you pay nothing. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have a 5-star rating on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
At Cherry Hill Volvo, we have absolutely incredible offers, and a plethora of both new and certified Volvos from which to choose. We are eager to offer amazingly competitive prices because we need the room for all of our construction vehicles. When leasing or purchasing a new or certified Cherry Hill Volvo, you become part of our team. Join Cherry Hill Volvo for the pricing and attention you deserve. I am Judith Krepnick, president of Cherry Hill Volvo.
This is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Are you ready for retirement? Have you prepared everything you need? Well, in Investor Schooling, we will teach you ways to better prepare for your retirement using real estate and the stock market. But you need to learn how to do it right, and that's what we teach. At Investor Schooling, we sell nothing but education. Come to Investor Schooling and learn how to have a better retirement. Go to investorschooling.com and RSVP right now for this Thursday's class at 7 o'clock. Go to investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com. This is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Are you tired of hearing about the recession that's coming? Are you prepared for it? Well, listen, at investorschooling.com, we're going to teach you ways to prepare for the recession that you didn't even know existed. We're going to teach you strategies on how to use real estate. We're going to teach you strategies how to use the stock market properly. That's right, you can even make money in the stock market when the stock market goes down. Hey, go to investorschooling.com and register for a free class this Thursday night, and you will learn all of these techniques. Go to investorschooling.com right now, RSVP for this Thursday. We'll see you there.
I'm Philomena, founder of Kin Apparel here in Philly. I love my natural hair, but not what hoodies and hats were doing to it. So I made my own satin-lined hoodies and created a business in the process. I've got big dreams, and Chase for Business in Philly was like, all right, how do we get you there?
Get financial guidance from bankers in your community and convenient digital tools all in one place. Learn more at chaseforbusiness.com. Make more of what's yours. Real customers compensated. JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Do you have a life insurance policy of $100,000 or more that you don't need? Well, don't lapse or surrender your policy. You might be sitting on a gold mine. That's right. You may be able to sell all or part of your life insurance policy to Coventry for cash, or a combination of cash and coverage with no future premiums, even a term policy. Call Coventry Direct at 800-411-8300 or visit coventrydirect.com to find out if you're sitting on a gold mine. That's 800-411-8300. For over 25 years, we've helped thousands of people sell their policies. And we can probably help you, too. Call us today at 800-411-8300 or visit coventrydirect.com to find out if you're sitting on a gold mine. That's 800-411-8300. Call now.
Hi, everyone.
Stephanie here from Emmons. You know, a great way to spring out of those winter blues is by upgrading the favorite place in your home, your bathroom. Emmons will give you an affordable, modest bathroom refresh with synthetic stone surrounds in as little as 1 day. That's right, 1 day. And Emmons will include interior design consultations at no cost to you. This is an easy way to spruce up your bathroom without having to break the bank. Call Emmons today at 856-885-6677 or check out our website at callemmons.com.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
See Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra on a tribute to Philly sports fans at Wildwood Catholic Academy in North Wildwood and at the Ocean City Music Pier in Ocean City, New Jersey.
Alan Iverson, Cole Hamels, Joel Embiid.
My dad set this up. This was actually a gift to us to bring us all together, come see Joe and relive all the Philadelphia history. Come see it. It's amazing.
That's Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra at Wildwood Catholic on June 29th and the Boardwalk in Ocean City, New Jersey on July 13th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com!
Don't let a cold, sinus infection, or allergies ruin your day. Breathe easier, sleep better, and feel healthier with Navage. Visit Navage.com. Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, or a store near you.
Yo, Roy is Ford. What? We know your favorite station is 1210 WPHT. WPHT.
Kayal and Company, 9:01 Friday morning, fourth and final hour underway. Nick, Dawn, and Greg here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Get us on the free Odyssey app. Watch us live on YouTube. Coming up at 9:20, our morning mystery movie clip. Bottom of the hour, 9:30, Caroline Leavitt, Donald Trump's National Press Secretary, set to join us here this morning. But before we get to the National Press Secretary, we get to the man himself, the great Donald J. Trump. Very, very busy man these days, and he's still kind enough to carve out 15 minutes for us here on a Friday. Mr. President, good morning. How are you, sir?
Good morning to you. You're a beautiful guy, and everybody there is doing tremendously well, as usual. We say that every time because it's true, and we're doing very well also. And it's been very busy. We've been very busy. And the courtroom's been very cold. I think I've made that very clear. It's been very cold because Alvin Bragg is a huge person. He has what we call blubber. And last Friday, you saw somebody light themselves on fire. It's because Alvin Bragg walked out there with his thunder thighs and sparked a huge problem out there. So that's what happened. Nobody knows that, but I saw it happen with my own two eyes. And it's something you don't want to see. But the guy who lit himself on fire, I have to say this, he made the courtroom a little warmer, so we thank him for that.
Yes, and we do have you on record saying this.
I'm freezing my ass off up here.
And that was, of course, in Schnecksville, PA, 2 Saturdays ago. But a big day yesterday for you, Mr. Trump, in front of SCOTUS for the January 6th charges and the concept of absolute immunity. It seems like there were more favorable than non-favorable moments on your behalf. Your thoughts on the way the justices handled those arguments and the interpretations that we heard yesterday?
Well, the justices handled the arguments very well, and my lawyers handled the arguments very well. And you know what I say about immunity? I have the greatest immune system in the history of the world. I don't get sick. You know, nobody's healthier than I am. And I had a meeting this morning. I've done this a lot with my antibodies. I talked to them. I said, you're doing a tremendous job, and we're never getting the China virus again. I got it once. I haven't gotten it again. But the immunity from the charges is another one. And the antibodies can't handle that one, but the lawyers are going to handle that. And I have the immunity. And here's what's going to happen. Even if they say we don't have absolute, they're going to send it to another court. We're not having the trial. It's not going to happen. And Jack Smith is very upset about it. I hear he's plucking his beard hairs. He hasn't shaved them in 15 years. He's plucking them because he's so anxious and so upset. He's plucking with his own hands, and he's bleeding out of his face because he's so upset that we're not going to have the trial because we're probably not. And he's also getting his ass handed to him by Judge Cannon. That's also happening. So it's a terrible day for Jack Smith. It's a great day for us.
Speaking
and
of
a great day for our country.
Yes, indeed, Mr. President. Donald Trump is with us. Speaking of judges, let's get to Judge Merchan in your case in New York and the gag order and the claims that you have defied the gag order many times. Any fear of contempt and any fear of possibly going to jail, or are you going to keep steamrolling Judge Merchan as you have been?
Well, if we go to jail, you know what's going to happen. We're going to run the cell block. They have a lot of respect for me over there. We're going to do very well. We're going to make sure nobody drops the soap. We're going to say you have great hands and you're not dropping it. And if you do drop it, you're not going to pick it up because that's when the bad things happen. But I have to say this, we're not going to jail. They're not going to put me in jail because then they have to clear out the wing. The Secret Service has to come in. It's not going to happen. So we don't fear. We have no fear. I'm not afraid of anything. Crooked Joe's afraid of his own shadow. AOC is afraid of big words. I'm not afraid of anything. So we have no fear. We're not afraid of it. We're not afraid of contempt. I hold them in contempt. Like Jim Carrey and Liar Liar, I hold myself in contempt. But I don't hold myself. They don't hold me. I don't hold them in contempt. We're not afraid of anything, and it's going to be just fine. We're having a great trial. You know, they're doing a terrible job. And nobody knows what the hell I'm on trial for. I don't even think the judge knows. I don't even think Alvin Bragg knows. The key witness was talking yesterday. He was face down in a box of Twinkies, so I don't even think he's paying attention.
I would agree. And then, of course, you have testimony from guys like Pecker and this sham of a case when even the New York Times has op-eds with legal scholars around the country saying that there's no crime, there's no fraud. I think you have to believe at least one juror, if not multiple jurors, in the Alvin Bragg case are going to find you not guilty, even in a blue city like New York City.
Can I just say this about the court? Because the case, I have to say it, and some people are going to say maybe it's not a good thing to say. You have a case about potential money being paid to a porn star. The key witness is Pecker, and you have a gag order. This is incredible, okay? And I would never talk about it. I would never say something like that, but that's what's happening. You have a Pecker, you have a gag order, and you have a porn star. When you put all those three things together,
and a poll,
something crazy,
and a poll,
and a poll. You have lots of polls, I can tell you that. And it's cold. Let me just tell you something. It's cold in the courtroom. And so Pecker's getting very small. I can say that. Okay, because these are things that you're not supposed to see, and you're seeing it. This entire case is a sham. It's a complete and total sham. I wouldn't touch Karen McDougal or Stormy Daniels with a 10-foot pole, and I know what that looks like.
Well said. Donald Trump joining us here. Speaking of women, your attorney, Elena Haba, is now actually trolling some of the haters. She has haters on Twitter. You have haters on Twitter/X. And now she's trolling them with a video of her slicing avocados. I've watched the video about 35 times. I would argue, Mr. President, it's the best avocado video slicing tutorial I have ever seen in the history of American jurisprudence. Your thoughts on her abilities in the kitchen so far via social media?
Nobody does a better job slicing avocados, I can tell you that. And crooked Jill Biden, I can say this too, because she has a hard time with a lot of things, including her dresses. You know, she looks like the severe thunderstorm. There's a tornado warning against crooked Jill. And, there's also when Joe comes to town, crooked Joe, there's a tornado warning too, because he sucks everything in through his nose. It's terrible. He's horrible. He sniffs all the people, and you're not supposed to do that. But avocado, it's a beautiful word. I invented it, as a matter of fact. And crooked Jill calls them avocado. She has no idea how to pronounce it. She's terrible. Just like she called it bogada. What the hell is that? Nobody knows that. It's the greatest video. Alina Haba. She's a great person. She slices the avocado like nobody's ever sliced it before. And I taught her everything she does. I taught her how to use her hands because I have big, beautiful, tremendous hands. And I've taught her everything, including how to slice the avocado. That's why it's done so perfectly.
Oh, I need a towel. Kayal and Company joined here by the 45th and hopefully, God willing, the 47th President of the United States. So one of the things we talked about earlier this week, Mr. President, is, and we know you had the big fundraiser at Mar-a-Lago a few weekends ago, well over $50 million generated in fundraisers. The swing state spending disparity between Joe and yourself is a pretty wide margin right now. Joe has spent about $15 million to your $1 and change. Do you have any anticipated date on when you'll expect to open up the war chest and begin this ad blitz in the battlegrounds?
Well, we don't really have to do it right now because we're winning. Well, we're winning by a lot, but we might want to do it. We are thinking about it maybe closer to the election, but we're winning by a lot. We haven't even opened the war chest, so we're doing a great, and it's a beautiful chest. I have to say that I built it. It's gold. It's a beautiful chest. And nobody knows chests like I do. I have a beautiful chest, too. The doctor told me, they said, look at you. You look like a Greek god. We talked about my immune system. I also have a beautiful body, and it's all from Big Macs. You know that? Nobody does better with McDonald's than I do. Golden Arches, I built those, too. But you look at the swing states. We're doing so well with the swing states. And they are coming around. They're looking at it. They're saying, we don't like the death to America people. We like the make America great again people. And so we're doing very well, and we don't even have to spend money. They're letting us do it for free. And so nobody does deals like I do. And I got a great deal right now, so we're going to keep it going.
Speaking of things that are going well for you, a new poll shows that 40 is the new 55 as younger voters are ditching Democrats for you and the Republican Party. Then, of course, you're in New York City and you've got a lot of the union workers over the last 48 hours who have voiced their displeasure with Joe Biden and their support for you. I got to imagine you feel pretty good right now about the younger demo, and also in an area where many people think you have no shot. There's some encouraging signs in New York City.
Well, you see the support coming out of New York. You see the construction workers. These are beautiful people. As you know, I'm a great builder, and they're great builders too. And so they love hearing from a great builder also. And they have big, strong hands, and so do I. So we have a lot in common. And they came out and supported me. There was a beautiful, handsome gentleman. He was on television. He had a nice goatee. And he said to crooked Joe Biden 2 words. He said, the first word I would never say. It's a 4-letter word, starts with F, and it ends with 3 other letters, and you're not supposed to say that. And it's not fire truck, I can tell you that. I would never say that, but he said it to Crooked Joe, and everybody wants to say it. I would never say it, but everybody wants to say it. And the entire country wants to say it. And I think that's what Let's Go Brandon means. That's what a lot of people are saying. But he said that, and the people are tired of it. They're tired of having a weak country. They're tired of the bad hombres. They're tired of the inflation. You have to cut off your arm to buy steak. Nobody wants to do that, but you have to do it in a store. You have to surrender your hand. It's terrible. If you want to buy a ribeye, nobody loves ribeyes like I do, but we can't do it. Even I have a lot of money. I can't afford it. So you have the terrible things that are happening in our country. Nobody wants it to happen anymore, and we're going to fix it when I'm your president. We're going to make it a lot better. We're going to make it great again.
Final one for Donald J. Trump joining us here on Kayal and Company. One of your former buddies, Chris Christie, is mad that Joe Biden hasn't reached out to him as a never Trumper since the general election has become set in stone. Does anybody actually want, seek, or desire Chris Christie's input or advice on anything in life, Mr. President?
The only people who call Chris Christie are sumo wrestlers. They say, how can I get as big as you? Okay, that's what they say. How can I get as big as you? Because Crooked Joe doesn't want to go near Chris Christie. You know, Crooked Joe's a sniffer. And nobody wants to smell that guy because he smells horrible. I can tell you that. I was on stage with him. The tomato, they threw it at him. It got stuck in the orbit, and he smelled so bad. It was like Pigpen from Peanuts. It was like he was terrible. Everywhere he goes, you can smell his last week worth of meals. You know, when he lets one go, they call it a toot, like Eric Swalwell. It gets stuck in his orbit. He's got his own atmosphere. It's terrible. So you have this. Nobody wants to talk to Chris Christie. He's a sloppy guy. He's a fat slob. And nobody wants to talk to him, not even Crooked Joe.
Sloppy Chris Christie.
The great Sean Farish is joining us as he does every week here on Kayal and Company. All right, Sean, that was great stuff. So let's get to your thoughts.
One thing.
Yeah.
Real fast, Nick Kayal. Sean, somebody in the YouTube chat wants to know how you're able to do this without laughing.
So actually today when I was making, because I've been troubleshooting the pecker joke for a long time. I almost, I mean, if you watch your back,
yeah,
I almost laughed because you guys were going crazy. And I was just, all right, good, that landed. So I guess I'm making a video later today or something about it. Because, you know, there's a whole gag order thing and like he can't say that, but he really should.
Yes,
so,
100%.
Someone asked how I could do it without laughing. It's hard. It is very hard sometimes, but you know, I've been doing it a long time. I can tell you that. So it's like, I guess it's just like focus. I'm looking at the camera, and the camera is just looking back at me with this blank stare. So it's okay.
Sean Farish with us. So let's start, because you obviously you live in Nashville now, but you're a New Yorker, and you see the National Guard in New York for Columbia. Now we've seen what happened at Emory University down in Georgia, USC canceling commencement over this fear and this hatred that is being exhibited towards the Jewish community on college campuses. I mean, what's going to happen? Because, I mean, is it going to have to get uglier before it gets better this spring and summer? And what is ultimately the solution? Because leadership is not really enforcing and ruling with an iron fist here.
All right, so I'm kind of torn, right? Because I hate seeing Jewish people. I hate seeing anybody get attacked like that, right? It's not just about Jewish people. In this case, it is. But in any situation, that shouldn't be happening anywhere. We should be this country where, okay, you know, you want to go and support Palestine? I respect your right to do that. You should respect my right not to do that. And just don't get in each other's way. I mean, that's it. So I obviously want to see the hateful rhetoric, in this case, you know, aimed at Jews, to stop. And I've been very outspoken about that. And I find it very ironic that, you know, when I wear my MAGA hat, I'm called a Nazi, but I've never uttered this type of, you know, rhetoric, language, hatred, and spewed it towards Jewish people in my life, coming from a Jewish family, right? You know, but I've been called a Nazi because what did I do, Nick? I went to a school board meeting and said, I don't like DEI. Therefore, I am like the incarnation of, you know, some terrible people. And it's like, it's insane. But I'm also on this one, right? So I don't want the Jews to get attacked, but I don't want to interrupt my enemy when he's making a mistake, because this is a huge overplay, right? So I always say, people are like, oh, it's just like 2020. It's the BLM riots again. And I say, yes, except in 2020, they were chanting Black Lives Matter, which to the normal American voter who was stuck at home because of COVID, you hear it, you see the videos of George Floyd, it didn't look good. We know things now that kind of go counter to the narrative, but that's besides the point, because back then you saw the videos, it didn't look good, and you had people chanting Black Lives Matter, which is a reasonable statement, and by the way, a true statement. Black Lives Matter because all lives matter. Now they're not chanting Black Lives Matter. They're chanting Free Palestine, and more importantly, they're chanting Death to America. So you want to say a group of people in America in 2020, they're upset, COVID, the George Floyd video comes out, and they're hearing Black Lives Matter. To many Americans, that seems reasonable. Nobody is getting out of bed going, you know, I think those Death to America protesters, they really have a point. I should donate to their cause. It's not going to happen.
Right.
So they are making the biggest overplay here, and a huge mistake. And then you watch these college campuses. It costs a lot of money to go to these schools.
Oh, yeah.
They're going to lose students, because if you're not going to stop college protesters, some of these people coming out from outside the college and protesting on campus, you know, these attacks on Jews, if you're not going to stop it and you're instead going to negotiate with the Death to America crowd, no one's going to want to go there. Bob Kraft stopped funding them. And so, and again, people are like, well, you're taking it out of context. It's just one guy saying Death to America. No, it isn't. And at the University of Michigan, among other schools as well, their own paperwork and flyers that are being distributed at the protest says freedom for, this is word for word, freedom for Palestine means death to America. Mm-hmm. So when you hear the Free Palestine chant, that's what they're saying. It's not war. It's not winning over anybody. The BLM riots won over people as some sort of civil rights movement. This is not doing that. And I don't think they understand how much damage they're doing to their own case. And that's why I don't want to stop them. But I also want the attacks on Jews to stop. So, I mean, there's got to be a happy medium somewhere. I hate to see what's happening to these Jewish students. And by the way, these Jewish employees, it's really sad.
Yes, great point. I want to get your thoughts. Last one here. In Tennessee now, as Tennessee House Republicans have passed a bill allowing teachers to carry guns, and we will have armed teachers and sending this measure to the governor. I love the way red states operate in many facets compared to blue states. You're down there, you're in the Nashville area living this now. Your thoughts on this? Good idea, bad idea? How did we arrive at this point?
So the Tennessee state legislature had an incredible session. They've passed a lot of really, really good bills. This is one of them. And Bill Lee, the governor, came and said he's going to sign it. And this is what the bill does, right? So it gives each individual district the option to allow teachers to carry guns. So this is not like a statewide mandate that all teachers must have the choice. It's district by district, which is great because now there's more power in the hands of the people. You can now go to your school board meetings. You can say hi to the FBI agent, and you can say, "Hey, this is what we want. We want our teachers to carry guns." So you can say that probably your left-leaning districts are not going to allow it, and your right-leaning districts are going to allow it. Now, I don't want to see school shootings anywhere, but I have a sneaking suspicion that if that's the way it goes, and there's this dichotomy, right, that you're going to see it in the districts where the teachers aren't carrying. And people say, well, now the schools are going to be loaded with guns. No, this is not mandating that teachers must carry. This is giving the teacher the choice to carry, right? So if something does happen, they can protect themselves, protect their students instead of waiting for the police to arrive. And the police do a fine job, but they're far away. The teachers are right there.
Sure.
So I love this bill. And we went from last summer in Tennessee, a discussion surrounding and revolving around red flag laws, to now this spring, a bill that is going to allow districts to allow their teachers to carry firearms in school to protect themselves and their students. This is a great state, and this legislature has had an epic legislative session here in Tennessee. I love living here. The only regret I have moving to Tennessee is I didn't do it sooner. This place is awesome.
That's how I felt in 2018. Real quickly, just to wrap up, we got about 30 seconds here. Do you think this will be picked up in other red states? Could you see Georgia, Alabama, Florida, Texas, things like that, maybe piggybacking and copycatting this?
I can see Florida doing it tomorrow because they're run by a fantastic governor. They have a great state legislature too. And maybe Texas. Yes, I think it could be in several red states. There's probably going to be some sort of court challenge in Tennessee at some point. They'll see how that plays out, and then these other states will follow suit and kind of craft it to avoid those challenges if there are challenges. But I do see people following suit. It's a great way to keep kids safe.
Great stuff as always, buddy. We appreciate the time. Have a great weekend, and try not to slip into Trump mode on the weekend. Enjoy your weekend. Stay in Sean Farish mode.
Thank you, guys. Have a great weekend.
There he is, buddy. Sean Farish live from Tennessee here on Kayal and Company. Coming up at the bottom of the hour, we are going to go from a man who impersonates Donald Trump to Donald Trump's national press secretary, Caroline Leavitt. She's coming up in about 8 minutes. But first, let's get to our morning mystery movie clip.
And now, the morning mystery movie clip on Kayal and Company. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Every time I come in the kitchen, you in the kitchen, in the damn refrigerator, eating up all the food. Oh, God. All the chicken, all the pig feet. You ate my dinner, my mashed potatoes, that good old gravy I like, and biscuits I can sop that gravy in. You ate all of that. You drink up all the milk, don't care what kind of milk it is. You don't care. 2%, 3% buttermilk, patent milk. Hold a cow on a patent milk can, I bet you eat that too. What's wrong with you? I'm hiding my grapes.
Oh.
You gonna eat up all my grapes.
Think you know what it is?
Such a
Call
loss.
12-855-839-1210, and you could win this great prize.
All right, today another pair of tickets to the, as I scroll here, there we go, the Down and Derby Wine Festival, featuring Secret Service Band, and they will not be throwing menstrual pads.
No.
On May 4th from 2 to 7 p.m. at Veterans Island, Cooper River Park in Pensacola, New Jersey. Sample delicious wines from South Jersey's best wineries and enjoy live music, performers, food trucks, fun and games. Must be 21 or older to attend. Caller 12-855-839-1210. See if we get our winner on the other side. And Caroline Leavitt coming up next, Donald Trump's National Press Secretary. Kayal and Company back after this. But first, a word from my friends at the Piazza Auto Group. What I love about the Piazza Auto Group is they let me sample all sorts of different vehicles. I'm going to give you some of the details next week on the Mercedes-Benz C300, the Acura Integra, as well as the Mazda CX-30. But first, a final word. This is probably the last day about the 2024 Honda Pilot Trail Sport. But don't worry, you can still go get it. It features a 7-mode drive system, Trail Watch multi-camera view, 18-inch alloy wheels, and wireless Apple CarPlay. But maybe the best feature, third-row seating. And for the guys out there, the Trail Sport's your rugged, all-terrain version of the Pilot. You can explore all the new Honda Pilot options at one of their 5 locations in Philadelphia, Pottstown, Reading, Springfield, and Langhorne, or shop all their inventory in one convenient location, PiazzaAutoGroup.com.
Hello, Saver. Whether you're saving for that trip to the tropics or saving for an emergency, now is the time to take advantage of Wells Fargo's savings options. Wells Fargo offers savings accounts that can help you save towards your goals. So, what are you saving for? Visit a Wells Fargo branch or wellsfargo.com/save to open a savings account today.
Wells Fargo Bank, N.A., member FDIC.
Harry, if you watch any more of those stupid financial shows, I'm filing for divorce.
How am I going to keep up with our retirement accounts?
At JML Financial Group, we want you watching your grandkids playing soccer and sunsets in Hawaii, not the latest rumor of a market crash. Surprisingly, with proper income planning, the stock market shouldn't even be a concern. The money came in every 2 weeks while you worked. It should be the same in your retirement years. Let us show you how. Call JML Financial Group today at 856-925-6674. That's 856-925-6674. Or at jmlfinancialgroup.com. So, when your neighbor's sunbathing in the front yard,
Harry, you're an idiot. Get away from the window.
keep your eyes focused where they should be, on enjoying your retirement. Securities and investment advisory services offered through Brokers International Financial Services, LLC, member SIPC. Brokers International Financial Services, LLC is not an affiliated company.
And now Martha Stewart for Skechers. When I make a dish or embark on a craft project, I always use the finest, most fabulous ingredients and materials. Which is why, when it comes to footwear, I love Skechers. Because Skechers is the comfort technology company and uses the most luxurious, innovative materials and designs to make wondrously comfortable footwear with all the fits and features like Arch Fit and Skechers' world-famous air-cooled memory foam. It's exactly the way I'd make shoes.
Find Skechers at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear is sold.
Something amazing is happening here. AI is increasing workloads on CPUs and GPUs. But this company's laptops are more than keeping pace. That's because CDW worked with them to future-proof their laptop fleet by configuring them with devices enabled with AMD Ryzen AI. Improve performance and free up resources with AMD Ryzen and CDW. Make amazing happen. Find out more at cdw.com/AMD client.
Are you tired of dealing with those old, inefficient windows in your house? Well, maybe it's time to go Guida. How about that drafty, beat-up-looking entry door you've painted over more times than you can count? Well, go Guida. Need added protection from the elements with a new storm door? Go Guida. And what about that sliding patio door or garage door you've been meaning to replace? Go Guida. Whatever your home improvement needs are, I suggest you go Guida with the great people at Guida Door and Window. To help you get your project started, Guida is offering 20% off all windows and doors while allowing you to start your project with no money down and up to 3 full years to pay it off interest-free. That's right. Receive 20% instant savings with the luxury of paying off your project interest-free for up to 36 months. Restrictions apply, offers for a limited time, so what are you waiting for? It's time you finally go Guida. Call today to schedule a free in-home estimate at 1-877-GO-GUIDA or visit them at GoGuida.com. That's go, GUIDA.com.
Hypertrophic cardiomyopathy is a serious heart condition. Some symptoms include being short of breath, feeling tired, or having dizziness or chest pain. My HCM impacted how I felt and what I could do. So I asked my cardiologist about treatment advances that gave me new options. That conversation was big for me. That's why I'm working with Bristol-Myers Squibb to raise awareness about HCM and to help others like me. Talk to your cardiologist today and visit hcmrealtalk.com to learn more.
Sponsored by Bristol Myers Squibb.
Tom Herr, and this is Susan Herr, Norvon, Pennsylvania.
Being with Crash Proof is like being in a big family. We know there's a lot of other people out there just like us, and everyone's very happy.
Yeah, they're not sad.
They're not sad. I mean, we come in and we know our money's safe and it's continuing to grow.
The Crash Proof system is fighting inflation for us. When prices do go up, we still have income coming in. And with the Crash Proof system, we made just under 7%. Even though we're using money, we're still making more money. And at the end, we have more money than we started with.
We have those resources to make our life in retirement much more comfortable.
And we can sleep at night.
Yes, definitely.
Only Crash-Proof Retirement can guarantee peace of mind in a legally binding, recorded financial meeting. Register for our next event happening at the Washington Crossing Inn on May 15th. Choose either the 11 a.m. or 5 p.m. event. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
This is Len Lundy of Lundy Law. When we say we hope you are never involved in an accident, we mean it. But if you're injured in an accident, we will work quickly to get you the maximum compensation you deserve. And when we also say it won't cost you a dime up front, we mean it. Remember our name, Lundy Law. Your injury lawyers. Call 1-800-LUNDY-LAW or visit lundylaw.com.
Join us at Odyssey as we all do our one thing, together millions of things for our planet. Earth Day has passed, but you don't need a holiday to make an impact. Check your car's trunk and remove heavy items to improve gas mileage. Stock up on reusable bags to use at the grocery store, always keeping a few in your car. And be sure that you are recycling bottles, cans, and papers. The simplest things are often the most effective. When we each share our one thing, it becomes 100 things, 1,000 things, 1,000,000 things for our planet. What's your one thing?
Hey, Warminster, we know your favorite station is WPHT.
Tell your smart speaker to play 1210 WPHT.
Kayal and Company. It's a Friday morning, 9:30, 9 o'clock hour, brought to you by the North to Shore Festival. Experience Prudential presents North to Shore, New Jersey's biggest music and arts festival, coming up in June. Asbury Park, Atlantic City, and Newark, featuring performances by the B-52s, Bare Naked Ladies, Stephen Colbert, Happy Together, and more. All June, all Jersey, north2shore.com. Suzanne in Conshohocken is our morning mystery movie clip winner. Suzanne, good morning. What movie clip did we play for you?
You played Friday.
Yeah,
Suzanne.
And today is Friday, and you're going to the wine festival. Congratulations.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Suzanne Conshohocken, our winner, as we now welcome in Caroline Levitt, a very, very busy lady these days. She is Donald Trump's National Press Secretary. Ms. Levitt, good morning. How are you? Thank you for the time this morning.
Hey, thank you so much for having me. We appreciate it.
We absolutely appreciate it. So there's so many things going on in the world of Donald Trump. I want to start with yesterday with the oral arguments that were heard in regards to January 6th amongst the Supreme Court. It seems like a very, very positive day yesterday based on what the justices were saying to the special counsel. Your thoughts on the way yesterday went from not only from a charges standpoint, but an optics standpoint. It seemed like it was very good PR and press.
Yeah, yesterday was a great day for President Trump and for our campaign. First of all, he started the day at a construction site in Manhattan, bright and early, hours before Joe Biden was even awake for the day, meeting and greeting with union workers on the job, many of whom expressed their wholehearted support for President Trump in this next election. Many of them also lifelong Democrats who realized that Joe Biden and the Democrat Party have been ripping them off for decades, and President Trump is a man of his word. He delivered for the American worker in his first term, and that's why he's fighting so hard to be reelected for a second term. So we started the day with that very exciting visit. It really fired up the president and our whole team. And then in court here in Manhattan, which is where I'm actually calling you from, Nick, I'm calling you from the Manhattan Criminal Courthouse here, which is where this sham witch hunt from Joe Biden's administration is being held. We also had a great day on the stand. The witness, David Pecker, testified, just proving that the prosecution's case is meritless. There is no basis for it in the law. And this trial, ultimately, justice is going to prevail. And then to your point about the Supreme Court, we had some more good news. It seemed as though the justices really understand and side with President Trump's argument that a president has to have immunity from official acts that they make as president of the United States. If you do not, if you are inclined to being prosecuted for every official act that you make as president, then no president will ever be able to do what's best in the interest of the United States. And you're really opening up a big can of worms, looking back at past presidencies and making the argument that, Barack Obama, Bill Clinton, Joe Biden, George Bush could all be potentially politically persecuted and prosecuted for actions that they took when they were president. So it's very important that the Supreme Court upholds immunity, not just for President Trump, but for all future presidents, so our democracy can continue to function.
Hey, Caroline, it's Dawn. You're right. And if we look at the Constitution, we look at the precedent, nothing like this has ever happened in our history before. Hopefully it doesn't happen again. But what's happening here, and this is Joe Biden's team, right, including Merrick Garland, Jack Smith, persecuting a former president, but also the candidate who, as of the polls this week, the latest Quinnipiac University poll, showing that Trump is, some tough competition, hopefully wins against Biden in November. But this is keeping a campaign from doing what it should do. Trump is not allowed to go out and campaign. Quite frankly, this week we saw 6ABC, the powerhouse station here in Philadelphia, interviewing former President Trump, but that was via remote. He's having to, you in your campaign right now, you're having to weave around these court cases. What kind of impact and conversations do you have with trying to run a presidential campaign while you're stuck and ordered in court?
Well, it certainly makes it incredibly difficult, and that's what the Democrats want to do. They want to confine President Trump to this dirty criminal courtroom in Manhattan that should be used to prosecute real criminals, violent criminals, and illegal migrants who are, maybe beating up police officers in Times Square. Nope, Alvin Bragg lets those migrant thugs free, but he's wasting New York taxpayer dollars and time going after the former president and the leading candidate in the next election. And that's what this case is about. It is election interference. But unfortunately for the Democrats, they picked the wrong guy to mess with. President Trump is tough and he's tenacious, and our team is fantastic, coming up with creative ways to keep him out there and keep him on the campaign trail. He'll be hosting big rallies next week in Michigan and Wisconsin, and he'll continue to get out there as much as he can and engage in local media interviews as well, like you mentioned, the Pennsylvania interview that the president did this past week from New York.
Caroline Levitt joining us here on Kayal and Company. She is Donald Trump's national press secretary, joining us here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Caroline, we have a lot of unrest throughout the country right now as the conflict and the war continues in the Middle East with Israel and Hamas. And all of our, not all of them, but many institutions, many college campuses from the Ivy Leagues up in the Northeast all the way to the West Coast, we are seeing these tent encampments and things getting violent. We are seeing police officers having to arrest and use tasers and rubber bullets. I was told that Donald Trump was Hitler and that when Joe Biden becomes president, all the adults will be back in charge. Yet this is all happening under Joe's watch. I've got to believe that if Trump was still in office today, we're not seeing these demonstrations around the country.
No, absolutely not, because this war in Israel and in Gaza would not be happening if President Trump were still in office. When he was in office, the Middle East was at peace for the first time in many, many years. It was stable. Israel was very strong. They knew they had a strong ally in the United States of America, and our adversaries knew that too. And Iran was going broke when President Trump was president because he enacted very tough sanctions on the Iranian regime. And he also used the liquid gold we have under our feet here in the United States of America to produce oil and energy. We were a net exporter of energy. Now Joe Biden's regime has been begging the Middle East and OPEC to produce our most precious resource for us, which has made the Iranians much richer. And that's what's emboldened them and Iranian-backed terrorists, Hamas and Hezbollah, to launch these brutal attacks on Israel. And it's a mess. And Joe Biden doesn't know what to do about it. He's pulled by the far left from the Palestinians who want to see a ceasefire, which is completely ludicrous. And then, of course, he's not standing strong enough with Israel to give them the support that they need to fight back. So he's stuck between a rock and a hard place, and it's because he's weak and he's feeble. He's controlled by the far left of the Democrat Party, and he doesn't take strong positions. He flip-flops on them all of the time, whereas President Trump is a strong leader. When he makes a promise, he delivers on it, and that's why the world was much safer when he was in office. We cannot afford 4 more years of Joe Biden's weak foreign policy. We are quite literally walking straight into World War III with him at the helm. Russia is emboldened. Of course, their invasion of Ukraine also would have never happened if President Trump were still in office. China has promised to take Taiwan. They have said it is inevitable, likely, before Joe Biden leaves office this November. And so we're going to continue to see more chaos and bloodshed, unfortunately, and it's because we have a president in the White House who nobody takes seriously. And that's probably the most important reason why we must elect President Trump, to prevent World War III.
Caroline, what's the message from former President Trump, from the Trump campaign, personally to these students, Jewish students across the country, here at UPenn, right here in Philadelphia, where we're broadcasting from? I know there are some lawsuits, actually, by some Jewish college students in Pittsburgh, for example. What's the message from Trump and the Trump campaign directly to these Jewish students who feel afraid, some of them doing remote learning because they feel threatened not only by the encampments and the protests on campus, but by some of these radicalized professors in class?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, President Trump has said numerous times throughout the last couple of weeks that what is happening at our college campuses, Columbia, Harvard, the University of Southern California, now University of Texas in Austin, these protests are erupting all across the country, and President Trump has said very clearly and strongly that he stands with Jewish American students across the country, and he has called on these woke universities to get tough and have some courage and demand law enforcement arrest these pro-jihadist, anti-Semitic protesters who are chanting hate speech and threatening the lives of Jewish students on their campus. It is shameful to see what is taking place. And again, Joe Biden has the power right now as President of the United States to do what's best for Jewish Americans and Jewish students across the country, to stand up for them clearly and strongly, and to demand law enforcement does their jobs. But he has not done that. He's been hiding in the shadows. He doesn't directly confront this conflict because he's trying to appease both sides. And when you try to appease both sides and avoid taking a tough position, this is what happens. Both sides are upset with you. And President Trump will continue to say that Jewish Americans across the country must be protected, and these colleges need to get tough and do what is the right thing for the safety of their students.
Caroline, final question for me. I want to talk about the swing states here. Donald Trump doing very well in a majority of the polls with the 6 or 7 different swing states. And I think it's really fascinating and it's very impressive considering when you look at the spending that the Biden campaign is doing in these swing states compared to the fact that Donald Trump has yet to open up the war chest in these pivotal states that will likely decide the election. I think the Democrats are really doing the advertising and the campaigning for you guys, because every time they show him in court, he gains in the polls and he becomes even a bigger martyr. So are you guys very encouraged by the swing state numbers based on the fact that you guys are not spending like Joe is so far?
Yes. Well, Joe Biden burned through $30 million in the month of March, and the only return on that investment was his decline in the polls. President Trump continues to increase his support of across all battleground states with all demographics of Americans, Hispanic Americans, Black Americans, women, men, young voters are all overwhelmingly supporting President Trump because they realize what is going on with this case right now. It is a witch hunt. It is a sham. And it's a shame to see, again, our taxpayer dollars being wasted on this sham trial when we have real violent criminals running free in the streets of New York and Democrat-run cities across this country. People are just fed up. They're sick and tired of seeing the media and the Democrats spend all of their time going after Donald Trump. That's their whole platform. They are the anti-Trump platform. What do they stand for? Clearly, it's war in the Middle East. Clearly, it's a wide open border that has allowed an invasion of millions of illegals into our country over the past 3 years. Their economic policies are horrible. Joe Biden is doubling down on them now, even though inflation is climbing. He just promised to sign the largest tax hike in American history if he's reelected. So they just don't get it. They don't understand the concerns of real Americans. President Trump does. And that's why simultaneously, while he is fighting this trial, fighting for truth in our justice system, our rigged justice system, he is also talking about the issues that matter to people, and that is immigration, inflation, fixing our broken border, and restoring peace around this world.
Caroline, the other issue here, and we just had our what the president would probably call a low energy primary here in Pennsylvania. But what it revealed was about 163,000 Republican voters actually cast their ballots for Nikki Haley. And on the Democrat side, Biden getting 127,000 voters, either writing in an anti-Biden message or maybe going for Representative Dean Phillips, et cetera. So how does Trump and the Trump campaign bring together conservatives? And we saw, for example, in Purple Bucks County, we saw a primary there where Congressman Fitzpatrick won, but a good chunk of those more conservative Republicans went for Mark Houck. So how do you bring together the Republican Party, the GOP, and then energize? Because a lot of people still feel here in Pennsylvania, and there are still, as you know, there are many cases in the courts. A lot of people even feel like, you know what? There's something funny going on here with the mail-in voting, et cetera. And there is this, I don't know, this feeling that, okay, the GOP Republicans need to be energized and need to feel confident in election integrity.
Well, Pennsylvania is a massively important state for us. I cannot emphasize that enough. President Trump loves Pennsylvania. We were just there a couple of weeks ago for a huge rally outside of Allentown. I can assure you we will be back very, very soon. And we also are working on the ground. We're bulking up our staff. We have a volunteer-led operation and also paid staff who are going to be engaging with Pennsylvanians for the next 6 months. And what we need is boots on the ground. The RNC is very committed to ensuring election integrity, not only getting out the vote, but also playing on offense. And look, the rules of the game in Pennsylvania aren't ideal, right? We wish you guys didn't have nearly 2 months of early mail-in voting, but we don't have time to change that now before this election, so we need to play by the rules that are given, and Republicans need to get out and vote in whatever way is most convenient for them. Don't wait till Election Day. You might not know what could happen to you on Election Day. You may not be able to get to the polls, so it's important to cast your ballot early if you can, and so we can bank as many votes as possible. We are continuing, like I said, to bulk up our operations on the ground, and we would love for people to sign up to join us. We need boots on the ground to help get President Trump over the finish line. He cannot do this alone, and we're so excited about the volunteers we have so far. We need more, so anyone listening can go to donaldjtrump.com and click on Get Involved and sign up to volunteer, and someone from our team will be in touch with you very soon.
Caroline Levitt, Donald Trump's national press secretary, super busy lady these days. Thank you so much for carving out a couple of minutes with us.
Thank you guys so much. We'll see you soon.
You got it. Caroline Levitt joining us here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. So, you can get involved. Go to the website, just like she said, and click on the Get Involved tab. All right, we'll come back, wrap up a Friday, find out what's on tap for the Dawn show. By the way, Dawn, it's Melania's birthday today.
Happy birthday, Melania.
Did you wish her a happy birthday?
Not
Did you get
yet.
her a gift?
Not
All right,
yet.
You got 2 hours left. All right, we're back after this here on a Friday. Stay right there.
Hi, it's Dawn Stensland. Take your lawn to the next level with my lawn care company, Natural Lawn of America. Natural Lawn has been creating green lawns quickly, more naturally, with fewer weeds for more than 35 years. Their unique approach to lawn care reduces the need for chemicals, creating a safer lawn for your pets and children. Time's running out. Get free seeding every year. Call 1-800-FREE-SEED. Visit naturallawn.com today. Learn more. Natural Lawn of America. Greener grass, fewer weeds, guaranteed. Tell them Dawn sent you.
It seems like just yesterday when I captured my son's first steps or when we recorded his soccer games on VHS tapes. Those moments are gone. But the old home movies and pictures don't need to be. That's why my son created Legacy Box.
That's right, Mom. Over 1 million families have used Legacy Box to digitally preserve their old home movies and photos.
Simply fill Legacy Box with your old camcorder tapes, film, and photos. They will professionally digitize and send them back on DVDs, thumb drive, or the cloud.
With Mother's Day around the corner, it's the perfect time to get your legacy box and save your family's history. After all, few things are as important as protecting your precious memories. Give your mom a Mother's Day present she'll never forget. Legacy Box is offering a 60% discount. Order yours today and take advantage of our best Mother's Day sale ever. Visit legacybox.com/value and for a limited time, get an incredible 60% off your order. That's legacybox.com/value for 60% off. legacybox.com/value.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential, but finding those people can be a major hassle. Unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. And right now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. With ZipRecruiter, one click sends your job to hundreds of top job sites. But more than that, ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies the candidates with the skills you need, sends you a list of great matches to review, then actively invites them to apply for your job. And the results speak for themselves. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's right, the first day. Now you can focus on your business and let ZipRecruiter do the work finding the best people for you. See for yourself. Experience the ease, efficiency, and power of ZipRecruiter for free. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free. Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential, but finding those people can be a major hassle. Unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. And right now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. With ZipRecruiter, one click sends your job to hundreds of top job sites. But more than that, ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies the candidates with the skills you need, sends you a list of great matches to review, then actively invites them to apply for your job. And the results speak for themselves. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's right, the first day. Now you can focus on your business and let ZipRecruiter do the work finding the best people for you. See for yourself. Experience the ease, efficiency, and power of ZipRecruiter for free. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Don't let them silence you. Follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Oh, yeah. Kayal and Company as we wrap up another week of broadcast excellence. And the excellence doesn't stop.
It does not.
As it goes all the way through 7 p.m. live and local Monday through Friday. The Dawn Show, 9 minutes out, and we find out what she has lined up at the top of the hour.
A lot of breaking news surrounding former President Donald J. Trump in that Manhattan court, so we'll bring you that latest. And we will be on YouTube today again as well.
Woo-hoo!
So stay tuned. But we also will have the Director of Policy Analysis from the Commonwealth Foundation joining us and talking about Governor Josh Shapiro of Pennsylvania, the Project Labor Agreement mandate. What does that mean, this PLA, as it's called, pre-hire agreements between the government and contractors, and what Shapiro has to say about it? You want to hear that. Coming up at 11, Terry Tracy, Broad and Liberty. He's going to be here in the house. So we'll have a lot. He'll be in Nick and the Zioli in the Dom studio.
Okay.
So he'll be in person, Broad and Liberty, and we'll go through so many of the talking points of the day, locally, nationally. But off the top, the breaking news involving the Trump case, live from New York.
All right. We will be listening and paying attention all 2 hours as we make our trip to Harrisburg to pick up our hardware for being the greatest radio show in the history of radio shows. Well, maybe not, but we're getting honored anyway. We're going to take it. And it's a free lunch.
That's the story, and you're sticking with it.
You're damn right. All right, let's get to Phil Almquist's Today in Music History.
What happened on this day in music history? Music history on Kayal and Company.
Today, Friday, April 26th, we celebrate the birthdays of Roger Taylor of Duran Duran, Nathan Joey Jordison of Slipknot, Gary Wright, and Bobby Rydell. We also lost Mike Pinder yesterday, the keyboardist and co-founder from the Moody Blues. Albums include Throwing Copper by Live in 94 and The Hooters' Nervous Night in 85. Also in 76, Wings at the Speed of Sound hit number 1. In 69, Led Zeppelin played Whole Lotta Love live for the very first time. In 78, Martin Scorsese's documentary of the band Star-Studded Last Concert opened in theaters. In 86, Van Halen's album 5150 hit number 1, the very first album with Sammy Hagar. And lastly, the Stones kick off their Hackney Diamonds tour on Sunday in Houston.
Wow.
They're here at the Link on June 11th. For Kayal and Company,
Nice.
I'm Phil Lundquist.
Nice work out of Philip. No mention of his New York Knicks in his music, a little clip
Interesting.
today.
Interesting,
Interesting
isn't it?
when the Sixers win by 11, he's mum. Yeah. All right, let's wrap it up with Who Won Twitter today.
Who won Twitter?
Who won Twitter on this Friday is sponsored by Budget Blinds. I'm getting it to Brian Pfeiffer, who says you had to have been listening to understand this reference, but if you aren't, it might make no sense. First, All in the Family, and now menstrual pads. Oy vey. Not a joke. Budget Blinds. Spring is here, and now is the time to budget. Budget Blinds is your one-stop shop for blind shade, shutters, custom drapery, and motorization. Visit budgetblinds.com for a free in-home consultation and the only no-questions-asked warranty in the business. Budgetblinds.com.
All right, that'll do it for us. Stay tuned. The Dawn Show is up next. We're back Monday morning at 6. Everybody have a great, glorious, beautiful weather weekend. Until then, bye-bye.
Sick of you. I'm sick of all of this. I'm done with it.
And paid for by AG Marketing Group. Attention timeshare owners. If you need to get rid of your timeshare for any reason, please listen to the following message. Getting out of a timeshare commitment is not easy, and it takes time. But we specialize in helping consumers legally get rid of their expensive timeshares forever. Can't get the vacation dates that work for you? Maybe you felt taken advantage of or forced into the timeshare? Maybe you just can't continue to shoulder those monthly payments any longer. If you need to eliminate your timeshare commitment, then you need to take down this number, 800-866-7061. We will safely and legally get rid of your timeshare payments forever, all with a 100% satisfaction guarantee. Don't continue to let your timeshare be a financial burden to you and your loved ones. Call us now at 800-866-7061. The call is free. The consultation is free. Call 800-866-7061. That's 800-866-7061. Again, 800-866-7061.
For more expert appliance shopping advice, here's National Appliance Warehouse's own appliance guru.
Hello. Today's cutting-edge appliances are technologically advanced with many features designed to make life easier. To ensure the appliances you choose accomplish that, it's important to compare and explore a variety of options at once. That's why at National Appliance Warehouse, we created an incredible showroom for customers to do just that. 6 times the size of an average chain store, our showroom is large enough to display the over 100 brands we sell. And I'm not the only guru. Our whole team of friendly professionals not only answer questions, but suggest questions to ask so that you end up with the perfect appliances for you.
Spring into savings at National Appliance Warehouse. Save an amazing 35% on select GE appliances. They have an unmatched collection of GE, Cafe, GE Profile, and Monogram appliances. Click nationalappliancewarehouse.com or visit their easily accessible showroom on 202 in tax-free Wilmington today.
This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. Do you know when the best time to buy investment properties is? It's now. It's always now. You just need to learn how to buy them correctly. Go to investorschooling.com and sign up for a complimentary class this Thursday night and learn how to buy investment properties and make money every time. That's right. That's what we teach. We teach how to buy investment properties and make money every time. Go to investorschooling.com and RSVP right now. Take a class this Thursday night at 7 o'clock. That's investorschooling.com. This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. Don't go through life ignorant about how to become a millionaire. Learn how to invest in real estate, the stock market, precious metals, and learn from an expert. At Investor Schooling, we teach these things and more. We only provide education, and we will teach you how to leverage real estate, how to leverage the stock market, and how to leverage precious metals to make more money than you've ever made before. Go to investorschooling.com and take a complimentary class this Thursday. We will see you there. investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com.
Do you have a life insurance policy of $100,000 or more that you don't need? Well, don't lapse or surrender your policy. You might be sitting on a gold mine. That's right. You may be able to sell all or part of your life insurance policy to Coventry for cash. or a combination of cash and coverage with no future premiums, even a term policy. Call Coventry Direct at 800-411-8300 or visit coventrydirect.com to find out if you're sitting on a gold mine. That's 800-411-8300. For over 25 years, we've helped thousands of people sell their policies, and we can probably help you too. Call us today at 800-411-8300 or visit coventrydirect.com to find out if you're sitting on a gold mine. That's 800-411-8300. Call now.
Join Camden County and visit South Jersey May 4th for the annual Down and Derby Wine Festival at Veterans Island at Cooper River Park. Enjoy a day of sipping wine from South Jersey's favorite wineries like Sherritt Winery and Wagon House Winery. Buy your tickets now at downandderbywinefestival.com. Get 10 tickets for the price of 8 or 6 tickets for the price of 5. Come dressed in your Kentucky finest or as you like. Music and entertainment including the Secret Service Band. Buy your tickets now at downandderbywinefestival.com.
Today, everyone is trying to eat healthier and eat more fresh foods. While that also goes for your four-legged friends. Hi, I'm George Parenti, the lead dog at the Dogs and Cats Rule stores. If you are not aware of the new generation of fresh food diets available for your four-legged friends, then you are missing out. At Dogs and Cats Rule, we carry a wide-ranging selection of fresh foods that includes raw, gently cooked, freeze-dried, air-dried, and baked. To learn more, visit any of our 7 locations. Dogs and Cats Rule. Shop small, shop local, shop family.
The IRS is the most powerful collection agency on earth, and if you owe back taxes, the news isn't good. The IRS is raising the interest rate it charges on unpaid taxes, and further rate hikes are expected. Most people don't know it, but the IRS adds interest charges to your tax debts daily. So if you owe the IRS today, you'll owe even more tomorrow. And it doesn't stop until you get right with the IRS. The good news is getting right can start with one phone call to Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax relief firm. Optima's tax professionals specialize in the Fresh Start Initiative, a powerful IRS program that can save you thousands if you qualify. In fact, the experts at Optima have resolved over $1 billion in tax debt for their clients. Call now for a free consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Live and local from Philadelphia. The Dawn Stensland Show on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
Donald Trump making history as the first American president to be embroiled in a criminal trial. And so inside right now, what's happening is Trump's defense lawyers in this so-called bookkeeping. I'm not going to call it a hush money trial because that's not what it's about. And I've talked about that. It's a bookkeeping trial, criminal trial. It's a sham. It's a shame. It makes me nauseous. But Trump's attorneys are cross-examining right now David Pecker, and he returned to the witness stand again today. We know that the prosecution put Pecker up there to question him and to reveal that, in fact, Pecker was trying to kill some stories that would be negative. Quite frankly, this is not unusual that a campaign will know that if somebody famous who is a public person is out there, that people are going to come through the woodwork. We heard about a doorman, right, trying to say that some guy named Tony is like, Trump, he has a love child. Yeah, all these people come out of the woodwork. So it's nothing new. And it's unbelievable to me that this is their tactic, and it makes me nauseous, like I say. But Trump just spoke out before he went inside, and did not speak initially about himself, but to wish his better half. And by the way, Melania Trump, she's back on the campaign trail. I'll talk about her moving forward. But today, April 26th, happy birthday, Mrs. Trump. And many sources say, she's ready. She's good to go. She's ready to be First Lady again. So let's listen in as Donald J. Trump addresses the media outside the courtroom.
Thank you very much, everybody. Appreciate it. I want to start by wishing my wife, Melania, a very happy birthday. It'd be nice to be with her, but I'm at a courthouse for a rig trial. It's a rig trial. Terrible. But we're doing very well in this rig trial. Everybody knows it. Yesterday was a big day, but I do have to begin by wishing Melania happy birthday. She's in Florida. I'll be going there this evening after this case finishes up, this horrible, unconstitutional case. When it finishes up, we have a report that was just put out by House Judiciary on the District Attorney's Office. This was done by Congress, and so I guess it just came out a little while ago, a few moments ago. I haven't seen it yet, haven't read it, but it should be interesting. I think yesterday went very well in this courthouse. It should be over. The case is over. You heard what was said, and the case should be over. But you'll have to make that determination. I think we have a judge that will never allow this case to be over in a positive way. It's highly conflicted. The most highly conflicted judge I've ever seen. And yesterday, I think in the Supreme Court having to do with immunity, I heard the argument was brilliant. I listened to it last night. I thought it was really great. I thought the judge's questions were great. And all presidents have to have immunity. It has nothing to do with me. Absolutely nothing. All presidents have to have immunity. You don't have a president, certainly not a president that the founders wanted. So we have another day of court in a freezing courthouse. It's very cold in there, on purpose, I believe. They don't seem to be able to get the temperature up. It shouldn't be that complicated, but we have a freezing courthouse, and that's fine. That's just fine. Let them keep handing it out. There's a rigged trial. Thank you very much, everybody.
So he didn't answer the reporter's questions. He goes inside. I thought if they have the air conditioning cranked, I thought that, in fact, HVAC is bad for the climate and causes climate change. So we've got that. But I do want to address his statement that all presidents have to have immunity. And we've talked about this ad nauseum, and I know everybody was breaking it down yesterday as far as the SCOTUS side of things and all of the arguments, and we played some of it here yesterday morning. Dom did a great job with it. Of course, to no surprise, Zioli, he did many segments on it, and I love when Zioli talks about the Supreme Court because this is something that is his wheelhouse. He loves to talk about it. He was that kid, as he says, the husky kid outside the Supreme Court back when he was in middle school, and he studies this as a student of it. And so I love to hear everybody's different takes. But when we think about the history of this, and everybody says, and I've said it too, that we've never seen this in our nation's history, that's an important statement, that this is historic. And that's really where you have to think about who has forced this to happen. It's the Biden administration. It's Merrick Garland. It's Jack Smith. They're the hitmen, if you will. And it is wrong. It is wrong moving forward. We need a high-quality ruling on this so that we never have to deal with this again. And so think about this as since the beginning of our great republic, and think about where I'm broadcasting from, here in the heart of Philadelphia, where it all began and kick-started, right? No charge has ever been brought against an ex-president, a former United States president, most powerful person in the world, let alone a sitting president, obviously. The Constitution does not say anything about immunity. It's important to think about that. The Constitution doesn't talk about all of this. And we never, until Joe Biden, until Merrick Garland, until Jack Smith, until they came forward and put this upon us. And that's what is happening here. So let's not ignore that. Joe Biden, this is his administration manipulating the Constitution, manipulating and using the courts and the partisanship and the divisiveness to force all of this to happen. And to time it out, think about this right now, to time it out so that it was within less than a year, it was within, about 10 months, and now we're at 6 months before a major presidential election. The fact that they would do this is mind-blowing. I love Mark Levin. I know that sometimes some of you say, Dawn, he starts yelling. I can't stand the yelling. But Mark Levin from here in Philadelphia, I think he's so brilliant. I love his analysis. And so I'm going to read just a little bit here about what he wrote. So just picture Mark Levin, but then picture Mark Levin with my nice, soothing female voice, right? Maybe that helps you out a little bit. Levin writes, the Biden administration has decided to burn down all notions, right, of tradition. And they've criminalized the election process, turning what used to be acceptable practices into crimes. What is being done to Donald J. Trump is a travesty of the rule of law, and the New York courts are a willing accomplice. Levin writes, Trump is being forcefully kept off of the campaign trail and held in a courtroom while being denied basic rights. Trump did not lead an insurrection, which is why he has never been charged for it. And Democrats are grasping at straws to try to put him in prison. That from the great one, Mark Levin, who, by the way, Zioli, as you know, always fills in for. But it's worth it to listen to Levin. I know Hannity at the end of his show last night just turned it over to Levin. But it's Levin yesterday was on fire. And what he writes here, this is, I think, brilliant and important to put this in perspective, that we've never seen anything like this. It is a travesty. It should not be happening. Let the American people be the judge and be the jury. That is the right thing to do. But this is underhanded, and we're all being played. We're all being manipulated. You know, think about the interview that Nick Kayal that we just did within the past, half an hour, because Trump can't be here campaigning. So now you literally have Trump's campaign people inside a Manhattan courthouse, and they're calling different stations across the country to try to get the word out and try to pivot and talk about the issues rather than talk about Trump in court, rather than talk about the last election. Who's forcing all of that? Joe Biden. So by doing that, what else would we be talking about? We'd be talking about locally all the burglaries happening here, all the businesses that have left Philadelphia. We have a school board that is being put into place in Philadelphia and a devastating situation that's happening in our schools right now. All of this because of this administration, the crime, the border, the economy, what it's doing to mom and pop businesses and everyday people. That's what we would be and should be talking about. The issues affecting you, me, our nation, and everybody we care about. So let us not take our eye off the ball. And I do know that we did have a low energy primary. I get it. Everybody thought, it was a beautiful day. One of the first really beautiful days we've had. A lot of people just forgot to vote. I get it. It's a primary. But the GOP Republicans need to rally and need to support this campaign in a grassroots way. It's not all about this one candidate, Donald J. Trump. It's about you. It's about your family. It's about your bank account, your home, your kids, your grandkids. It's about you. Just wanted to remind you of that as we wish the beautiful Melania Trump happy birthday to our former and hopefully future First Lady. I'm Dawn Stensland. That's my take. 855-839-1210. I'll take a quick break here, and we have some great guests coming up just for you right around the corner here. Let me know your thoughts. 855-839-1210. Be right back.
WPHT.
Countless financial firms have promised the security and peace of mind that comes only with a crash-proof retirement, but those imitators never last. Only crash-proof retirement can guarantee market-like returns credited as interest with no market risk or fees in a legally binding recorded financial meeting.
Janice Barbero, Fogelsville, Pennsylvania. With Crash Proof, we don't have to worry about making up any money that we've lost. So if the market goes down, we don't worry. And that interest that we made the year before, that never goes away. I do think Crash Proof Retirement's original. They're the real deal. I don't think anybody else could give that kind of service.
Crash Proof Retirement is the only firm in the country willing to make all promises and guarantees legally binding by recording all financial meetings. Register for one of our next events happening at the Washington Crossing Inn on May 15th. Choose either the 11 a.m. or 5 p.m. event. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Join us at Odyssey as we all do our one thing, together millions of things, for our planet. Earth Day has passed, but you don't need a holiday to make an impact. Check your car's trunk and remove heavy items to improve gas mileage. Stock up on reusable bags to use at the grocery store, always keeping a few in your car. And be sure that you are recycling bottles, cans, and papers. The simplest things are often the most effective. When we each share our one thing, it becomes 100 things, 1,000 things, 1,000,000 things for our planet. What's your one thing?
This is Jordan Lundy.
And this is Len Lundy. Lundy Law has won billions for our clients.
But more importantly, we've won the trust and confidence of thousands of people injured in motor vehicle crashes, slip and fall accidents, and work-related injuries.
My son and I hope we never meet you because of an accident. But if we do, we're here for you.
Remember our name, Lundy Law. Your injury lawyers. Call 1-800-LUNDY-LAW or visit lundylaw.com for a free consultation.
Hi, I'm Dr. Robert Bentz. It's National Prosthodontics Awareness Week. Everyone's teeth can and will sustain wear and tear due to years of everyday use. Other causes of wear include grinding, acid erosion, clenching, and other harmful habits from day-to-day life. A prosthodontist like me can help reconstruct your smile and restore confidence that may be lost from damaged teeth. Visit BentzDentalGroup.com for more information or call to schedule an appointment, 610-272-6949. And remember, prosthodontics. Say it with a smile.
I'm a waitress, so I know the difference between regular shoes and Skechers slip-resistant work shoes. Skechers slip-resistant work shoes make my job go like this. Here's your pasta primavera.
Thanks.
While regular shoes make my job go like this. Here's your pasta whoa! Yeah. And that difference is why I wear Skechers slip-resistant work shoes. They've got serious traction to keep me on my feet. Plus, they're easy to clean and have Skechers' exclusive air-cooled memory foam for comfort throughout my shift. They come in classic, wide, and relaxed fits, as well as a variety of fashionable styles, including athletic looks, so I don't have to sacrifice style for safety. In fact, my Skechers slip-resistant work shoes look so good, I often wear them when I'm not working. Hey, slips can happen at any time, so even if I'm not at work, my Skechers work shoes are putting in overtime. Get America's #1 selling work shoe at Skechers.com, a Skechers store near you, or wherever work shoes are sold.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential, but finding those people can be a major hassle, unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. And right now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. With ZipRecruiter, one click sends your job to hundreds of top job sites. But more than that, ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies the candidates with the skills you need, sends you a list of great matches to review, then actively invites them to apply for your job. And the results speak for themselves. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's right, the first day. Now you can focus on your business and let ZipRecruiter do the work finding the best people for you. See for yourself. Experience the ease, efficiency, and power of ZipRecruiter for free. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
Get ready to hit it out of the park every time you fire up the grill this spring with Hatfield. Swing into action with Hatfield's variety of marinated pork, ground pork and sausage, ham, bacon, and your favorite Hatfield Phillies Franks. With over 24 distinct flavors that can be ready in minutes, Hatfield pork is food you'll feel good about serving. From home or at the ballpark, find your flavor with Hatfield, the official pork provider of the Phillies. Visit simplyhatfield.com for recipes and to find a retailer near you.
Window Nation presents the 1210 WPHT Veteran Spotlight in partnership with the Travis Manion Foundation. Listen the first Wednesday of every month as Kayal and Company shines a spotlight on a local veteran, highlighting their remarkable commitment to the community and their exceptional service in the military. Presented by Window Nation. At Window Nation, there's nothing more important than giving back to the communities we serve. For all of your window and door needs, visit windownation.com. That's windownation.com.
We gathered real Pennsylvania seniors and asked them how they would benefit from an extra $1,000. Here's what they had to say.
Everything is so expensive these days.
Car expenses, repairs.
My groceries, heating costs.
Medications. Sure, I could easily spend $1,000 like that.
Through Pennsylvania's property tax rent rebate program, eligible seniors and adults with disabilities could receive up to $1,000. Check your eligibility and apply online. Paid for with Pennsylvania taxpayer dollars.
Rich Cioli.
Well, Mr. President, you got a lot of support in Pennsylvania, tremendous support. I've never seen it this big before, honestly. And I know the primary, I know you wish you could be with us, but I just want you to know that the people of Pennsylvania are with you. This is unconscionable what they're doing to you, but we're with you.
You've been so great, and I appreciate it. And get everybody out to vote. They got to get out to vote. We just want to send a signal because I really believe that November 5th, that's Election Day, it will be the most important period, most important day in the history of our country.
Rich Cioli, weekday afternoons 3 to 7. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and on the free Odyssey app.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. The NBA playoffs. FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, is giving all customers 2 chances to bring home a big win with a no-sweat same-game parlay every weekend of the playoffs. Now, you just place the same-game parlay. That means you bet on a variety of things together. On any playoff matchup, you get bonus bets back if you don't win. Bet on everything: rebounds, assists, three-pointers, and more. All you have to do is visit FanDuel.com/Dom. FanDuel.com/DOM. Shoot your shot on America's #1 sportsbook. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 1210 WPHT. FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. Got to be 21 plus, present in Pennsylvania. Minimum 3-leg parlay required. Refund issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expires 7 days after receipt. Max refund $5 unless otherwise specified. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hey, Clementon. We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210, WPHT. WPHT.
So I've been talking about what's going on, and it's become a daily occurrence this week as far as Donald J. Trump usually speaks out at some point in the morning right before I come on the air, and so we play that for you, the latest, as he updates us. It's really the Trump update. You know, and I wish that actually we could get a feed with Trump and he could just do this for stations across the country where he could just, you know, give us the update and maybe campaign that way since he's being denied his right as a candidate. Maybe that's something we should, darn it, why didn't I think that earlier when we were talking to his campaign? But on the side of the air conditioning, it's ridiculous. And I guess everybody's freezing in this courtroom. And the attorneys have begged the judge, please, can you turn up the heat? And the judge has said it's an old courthouse. So he says they don't have an exact way to control the temperature.
I'm freezing my ass off up here.
I mean, that's horrible. And, you know, he's in a suit. For the women. You know, if you're in a skirt, we're freezing at Odyssey World headquarters here, by the way. Anthony and Jimmy are always in sweatshirts. That's why I always wear some kind of a blazer or overcoat, right? Because it's freezing in here. I think this is about, you know, some men, I'm blaming men, love the man cave. Like my husband, if he could have that, if Larry Bear could have that house, I'm not even kidding you, at like 58 degrees year round, he would do it. Let's get to your calls, your thoughts, 855-839-1210. Let's get to, hey, Tim, good morning. Thanks for calling the Dawn Show.
Hey, Dawn, great show as usual.
Thank
Kathy
you.
did a great job.
Kathy did, and you know what? Kathy's busy right now, but Kathy Barnett is going to come up. She's going to
She'll
come
be
in
here
person.
Monday.
Oh,
Monday
good.
at 10:30 for an hour in studio. Kathy Barnett with Dawn Stensland.
Woohoo! Because I have to thank her officially. You know what I mean? Because she is
wonderful.
She rocked it. She is awesome.
She had some great guests too.
Oh my gosh! So thanks for saying that. But Kathy Barnett,
Yeah,
Monday
what I
morning.
wanted to say is, as you and your audience knows, there is a way to handle like a presidential crime, right? And that's impeachment in the House and then conviction in the Senate.
Yes.
And then once a president is convicted in the Senate of a crime, of a real crime, well, then you can see that president being prosecuted, right? Once their term ends. But that's not what we're talking about at all. And he's not even charged with insurrection. So that's not even the charge brought to the Supreme Court. We're not dealing with dropping atomic bombs on Japanese Americans or interning them or Obama droning Americans in Yemen or George Bush and Colin Powell lying us into the Iraq war. I mean, imagine if Muslim Americans filed a class action lawsuit against George Bush for destroying their homeland. That's the kind of case you might test presidential immunity at the Supreme Court. So this case, it's just it's so ridiculous that it's gone this far.
You're
I
right.
agree with everything you're saying about it.
Yeah, and I think it's important because I know a lot of the stations. Look, you're dealing with a very famous American, and Donald J. Trump he's glamorous. His family is glamorous, and so from a media aspect, yes, the mainstream media is biased, but as well, they're showing. As much as we might joke about it, they're showing Playboy models and they're showing a pole dancer and this and that and the other. So it's salacious and they call it a hush money. But you're exactly right. And that's why I quoted Levin off the top. And I talked about that, Tim, because we can't take our eye off the ball. We cannot forget what's really going on here, that this should not be happening. And so the circus now that they've created, and this is, like I said, right when I came back from Italy, think about that Colosseum in Rome and what the emperor would do, right? When times were tough or they were about to do something, implement something that was not going to be popular with the people, what did they do? Well, they put in some martyrs or some Christians in with the lions, and everybody got distracted, right? And that's what we cannot allow ourselves to be so distracted, to recognize this whole circus, this whole Colosseum situation is created by Joe Biden and his administration because they have run our country into the ground. And it's awful. It really would be funny but for the fact that what's happening is terrible. And it's hurting the poorest among us. It's hurting those among us who are in the worst of situations, right? It's hurting our children, and especially kids who are in poorer districts and they don't have all the advantages. And that's why we're seeing, quote unquote, minority votes leaning toward Trump, because they feel it and they know it. And so, Joe Biden and his administration, they can try to feed Trump to the lions all they want. We see the truth, and we just have to remember the truth. But Tim, you're so eloquent. I thank you so much for calling in. I love everything that you said. Let's get to Caroline I can't see where you're calling from. Hey, Caroline.
Yes, Dawn, I'm calling from Olney. I'd first like to say how fake it is when your station says free speech lives here, because your producer, Jimmy, told me one time when I called, you're always criticizing Trump, and why don't you get some new material? And then he hung up on me. So
Jimmy,
it's totally fake.
Yeah. Jimmy,
yeah,
did you
totally
do that?
fake.
What did you do?
Yes, he did.
Jimmy.
Yes,
yeah,
he
because
did.
here's the thing, Caroline. I asked you a question, and you said, "Do I have to say that again?" Try that on another radio station and see how quickly you get waited on.
Yeah.
Okay, call a national
he
show.
said-
Why don't you call
Yeah,
the Sean
right.
Hannity or Mark Levin show and
Right.
see how quickly
Jimmy's
that you're
getting
going to
upset.
get on the
Yeah.
air?
Oh,
Right.
but you
Stop
Okay,
calling
but you
here,
said-
Caroline. Stop calling
no,
here.
she-
You're
said
the
that
same person who calls
previously.
up all the time.
I want Caroline. We're going to put Jimmy through the spanking machine in the hallway during the next commercial break.
Right. He said, I want to bang heads with you and Patrick. You're always calling to criticize Trump. So, but what I want to say is how many presidents have ever been put on trial
None.
for any official, for any official
Ever.
act they committed in office. Trump is being put on trial because he committed multiple crimes while in office. That's why he's being put on trial. And I know your station is totally in the tank for him, and you don't see anything fairly or truthfully, but he committed multiple crimes. That's why he's on trial.
Well, how come?
He sparked an insurrection.
He did? Why didn't they charge him with insurrection? And why did they wait until, what year is it right now? I mean, why did they wait, Caroline, until 2024? He's been out of office nearly 4 years. Why?
Because you're dealing with the master of delay. He knows the only tactic he can use.
But they didn't even charge him with any of these things until this year. Why?
No, these things have been brewing for years. Yes. He called the Secretary of State in Georgia and pressured him to find him more votes, or he would get him into some kind of trouble or something. Rastenberger. Yes, and so you're totally fake when you say he's being put on trial and Biden is behind it and all this kind of crap. You know you're spinning a false tale.
I'm not. I'm actually airing. I'm actually airing the sound and the audio, and I just wonder what Caroline would feel if, for example, we saw Joe Biden put on a criminal trial, or Obama for those deadly drone strikes, or what about all those Japanese Americans who were put into internment camps? I've interviewed some of those individuals who, by the way, they did receive restitution, some kind of payments that were nothing, but you should meet some of the individuals who are our fellow Americans as children, were put into Japanese internment camps during World War II. It was horrifying what happened to them. So if we go down this road, trust me when I tell you, if you're a Democrat, you do not want this, because moving forward, this is now going to be the norm. And we don't want this in our nation. It's not good for America, whether you're a Democrat, Republican, whatever. This is bad news, and it's short-sighted. It's really selfish of one individual in one administration, the Biden administration. All right. Well, I've got to go because we've got to put Jimmy Kelly in the spanking machine. Come on, Anthony.
Yeah, trying right now. Let me tell you something right now, okay? Caroline. You know what Mark Levin would have said?
Shut up, you idiot. Get off the phone, you dope. We kept you on for 10 minutes longer than we should have. Shut up.
I'm sorry. That was just fun. All right, we have a great guest around the corner. Stay right there. 855-839-1210. Be right back.
With so much uncertainty in the world today, you may find yourself wondering, is now even the right time to retire?
And so many people are waiting, and those folks are going to be waiting a really long time, I hate to say, because there's no perfect time. The market is always unpredictable and volatile.
Fortunately, Jim Cipriotti has been helping get people to, through, and beyond retirement for over 25 years. And each week, he wants to help give you that freedom to retire. Listen to Freedom to Retire with Jim Cipriotti, Saturday mornings at 9 and Sunday afternoons at 5 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-403-5569 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-403-5569. That's 800-403-5569. What do you have to lose? Call 800-403-5569. Again, 800-403-5569.
Eric was
was way behind on his taxes.
I owed a lot of money to the IRS, almost $15,000. I tried to make payments.
The IRS wasn't satisfied with Eric's efforts, so they came after him full force.
They're coming to put a lien and a hold on all my income, my home, my car. I was just overwhelmed at what to do.
Then Eric called Optima Tax Relief.
When Optima Tax got involved, the calls would stop, the threats would stop. It was easy like 1, 2, 3.
Optima Tax Relief is A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, and their team of expert tax professionals took care of Eric's problem.
I owe $15,000, and now my debt is clean. I don't owe anything.
Take Eric's advice.
If you have a tax problem, you need to call Optima Tax now.
Call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
As a roofer, spring means the start of my busy season, which means I've got to get organized. With help from Beacon, I can save time with Beacon Pro Plus and 24/7 access to live pricing, delivery tracking, order history, and more. Plus, this spring, I can earn $1,000 and the chance to win a $25,000 backyard renovation just by buying my CertainTeed shingles online with Beacon. No purchase necessary. Now that's what I call a spring cleanup. Visit BECN.com for official rules and to start earning entries.
What's the room again?
1240, down at the end.
Ooh, what's that? Sammy, don't touch that. That's someone's old food.
Here we are. Do you have the key?
You have both of ours.
Oh, right. Not working.
Rub it. Come on. Try flipping it over.
Seriously. Why can't we go inside? I'm tired.
Give me yours.
You have mine.
All right.
What?
Please, if you
Dad,
could just...
why aren't you opening the door?
Can everyone just shut the...
Don't go there. Go on a real vacation. Go RVing. Learn more at GoRVing.com. 1 in 5. That's how many people in our region are supported in some way by the Catholic Charities Appeal of the Archdiocese of Philadelphia. With your gift, the Catholic Charities Appeal provides hope for women and children through pregnancy programs and family support centers. The fact is, nearly 1 million times per year, our programs provide assistance to people in need. But we can't do this vital work without you. Your gift matters. Go to CatholicCharitiesAppeal.org to donate today.
Hey, Philly. Jason Kelsey here. Even though I won't be playing on Sundays anymore, you can still find me at Lincoln Financial Field on Saturday, May 18th for the Eagles Autism Challenge, presented by Lincoln Financial Group. This event raises millions of dollars to support autism research and care and gives you the chance to walk, run, or ride your bike beside your favorite Eagles players. Together, we can transform the lives of individuals affected by autism. Register today at eaglesautismchallenge.org, and I'll see you there.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Whew, just back in the studio, gave Jimmy Kelly a spanking machine. We'll definitely have to have Caroline call him once a week just to trigger Jimmy Kelly. That was way too much fun. Thank you. Back to business, the Commonwealth Report. Let's welcome in Elizabeth, who's going to join me now. Is Elizabeth here? Yeah, Elizabeth Stell. Hey, Elizabeth, thanks for joining me again to break down the latest Commonwealth Report, talking about Governor Josh Shapiro's Project Labor Agreement mandate. What are we talking about here first? What are PLAs? What are they?
Sure. Well, thanks for having me on.
Oh, sure.
And yeah, this is I think an important thing for voters to be aware of. It's project labor agreements, and these are special agreements that set certain parameters around wages and work conditions anytime there's a government contract going out. So think about a big building project, for instance. These would be special provisions laid out. The problem with PLAs is that they just happen to very closely mirror the exact requirements of private sector unions, which basically means that this is guaranteeing a lot of public sector union business, private sector union business for government projects, and doesn't allow the merit shops, the non-union shops, to compete on an even playing field. So it looks a lot like government picking winners and losers, with taxpayers being the losers.
And so as far as Josh Shapiro goes, what are his policy statements that are going on PLAs that you're reporting on? What do you like? What don't you like?
So on March 27th, he published a letter saying that they're going to proactively implement the use of these project labor agreements whenever they can, effective April 1st. So it is now in effect. This isn't an executive order. It's not a piece of legislation or law. It's just basically a policy of the agencies that they're going to try to use these PLAs whenever they can. And so what that really means and why we're concerned is that this means higher costs for taxpayers anytime state government is undergoing any sort of construction project. And this isn't just, something that we think is going to happen. There's a lot of studying of PLAs that have been done over the years, and you can see this happen again and again. For instance, in New Jersey, PLAs increase the cost of projects by 16%. In Ohio, 13%. And critically, you don't see any improvement in job site safety or productivity. So you're paying more, but getting the same quality work.
And usually we see a bidding project for these, or a bidding process for these construction projects. And obviously I'm talking about, and I think you're talking about government projects, which are lucrative. Right. But I would imagine that a piece of this is how do you choose? And is there an allegation here, or do studies show, or your reports show, that there's any level of discrimination happening?
Yeah, I mean, essentially that's what it's doing. It's discriminating against the merit shops, the shops that aren't unionized, because they can offer, generally speaking, their services at a lower cost. Unions have a lot more overhead, pension systems, healthcare benefits, and so forth than these merit shops do. But these PLAs, they would apply to any contractor and any subcontractor under that project. So again, what we were really doing is giving the unions a leg up and allowing them, kind of preferential treatment, and not allowing an actual, bidding process where the best quality bid wins. You're stacking the deck against these merit shop contractors. And again, it gets back down to the taxpayer. We want the best quality work for the lowest possible price. PLAs don't get us there.
And so what about, the laws? And I believe there are some, there's some sponsored legislation here talking about labor and industry laws, and then getting rid of PLAs and just opening up the process so that there's a fair and transparent process by which people can bid on a project, whether they're union or non-union, mm-hmm. and that the best contractor would get the job.
Right.
And
and so go ahead.
No, go ahead. As far as that, what legislation is in place? Because obviously, if there were laws that would prevent this, then that would be the way to deal with it, right? But we still don't have that passed, to my knowledge.
No. And there's also some states that require PLAs, and there's no wiggle room around it. So we're sort of in this gray area where the governor supports it and wants to use it as much as possible, but it's not state law one way or the other. That said, there is legislation in the Senate Bill 896, that would say, hey, you can't do PLAs. This is, an unfair practice. It is not a good stewardship of our tax dollars. This isn't a good policy. And there are over 20 states that do have a law like this on the books. Unfortunately, there are also a handful of states that have the opposite and require PLAs. So I guess you could say it could be worse, but mm-hmm. we're trending in the wrong direction. And what's even more concerning about this development for us is that we know the trades and the public sector unions are major backers of Governor Shapiro mm-hmm, and his campaign and continue to be so. So this really looks like, I'm helping out my buddies here. I'm helping out my funders. And who gets the raw end of the deal? It's the taxpayers.
The taxpayers who pay more, but also for these different individuals. And I know a lot of them are even family members. They would love to get some of the big union jobs because you get benefits and guaranteed work or somewhat guaranteed work, right? But if you're an independent contractor, one of these, what you call them, a merit shop contractor, how much do they suffer because of a policy like this under Governor Josh Shapiro?
Yeah, and what I'll point out too is even if these merit guys are subcontracted underneath the contract that let's say a carpenters union or something mm-hmm. secures, they are also paying into those union pension funds, so they're actually getting less than they would if they had secured the bid directly. So they lose out both ways on that front. And again, I want to point out that we're not saying that, folks shouldn't join a union if they want to join a union. By all means, God bless you. But there are lots of folks out there in the construction industry who have chosen not to, work in those environments, and we shouldn't discourage them or, somehow disadvantage them from these contracts just because they chose a different way to do business.
And so is this something that, the Commonwealth Foundation, that as far as this policy statement, as they move through the legislature and work on legislation where there's testimony regarding this or upcoming studies, what's next? Obviously, the Commonwealth Foundation is calling out this bad, what I think you're calling a bad policy and an unfair policy. What's next?
Well, I think what's next for us is really going on the defense here and making sure that this doesn't become legislation that then starts to move through the process and, eventually not even give the Commonwealth the option of not having a PLA. That's our concern, is that this is going to go beyond just a directive from the governor and become legislation. So we're watching that. We're, diligent in making sure that doesn't become an official law of the Commonwealth Foundation. But, there are so many different regulations that drive up the cost of these government projects and drive up the cost of really any construction project across the Commonwealth. And I think, there's a big opportunity for Governor Shapiro to be focusing on regulatory reform and getting rid of all of this red tape that increases the cost of building anything, instead of finding new and creative ways to make projects more expensive.
Yeah, and I know that you cite in the Commonwealth report here, the latest one, that there was a case in Montgomery County where one of these, local merit-based shop won a court case challenging the Pennsylvania Department of Transportation's project labor agreement mandate that you're talking about. And so in the courts, these PLAs, when they're taken to task, seems like they lose because it seems to me to even be unconstitutional, quite frankly.
Yeah. There's a robust conversation about whether they should even be allowed at all. The challenge, of course, is finding the resources and the folks who are willing to litigate these questions to their logical conclusion. It takes a lot of money. It takes a lot of time. And at the end of the day, these guys just want to work. They just want to support their families. They just want to do what they love. And it's hard sometimes to find the folks who have the strong case to make this precedent in law. So that's why we'd rather see things like the Senate bill advance and sort of settle the question once and for all, that this isn't, these contracts are an even playing field. And, may the best contract win with a combination of the lowest price and the best quality, right? We want people who are going to do the job well. And that's the way to do this process, not, fixing the process or picking, winners or losers based on who your political friends might be.
Nice. Elizabeth Stell, until next time, thank you so much for bringing us the latest Commonwealth Foundation report. Thanks, Elizabeth.
My pleasure.
Appreciate it. Yeah, and as I look at all the different studies about PLAs and what's going on here, and in particular that Montgomery County case that I talked about, that the Commonwealth Foundation report actually referred to, looking at that. But another study shows that PLA mandates discriminate against 86% of those private sector construction workers nationwide, and they either choose to not be in a union or whatever's, maybe some of them can't get into it. I have some relatives who would love to get into have tried for years to get into the union, but it's not always as easy as you think. In Pennsylvania, just 21.7% of the construction workforce is actually unionized. So 21.7% unionized. So in other words, the vast majority of people who are essentially locked out of because of this PLA policy, the majority of construction workers, if you look at the math and the numbers, it's a no-brainer. They're being blocked from getting work. And so that the research has found PLA mandates can increase construction costs between 12% to 18%, resulting in fewer infrastructure projects, and then that reduced construction industry job creation. This one is the truth. Let's see this one. The Pennsylvania court strikes down PLA mandate. So in this one report, the follow-up was actually that they were giving some stats. They were saying that President Obama issued executive orders about this back in 2009 to promote project labor mandates on government-funded construction projects. And that apparently is what prompted different states, and now at this point it's up to 24 states, have adopted such legislation or executive orders ensuring fair and open competition on state and local taxpayer-funded projects. So since 2009, states had to react to this because it started with Obama with one of these executive orders. And that's where I think, your vote matters. And maybe you don't realize this. But President Obama, when he signed that executive order into law, when he came into office, encouraging federal agencies to mandate these controversial PLAs, the project labor agreements, on large-scale federal construction projects, and those exceeding $25 million in total value. And so this is something that's controversial. It's been in the news. I've reported on it, but it continues now. Some states, they're dealing with it and trying to make these PLAs illegal because it really is unconstitutional. I'm actually surprised at this point that this kind of thing hasn't gone to the Supreme Court, that it hasn't been brought forth in that way. But remember, I think of Obama saying, you didn't build those roads. Remember that? But here, by his executive order, he's making sure that people who support Democrats build the roads. You see what I'm saying? See where I went there? But of course, we built the roads through our tax dollars, through our hard-earned money. And now it's costing us more to build the roads because of this. It's all that money laundering operation that I talk about all the time, whether it's the abortion issue, whether it's this issue, right? It's, in other words, partisan politics being infused into things as simple as the building of a road and making sure that they get their VIG, as my friend Rich Zioli always says. 855-839-1210 is the number to call if you'd like to sound off. But since I'm talking about road building, think of that. And I'm going to talk about new rules down the Jersey Shore, by the way. So there's news of some new rules down the shore. But if you think about hitting the road, we take several road trips every summer. One of them, I don't even know this year where the Junior Olympics is, but every year we take at least one road trip. As a family, we love it. And so that brings me to Piazza, whether it's the Piazza Auto Group and the power of Piazza. They're across Pennsylvania, New Jersey, or Delaware. Or maybe you're thinking about getting on back for your road trip this summer. Think of my friends at Piazza Premium Automobiles. They're always going to help you find that luxury vehicle you've been wanting. You've been eyeing it. You earned it. Go get it. Piazza has thousands of new and just beautiful certified pre-owned vehicles. They're available from brands like Mercedes-Benz, Land Rover, Jaguar, Maserati, BMW, Porsche, so much more. Just visit them at PiazzaPremiumAutomobiles.com, Piazza, PiazzaPremiumAutomobiles.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. You may know me from my book, Money Hacks. You may know me from my radio shows. And you may even know me from some of these commercials. But listen, I'm teaching stuff that people need to learn about money. In fact, my favorite topic is money. So go to investorschooling.com and you will learn things about money that you never even knew existed. We will teach you things about real estate, about the stock market, and about how to use your IRAs properly. Go to investorschooling.com and sign up for a complimentary class this Thursday night at 7 o'clock. That's investorschooling.com. This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. Are you tired of hearing about the recession that's coming? Are you prepared for it? Well, listen, at investorschooling.com, we're going to teach you ways to prepare for the recession that you didn't even know existed. We're going to teach you strategies on how to use real estate. We're going to teach you strategies how to use the stock market properly. That's right, you could even make money in the stock market when the stock market goes down. Hey, go to investorschooling.com and register for a free class this Thursday night, and you will learn all of these techniques. Go to investorschooling.com right now, RSVP for this Thursday. We'll see you there.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential, but finding those people can be a major hassle, unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. And right now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. With ZipRecruiter, one click sends your job to hundreds of top job sites. But more than that, ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies the candidates with the skills you need, sends you a list of great matches to review, then actively invites them to apply for your job. And the results speak for themselves. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's right, the first day. Now you can focus on your business and let ZipRecruiter do the work finding the best people for you. See for yourself. Experience the ease, efficiency, and power of ZipRecruiter for free. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
Fargo, the new virtual assistant from Wells Fargo, makes banking faster and easier. Like this.
Fargo, what's my checking account routing number?
And this.
Fargo, turn off my debit card.
And this.
Fargo, what did I spend on groceries last month?
And that's just the beginning. Do you Fargo? You can in the Wells Fargo mobile app. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/getfargo.
Terms and conditions apply. Your mobile carrier's availability and message and data rates may apply. Wells Fargo Bank, N.A., member FDIC.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. Take your lawn to the next level with the lawn care company I trust, Natural Lawn of America. Natural Lawn has been creating green lawns quickly, more naturally, and with fewer weeds for over 35 years. Their unique approach to lawn care reduces the need for chemicals, creating a safer lawn for your pets and children. Time is running out. To get free seeding every year, call 800-FREE-SEED or visit naturallawn.com today to learn more. Natural Lawn of America, greener grass, fewer weeds, guaranteed.
At Cherry Hill Volvo, we have absolutely incredible offers, and a plethora of both new and certified Volvos from which to choose. We are eager to offer amazingly competitive prices because we need the room for all of our construction vehicles. When leasing or purchasing a new or certified Cherry Hill Volvo, you become part of our team. Join Cherry Hill Volvo for the pricing and attention you deserve. I am Judith Krepnick, president of Cherry Hill Volvo.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Water quality continues to be in topic. Ensure your family is drinking clean, pure water with the Kinetico water system from Martin Water Conditioning. The Kinetico system improves all the impurities from your water. What comes out of the tap? Crystal clear, all natural, delicious water. Put the Martin Water Conditioning family's passion for water to work for you. Do what I did. Contact Martin Water Conditioning. Visit martinwater.com. martinwater.com. Be sure to tell them Dom sent you.
If you're drowning in IRS debt and can't afford to pay, then you need to take advantage of special IRS tax programs that are available and free yourself from IRS collection efforts once and for all. Due to the financial hardship consumers are facing throughout the country, the Internal Revenue Service has made it easier to settle delinquent tax problems. An open phone line has been established by Community Tax for consumers to call and see if they qualify. Take down this number or store it in your cell phone, but call the Community Tax Helpline at 800-514-1020. If you owe back taxes to the IRS and cannot afford to pay them back, or even if you have years of unfiled tax returns, there's no need to fear anymore. But you have to call the Community Tax Helpline today at 800-514-1026 for the help that you need. Don't take on the IRS alone. They can attack your wages, savings, pension, home, and even your Social Security check. Call 800-514-1026 for your free consultation and to see if you qualify. That's 800-514-1026.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. If you're dealing with inflammation or stiff joints, then Glyco Plus from Rescue Natural Supplements can be your ticket to a healthier spring. Glyco Plus features a unique blend of green-lipped muscle complex and UC2 collagen, specifically designed to support joint health. Collagen, a vital component of joint cartilage, plays a crucial role in maintaining strength and flexibility. And right now, Rescue Glyco Plus is buy one, get one free for anyone with our exclusive radio code. Just use the code RELIEF to double up your order for free. Again, that's RELIEF. Call them today at 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. Speak to a knowledgeable rescue product consultant. You can also use the code online when you visit res-q.com. res-q.com. Get back into action with less pain and more comfort. Again, use the code RELIEF. Buy one, get one free on Rescue Glyco Plus.
Are you a caregiver that lives in Delaware County? The Delaware County Link to Aging and Disability Resources presents the 2024 Caregiver Academy Series. Join us for a series of meaningful, activity-focused information sessions on respite care for your loved ones. Presentations take place on April 9th, April 23rd, May 7th, May 21st, June 4th, and June 18th at the Good Neighbor Senior Center in Sharon Hill, PA, from 4 p.m. till 5:30 p.m. Call 484-540-0372 to register today.
Win a 2024 BMW 740iX Drive sedan during the Race to the Finish promotion at Borgata Hotel Casino and Spa. Now through April 27th, earn entries on slots and table games for your chance at being one of 1,575 lucky winners. Plus, 2 players will win a 2024 BMW. Drawings every Saturday with grand prize drawings on March 30th and April 27th. $1,575,000 Race to the Finish. Only at Borgata. Must be 21 or over. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Kids 14 and under will love this place when they receive an Alec Bohm t-shirt presented by IBEW Local 98 on Saturday, May 4th at 6:05 when the Phils take on the Giants. Secure your seats at Phillies.com. The Blue Jays make their way to Philadelphia on Tuesday, May 7th at 6:40 and Wednesday, May 8th at 1:05. Secure your seats now to catch the Phils against Toronto at Phillies.com.
Do you have a life insurance policy of $100,000 or more that you don't need? Well, don't lapse or surrender your policy. You might be sitting on a gold mine. That's right. You may be able to sell all or part of your life insurance policy to Coventry for cash, or a combination of cash and coverage with no future premiums, even a term policy. Call Coventry Direct at 800-411-8300 or visit coventrydirect.com to find out if you're sitting on a gold mine. That's 800-411-8300. For over 25 years, we've helped thousands of people sell their policies, and we can probably help you too. Call us today at 800-411-8300 or visit coventrydirect.com to find out if you're sitting on a gold mine. That's 800-411-8300. Call now.
I'm a waitress, so I know the difference between regular shoes and Skechers slip-resistant work shoes. Skechers slip-resistant work shoes make my job go like this. Here's your pasta primavera.
Thanks.
While regular shoes make my job go like this. Here's your pasta whoa! Yeah. And that difference is why I wear Skechers slip-resistant work shoes. They've got serious traction to keep me on my feet. Plus, they're easy to clean and have Skechers' exclusive air-cooled memory foam for comfort throughout my shift. They come in classic, wide, and relaxed fits, as well as a variety of fashionable styles, including athletic looks, so I don't have to sacrifice style for safety. In fact, my Skechers slip-resistant work shoes look so good, I often wear them when I'm not working. Hey, slips can happen at any time, so even if I'm not at work, my Skechers work shoes are putting in overtime. Get America's #1 selling work shoe at Skechers.com, a Skechers store near you, or wherever work shoes are sold.
Join Camden County and visit South Jersey May 4th for the annual Down and Derby Wine Festival at Veterans Island at Cooper River Park. Enjoy a day of sipping wine from South Jersey's favorite wineries like Plagidos and Whitehorse Winery. Buy your tickets now at downandderbywinefestival.com. Get 10 tickets for the price of 8 or 6 tickets for the price of 5. Come dressed in your Kentucky finest or as you like. Music and entertainment, including the Secret Service Band. Buy your tickets now at downandderbywinefestival.com.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Live and local from Philadelphia. The Dawn Stensland Show on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
Headlines this morning, we've talked about Trump in court, the cross-examination by Trump's attorneys. We have closer to home at UPenn on campus, these so-called pro-Palestinian protesters. They are actually anti-Israeli, anti-Jewish. But this encampment now, the tents have gone up in UPenn, and that's making national headlines as well, a lot of reaction that we'll get. I do want to point out to you, and I've tried to keep this in the headlines today, that a former Philadelphia policeman, Ryan Pownall, you remember the case. He was charged, persecuted by DA Larry Krasner, who tried to put him in jail on an accusation of first-degree murder. Well, guess what? Ryan Pownall has been exonerated. And now that not only were these charges dismissed, as you know, by the judge, but he can get his job back. And that's a headline that we need to put right back in the headlines because, of course, this guy was dragged through the mud for years, since 2017, 2018. He was dragged through the mud. His name, he was called a murderer. Well, now he's exonerated fully, and he gets to get his job back. That ruling just happening yesterday afternoon. He's entitled to full back pay and seniority, and that from the president of the police union. So happy for Ryan Pownall that he was able to, have some justice there. Those are some of our local headlines, but we welcome in, a favorite guest and friend, Terry Tracy. Thanks for coming in the house today, Broad and Liberty. Thanks for being here on a week where let's face it, Terry Tracy, we had a low energy primary for Republic. It was low energy.
Yeah.
Right?
Well, we missed you, Dawn. Welcome back.
Thank you.
It was fun hanging out with Kathy a couple of times, but
Yeah.
we missed you. So nice to see you, and thank you for having me on.
Thank you.
Yeah, 25% of people came out to vote, right? Which means 75% who are registered to vote didn't. And the question is, what does that mean? I think when you look at the sort of the crossover vote or the undervote for both presidential candidates, you had 17% of Republicans not voting for President Trump. You
Mhm.
had 12% of Democrats writing in somebody other than Joe Biden, President Biden. And just an interesting anecdote, I was with some friends from Chester County yesterday that had the tapes printed out from the machines and on the Democratic side for president. And the number of write-ins for Donald Trump on the Democrat side was really remarkable. I mean, there were some Mickey Mouses and some Joe Manchins and some Bernie Sanders, but it was really, and again, this is anecdotal, but of the 100-plus write-outs they had on the tapes from the machines, 85, 90% of them were for Donald Trump. So, it begs the question, how much of this is personality driven or performance driven, and how much of what we saw on Tuesday, despite the low turnout, is a reflection of the fundamental and profound political realignment that we're experiencing right now?
Yeah, it's all upside down land. And I'll just take you to this. I was touched yesterday by the image of all of those construction workers early in the morning in Manhattan and it was genuine. At first, I'm always skeptical. I know that somebody set it up and somebody got word, that they had to do some planning with that. But the exchange between all of those construction workers in Manhattan greeting former President Donald J. Trump, chanting, USA. And the look on his face at one point when they were talking to him, and he got filled up.
Yeah.
He did, and for the first time, because he doesn't usually show low energy. He doesn't want to show that this is crushing him, I mean, come on. It doesn't matter. I mean, Nick Kayal has to go take a nap. You know what I mean? When after he's on the air for 4 hours. Can you imagine so it doesn't matter your age, but being 77 years old, you're on a campaign trail, and then you're in all of these court cases talking to all these lawyers.
This country needs more of that version of that man. I tend to think that, the reason for his loss in 2020 was, generally speaking, this is an overly broad statement and there's lots of things to point to, but there was at times a lack of empathy when people were really scared about what was going on with the pandemic. In the early days, people just didn't know, and their kids are home, they're out of work, and it wasn't just about the virus, it was financial, it was a lack of social connectivity. All of the normal patterns of life went away. And, there were too many times where he'd be talking about, his ratings or, the political implications of this. And we know there's that version of the man, but there's also the version that we saw yesterday morning. And I think given how divided the nation is and given the nature of the challenges between us, and it feels like we're really at an inflection point as a country, right? We need that version of that man more often. And if he can find it, I think he's very likely to win in a landslide.
You know what? I've never heard anybody put it that way, but you're right. That it forces you to see him as somebody who is a human being. You know, whether you like him or you didn't like him or whatever, but to see him as he's in the courts, he has to answer to these judges and the rulings. You're right that it does allow for those moments of great empathy.
Yeah.
That's a great point.
It's been a tremendous financial burden, obviously. It's got to be taxing on his family. You know, some of the stuff he brings on himself, some of the stuff is completely, just off the wall and just. But above and beyond all of that, he is a man, and he has a family.
Yeah.
And he loves his country, and he wants to do what's right, even when you or I might disagree with him or others who don't like him. And all of that is fair game in politics. But at the end of the day, when it comes to the big leadership decisions that a president of the United States is required to make, or the way that they show up in leading all Americans, not just Republicans or Democrats or red states or blue states. Remember when Obama, there's no such, it's beyond red states and blue states?
Yes.
Look, for the purposes of adding up to 270 in Electoral College, that stuff matters. But when you have effectively open borders, when you have crime where it's at, when you have the foreign threats that we face, I mean, we've been so close to what feels like, if not regional, world war over the course of the last couple of years, and just completely feckless leadership out of the White House. We need, and it's not just Donald Trump, it's everybody who's running for high office. We need leadership. We need effective communicators. We need people who are serious and sober, but don't take themselves too seriously either, to step up and take the reins here, because we're not getting it from what's in the White House today.
So you are a University of Pennsylvania graduate.
I am.
And you have your MPA, right? Do you have a master's degree from
Yeah, I have a
them?
master's in government administration from the Fels Institute. There.
So University of Pennsylvania right now has a new little tent encampment. I think the tents. I'm thinking this is a conspiracy by REI maybe. I'm teasing by the store that sells the tents. But in all seriousness,
great commercial.
I know. I love that store actually, and that's why I recognize some of the tents. They're brand new. They're expensive. These are not like low energy Boy Scout tents that are ratty looking. So these are some rich kids, and I reported earlier this morning that in fact some of the protesters, and I don't know this for U of Penn, but I know that these are Soros backed, and they are. There are some reports out this morning as far as who's backing some of the quote-unquote professional protesters, like University of Pittsburgh. There are some there,
yeah,
and across the country. So my point to you is, what do you make of these protests and the protesters calling themselves anti-war protesters, not anti-Israel? When we know, though, from videos and from what's going on, I'm hearing myself from friends. Jewish students on campus are being intimidated. They're being bullied. Their anti-Semitism is in their face.
Yeah.
This is your school. You're an alum, and I know that you're proud of that, just as DJT went to the school, too. You got to be proud of going to that school. How do you feel about this encampment at UPenn?
Let me tell you for 1 minute about my personal experience when I was on campus there. In many ways, the University of Pennsylvania, to me, was deviated from the norm of the Ivies, at least in my school, in that it was for an Ivy League university, it was relatively even-handed. The professors there, for the most part, it was probably, it certainly had a liberal bent, don't get me wrong, but I did my undergrad at Temple, and the chair of my department there was the head of the Socialist Party of Pennsylvania. So, it was completely out there, and we're talking 20 years ago. At Penn, it was much more balanced, and the thing that was interesting about the Fels School was that it was all about, sort of the practical mechanics of government, how to make it work, efficient, effective, equitable. And so my experience there was not what you hear is the dynamic on college campuses today. And so when I see what's going on there, whether it was, the Liz McGill testimony several months back in front of Congress, or the new tent city that's I barely recognize the place.
That's sad.
It really is. And, if you study the history of Marxism, there's the concept of the Long March, right? And over time, we're not going to win on, the Marxists aren't going to win on battlefield. They're not going to be able to effectively change hearts and minds in one election or two. But over time, they'll sow enough discontent. There'll be enough doubt about the American system or the American ideals or principles or dream that eventually people will go astray. And that will be when we are at our weakest and then the country is the most vulnerable. And look, you don't want to be overly dramatic about it, on the other hand, in the sense that we saw this in the Vietnam War. I was in school during the Iraq War, and MoveOn.org and those organizations were all, their hair was on fire about President Bush. So some of this is not new. But what's different about this particular sort of uprising is that you saw how I was fascinated by how Democrats were so aligned and so behind President Biden on the Ukraine war. It was mostly my Democratic or liberal friends who were sticking Ukraine flags in their lawn or in their house, and they were for Democrats who typically have this sort of anti-war bent. They were surprisingly on board with what the president wanted to do in Ukraine from day one, and yet this has completely fractured the progressive movement, and it really does get down to exactly what you were just saying, which is there is a really unsettling and disgusting strain of anti-Semitism in the progressive movement that apparently critical race theory, DEI, and all of this other stuff just cannot figure out how to reconcile because the silence from the DEI community is deafening.
Yes. And that brings us to, okay, first of all, I'm just going to say for the record, I think that in many ways this comes down to parenting. And a lot of people, they're so busy with their career and work, and this goes back, I'm not blaming Biden for this. I'm saying that in America today, you might wake up and say, well, why is my kid who I'm proud of, who's going to an Ivy League school and I'm paying a fortune, and they just got arrested at some encampment on whatever, pick an Ivy League. And I'm saying, well, that's on you. That's on the parents, because I do think, yes, public schools and some private schools indoctrinating kids. This is not just at the college level. It started when these college students were 5 years old, and we can follow the money trail there. But also social media, also TV shows.
It's poison.
You got to raise your kids. They're your kids.
Yeah.
So part of this I've seen in North Penn in Montgomery County, where all of a sudden I am seeing an awakening. And it's unfortunate because it was a horrifying, violent situation that we've talked a lot about, Terry Tracy, which is this 12-year-old little girl being ambushed from behind by a troubled kid who was just transferred, and I have confirmed this, from another middle school. And so these kids were warning and crying out for help, saying, there's a hit list, this kid's going to beat me. Sure enough, it happened. But you know what? It's a wake-up call.
It is. It is. And, the North Penn issue has obviously caught fire for a lot of reasons. But I'll tell you, even my home school district, there was this page, the name of the middle school fights, as a Facebook page, where it showed gangs of kids picking on another child for another reason, and not just taking them out in the cafeteria, but going after the teachers as well. And it was celebrated by kids on social media. It is so toxic what they are introduced to through these various platforms. And I know, having 3 young children myself, as diligent as you try to be, it is a daily battle. So I've outlawed YouTube Shorts in my house, right? Because I watch not just the political messaging, but just the commercial crap that they're pushing on my daughter. You really have to be heavy-handed about it, because these kids are exposed to content and messaging constantly in a way that you or I never were. And so we need to adapt. I think we obviously need to reevaluate what the regulatory environment looks like. I'm not a big, pro-government regulation guy, but at this point, when you see the situation in North Penn, when I look at what's going on in my home school district, some sort of massive social intervention is required to save this generation, because they're just exposed to things that the law or policymakers have never contemplated previously.
Yeah, and part of it, and you mentioned with girls, so I'm a mom of boys. The good news here for boys is that they're so involved in sports and so involved in extracurriculars and all of that it seems to me like that's one of the many reasons that girls and women are more vulnerable to this. But also, it's this backwards way that we're now making women and girls all about their appearance.
Yes. My 8-year-old, I'm coaching my son's t-ball team, and we went out to dinner last night, before the game, my 8-year-old was having a bit of a meltdown. I said, Caroline, what is up with you? And she said, I feel like I'm ugly. I need to start wearing makeup. This is at 8 years old. And it was really because of things that kids had seen on YouTube. And they're pushing these products on these kids at such a young age. They think that they need them because that's going to, whatever. And so, look, diligence is our best friend as parents, but as a society, we've got to do better by them.
Amen.
To your point, just a quick note, when I go to Sephora or Ulta with Mary, I see like 8 to 12-year-old girls getting skincare products.
It's crazy.
With their parents' credit card.
It's crazy. That's what she wanted for her
insane.
birthday. She wanted to go to Sephora. And the messaging, it's
oh my
it's
God,
nuts.
it's
Because the influencers are profiting off of it.
Absolutely.
Anthony, did you get something for yourself? Do you feel pretty?
You do look very
I
pretty.
do. I get terrible dry skin, so I get some
You're
stuff.
glowing.
Yeah.
You're glowing.
Thank you.
Your radiance is coming through the glass.
Yeah, the face for radio, yeah.
But think about it. What we're doing is we're raising, in past generations, we told girls, you can be anything you want to be, right? Now, because of the social media influence, we're now telling 8-year-old little kids, 7-year-old little girls that your value is based upon how you look. And so that is so superficial, but also it leads them then to feel insecure and to not have confidence.
I'm going to say something here that's counterintuitive, but more democracy is not always a good thing, right? I mean, we are a democratic republic for a reason. There are checks on majoritarian rule and all that sort of thing. The democratization of information and access to it, when it's not properly vetted, when it's not properly contextualized, when it's available to children at a young age, is really a problem.
Yes.
It really is. And so, what are those checks and balances for a new era that we need to put in as a society? I think Senator Hawley and some others in Washington are talking about this and moving on it, but it's not enough. It's not enough, and it's certainly not fast enough.
Yeah, we'll continue the conversation with Terry Tracy, CEO, Broad and Liberty. And should we have a rating system much like when you go to the movies? Is it PG-13? And then how would you enforce that? Because you're talking about people's personal devices. We'll continue the conversation. We have a lot to talk about. Terry Tracy in the house. And your calls, 855-839-1210. Take a quick break. Be right back.
Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Don't miss the Labor and Energy Show with J-Doc and Krause, brought to you by Advocacy United, this Saturday night at 6. Find out about the important issues that'll affect you. The Labor and Energy Show, Saturday night at 6 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. The road to the NBA Finals starts right now, and new customers on FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge Casino can go on their own playoff run with $150. Just place any $5 bet. You'll get $150 in bonus bets, win or lose, to use during the NBA playoffs. As the playoffs continue, you can bet on three-pointers, you can bet on first basket score, tons of other things. Just go to FanDuel.com/Dom to get started. FanDuel.com/DOM. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 1210 WPHT. FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. You have to be 21 plus, present in Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? 1-800-GAMBLER.
Weather sponsored by Budget Blinds.
It is a pleasant finish to the work week with plenty of sunshine today. High temperature a bit below average at 65. Another cold night tonight, mostly clear, low 42 for the city, colder out in the suburbs. And Saturday becoming mostly cloudy with a stray shower possible, high 63.
Spring is here, and now is the time to budget. Budget Blinds is your one-stop shop for blinds, shades, shutters, custom drapery, and motorization. Visit budgetblinds.com for a free in-home consultation and the only no questions asked warranty in the business. Budgetblinds.com.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
It seems like just yesterday when I captured my son's first steps, or when we recorded his soccer games on VHS tapes. Those moments are gone. But the old home movies and pictures don't need to be. That's why my son created Legacy Box.
That's right, Mom. Over 1 million families have used Legacy Box to digitally preserve their old home movies and photos.
Simply fill Legacy Box with your old camcorder tapes, film, and photos. They will professionally digitize and send them back on DVDs, thumb drive, or the cloud.
With Mother's Day around the corner, it's the perfect time to get your Legacy Box and save your family's history. After all, few things are as important as protecting your precious memories. Give your mom a Mother's Day present she'll never forget. Legacy Box is offering a 60% discount. Order yours today and take advantage of our best Mother's Day sale ever. Visit legacybox.com/value and for a limited time, get an incredible 60% off your order. That's legacybox.com/value for 60% off. legacybox.com/value.
Are you the decision maker in your company? Do you want more control over your business spending? Meet Ramp, the only corporate card and spend management platform designed to save you time and money. Ramp offers unlimited corporate cards with spend controls you can customize to stop wasteful spending before it happens. Ramp makes expense reports a breeze by automatically collecting receipts and matching them to the right transaction. You'll close your books in hours instead of days. Ramp allows you to see all your company spend in one place, so you can make quick, informed decisions about your business finances. Plus, Ramp will share insights based on your spending to help you cut costs. Over 15,000 businesses have added up to 5% to their bottom line with Ramp. You can be one of them. If you're a decision maker, adding Ramp could be one of the best decisions you've ever made. And now, get $250 when you join Ramp. Just go to ramp.com/250. Ramp.com/250. RAMP.com/250.
Cards issued by Sutton Bank and Celtic Bank, members FDIC. Terms and conditions apply.
Hi, I'm Dr. Robert Bentz. It's National Prosthodontics Awareness Week. Everyone's teeth can and will sustain wear and tear due to years of everyday use. Other causes of wear include grinding, acid erosion, clenching, and other harmful habits from day-to-day life. A prosthodontist like me can help reconstruct your smile and restore confidence that may be lost from damaged teeth. Visit BentzDentalGroup.com for more information or call to schedule an appointment, 610-272-6949. And remember, prosthodontics, say it with a smile.
Yo, Roy is Ford. We know your favorite station is 1210 WPHT.
In the headlines, the NCAA Board of Governors meeting yesterday, and although they approved funding for establishing women's wrestling, a championship, and they revised some penalties for campus sexual violation, attestation to that, we don't see any conversation or ruling by the Board of Governors about protecting girls and women's sports. Obviously, that's something that Riley Gaines and many of the female athletes that I've been talking to are pushing for that. We had thousands of female athletes from across the nation, more than 4,000, I believe, writing to the NCAA saying, please protect girls and women's sports. Nearly 1,000 medals have been stolen from biological girls because of boys playing in their sport and identifying as women. It's a huge issue. And in fact, recently, here's a dad speaking out for his champion daughter who's leaving her sport because of it.
Unfortunately, we're seeing more biological males come in as females, and they're dominating sports right now. It's hard.
He's breaking down.
My daughter didn't run her favorite sport yesterday because a guy came in, he's dominating. She has 13 CIF patches and didn't run because we're allowing this to come into our schools and take opportunities away from our girls. I'm not a crier. I'm just angry. And I'm frustrated why we let an average male athlete, biological male, can come in and be a top female. You can take the times I ran my freshman year, I would have won the state of California 35 times in a row. That's the difference in a male and a female, but we continue to allow this. These girls are discouraged, they feel hopeless, and they're quitting. We need to make it stop. I'm done. I'm so done with it. And I'm going to leave it 53 seconds on there because it's just common sense, and it needs to be fixed. Stop taking things away from our little girls.
Wow.
So Terry Tracy, CEO, Broad and Liberty, you're a dad with kids, with a little girl who competes. I know that this dad is tugging at your heartstrings right now.
That was the first time I'd heard the clip, and I'm speechless. Was there a response? Did he get a response from the folks he was addressing?
No, the problem is that they have their policy,
Right.
and he's being called out as a transphobic individual, and he wants to ban books and ban things, and
Right.
he's against LGBTQ plus, etc. And that's really not that's not what he's about. You heard him. I mean, he's heartfelt. He's heartbroken for his little girl.
Right. Well, to take the man at face value, and to take his words to heart would be too threatening to the movement, right? And so we have to conflate it with all these other issues and cast him as a bigot rather than just hearing what the father has to say about the experience his daughter had in sports, which is the playbook. It's the playbook, and until the play stops working, they're going to keep running it. I know you had my dear friend Beth Ann Roscoe on the other day to talk about the Cass report. For the party of science to put its head in the sand, for the medical and scientific community to put its head in the sand, because Beth Ann reached out locally here to both Nemours and to CHOP, both of whom have, to varying degrees, they operate differently, but these sort of gender studies departments and helping trans youth deal with that. This report was so salient and so groundbreaking, right? It was so.
Yes.
She walked me through it. She said, Terry, you got to look at. She said, you know a great report when you read the literature review and the appendix, and it is thorough as this report is, and yet this report said what is to most people like obvious, prima facie, right? Like on the surface, evidently true, which is parents need to be involved with children who are having difficulty identifying with their gender or not. They have to be involved, and they have to be involved at the beginning. And the intervention that is being sort of advocated for by the medical community right now has not necessarily proven to do things like improve suicide rates. There are other issues going on here. We need to deal with the issue with compassion. But, these transgender youth, children who are suffering with gender dysmorphia, we are isolating that because it has somehow become a political issue rather than looking at it comprehensively and dealing with it the way it needs to be dealt with. And that's how you wind up getting scenarios like you just played for the listeners today.
Yeah. And the Cass report, I know Beth Ann came on and talked about it. The Cass review was an independent review of gender identity services for children and young people. And this was carried out by the lead author, Hilary Cass, and was published in Britain. We're not hearing about this in the headlines.
Yeah.
And we should, even if, let's say you have a kid who came and said, Mom and Dad identify as trans, and you're trying to find a lot of different information. You should know about this.
Yeah, and the UK put a stop on puberty blockers pretty much right away. They said unless you're going through a peer-reviewed study and there are certain parameters around it, this is not something that we're handing out like candy. And I'm not suggesting that doctors in the United States are that frivolous about it, but the regulatory and the scientific community responded immediately to the report and said, whoa, we got to pump the brakes here because there's way too much we don't know about the long-term implications of puberty blockers, gender reassignment surgery, et cetera, on youth. And I think that's a responsible position. It's not like Europe is some socially conservative.
Yeah.
It's they tend to take a more progressive view in many ways socially than even American progressives do at times. And yet they read this report and they said this is worth pumping the brakes, at least locally. And I think Beth Ann was right to call it out. The folks at CHOP and Nemours need to do the same. We need to pump the brakes, and we need to really think about this is not about a swimming race or a track meet or a basketball game. Yeah. There are serious implications for taking this on and sort of and just dealing with it in terms of partisan or identity politics. It's irresponsible.
Yeah, it truly is. Hey, what did you learn? Because I know you study this. What did you learn, or what do you think Republicans and the GOP are learning as far as the last primary moving forward? News that we can use this week. I know that in the headlines, it was all about the numbers, the low energy, low voter turnout, the write-ins. But what do you see that either bothers you and disturbs you, or what do you see that makes you hopeful?
I think what disturbs me is that there are very clear factions within the party that have positions that right now are irreconcilable on things like mail-in voting and even some policy issues. And party leadership, whether that's senior level candidates or folks in elected positions, have to convene a conversation and have to be really, really mindful about the coalition that they need to win. They got to get to 50.1 to win, right? And so what is the roadmap to getting to 50.1? And continuing to have the internecine warfare over things like mail voting, election integrity, abortion, these hot button issues, without having a conversation that folks can at least feel like they're coalescing behind either the party or the party standard bearers, will be very damaging ultimately. I think in terms of what makes me hopeful, it's probably that anecdote I mentioned earlier. You see, Democrats are really just as frustrated, and so there's this huge swath about the Joe Biden write-ins. There is this huge swath of the electorate, probably larger than any time in recent history, that is there for the taking because they're frustrated with whatever. They're frustrated with both standard bearers. They're frustrated with the party. They're frustrated with an issue. And I think if you can engage that swath of the electorate with authenticity and with reason and demonstrate that you have a coalition that's worth joining, then they're really there for the taking, irrespective of party identification. And that's critically important, particularly in southeastern Pennsylvania. Look, there is, I think last week last week or the week before, we saw for the first time every single county in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, all 67 counties, gained registration, Republican registration. There were more registered Republicans that signed up than Democrats. There is momentum there.
Yeah.
Republicans should take the opportunity, seize it, and get these folks that are there for the taking into the fold.
And as far as McCormick, I see he's forming a coalition with Garrity, Stacey Garrity, the treasurer of Pennsylvania, others. He's putting his own money where his mouth is, correct, as far as the mail-in balloting and his campaign for Senate.
Yeah, there's this sort of multi organizational effort to raise something like $9 or $12 million. I forget the exact number, to get Republicans to buy into the process of mail-in voting. I know that that's a hot button issue.
Yes.
I know that there are reasons coming out of 2020 to have doubts about the integrity of the process. On the other hand, there are a lot of folks who are not coming out to vote, and turnout has been a problem for Republicans in the last couple of cycles. And if they can grow the pie through mail-in voting the way Democrats have, it will make them more competitive. Dealing with the election administration issues is a separate issue, right? That is a completely different conversation. And there are now, because of Broad and Liberty's reporting, shameless plug, mechanisms in the state election code to do things like conduct audits and what have you. We need the State Department and the governor and the legislator to make sure those things happen. Separate issue. Republicans have to grow the pie, and every available legal vote that there is, they have to go compete for if they're going to be successful in November.
And so when you see this and you see Republican voters, who I just honestly think it was a beautiful day. Republicans, we're all at work, we're busy. I'm sorry, but I'm going to go there. But I think that a lot of people, I don't think it was a protest. I actually think it was just truly a low energy primary, and people felt like unless you were somewhere in Bucks County and you wanted to vote for Mark Houck or you wanted to vote for Congressman Fitzpatrick, something like that.
Yeah.
I just don't think in general in Pennsylvania, I don't think Republicans were energized for this primary. Do you think that's going to?
No, you're right. It was more it was more or less decided, right? The outcome. But on the other hand, if you look at the Fitzpatrick-Houck race, that speaks specifically to the fissures I'm talking about.
Yes.
37% of the vote for a conservative activist against an incumbent Republican congressman is something that should have party leadership paying attention to. How do you make sure that those votes don't go astray in November or don't stay home? It's that 37%. It's critically important. If it was 13%, if it was 3%, be a different conversation. But it is Republican voters sent a message there that they want party leadership to do more to sort of keep the glue in the coalition there. And it's evolving. It's very easy to sit here and say these words behind a microphone.
Mm-hmm.
The policy landscape has evolved so much in the last 10 years, right? The scrambling of the coalitions and what issues animate different folks and make them leave their party or join a new party or go independent. It's hard work, but it's necessary work if you're going to win elections. And unfortunately, Republicans have won too few elections statewide, and particularly in the southeastern corner of the state for the last decade or so. And so it's necessary work. I will also say, we did a follow-up story this week on Broad and Liberty about this this website, this vote.pa website.
Yes.
And
the information that they're gathering on you, unbeknownst to you.
Yeah, it's effectively harvesting data and theoretically ballots. And this is the kind of stuff that gives credence to those that question the integrity
Mm-hmm.
of the vote. And so leaders on both sides have to stand up and say, enough is enough. We're not going to continue to tolerate this nonsense. You have to be straight with people. And to his credit, there's a Democrat state representative from Montgomery County, Joe Webster, who proposed a bill that would require these websites to actively disclose when they are when they're overtly political, and also require government sites to have a .gov domain. So it's clear that when you go to a voter registration or an election-oriented site, it's clear that it is an official site, run by the government as opposed to some partisan operation. But frankly, shame on those that are trying to mimic official sites in order to garner political gain. It only serves to undermine the confidence in the process, and that is bad for democracy and it's bad for our country.
Yeah, it's so true. I would say that should be true of all these sites when they're gathering your data. They should have to say, where is it stored? Where does it go? Do they sell it out to a third-party vendor? I think that, all of the above. And this on the day when TikTok, when the ByteDance folks just came out today and said, nah, we're not going to change our ownership. So we'll see what happens.
Good.
We'll see.
We will see. There's a great article that I'll plug, Broad and Liberty, as we say thank you to Terry Tracy, because we have Nathan Benefield wrote this, Don't Ignore the Destructive Ideas Coming Out of Harrisburg. Great article that just came out today where he's looking into and taking a deep dive into policy. And that's what we should be talking. I know that there are sexier stories, but this is the stuff that affects all of us.
It's true. And, his organization, the Commonwealth Foundation, published a poll about a week and a half ago, their quarterly Common Good for the Commonwealth survey. And it showed that there is starting to be a real divide between Governor Shapiro's personal popularity and people's view of his policy positions.
Mm-hmm.
That it's, we're going to deplete the rainy day fund, or we are going to burn more government money that's only going to exacerbate an inflationary environment, or the failure to speak out on some of the issues we've discussed today. That disconnect, that divide over time can create a real opportunity for Republicans in the Senate, and ultimately whoever his opponent is in 2026 to make some policy gains and ultimately get some compromises that I think would be for the benefit of the Commonwealth, because the agenda he's for a candidate who ran on this sort of bipartisan, let's compromise, let's do stuff that makes the majority of folks happy. He's been surprisingly partisan and really allowed the House of Representatives to drive a very progressive agenda. And I think that's going to catch up with him, because it's not what he sold the people of the Commonwealth.
Yeah, and I think with all this spending, a lot of people are concerned. I see on our group chat, a lot of people are concerned about the national debt. That when we think about the national debt, we think about all of the spending out of control. So I think people are becoming more aware and feeling the effects of all these different policies. You've been really gracious with your time. Terry Tracy, hope you come back again, as always. I know you were in with Kathy was it last week or week before?
Both. We had a blast.
Both?
Yeah. We had fun.
Is she the best or what?
She's great. She really is. She was a natural up here. She made a nervous Nelly like me feel nice and comfortable.
You're not a nervous Nelly. No. You're just a perfectionist. There's a difference.
Yeah. It's a hereditary defect being born Catholic, all that Catholic deal. But just one last point about the national debt and the $4.5 billion in the governor's budget of new spending, plus what's happened at the county and municipal level with all the COVID money, the compound impact across the federal system of this level of spending, too often on new bureaucracies, more government, fixed costs, is going to whack the taxpayer in the face in the coming years in a way that I don't think anybody is talking about or anticipate. We did an analysis on Delaware County, working on an analysis on Chester County, but these folks are looking at a 35% county tax increase, 10% at the local level, likely 7% at the state level, whatever's coming at the federal level if the Democrats win next year or this year. I mean, these pocketbook issues have to be sort of reestablished as the priority for those looking to get the country back on the right track.
Terry Tracy, have a great Friday.
Thank you,
Until
Dawn.
next
have
time,
a
my
great
friend.
weekend.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Appreciate you back. Dawn Show continues right after this. If you have a point you want to make, Sound off, 855-839-1210. We'll take a quick break. Be right back.
Kayal and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
So tired of these dirt bike ATV little posses that are flying around the city, doing donuts and wheelies, and now obviously assaulting or harming somebody else.
With these dirt bikes and ATVs, we need to bring in National Guard with battering rams, clear them off the streets.
It's been going on for close to a year now where there are these stories popping up. These little pockets of people that want to drive around and disturb people on their loud, obnoxious bikes.
Start your day with Kayal and Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential, but finding those people can be a major hassle, unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. And right now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. With ZipRecruiter, one click sends your job to hundreds of top job sites. But more than that, ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies the candidates with the skills you need, sends you a list of great matches to review, then actively invites them to apply for your job. And the results speak for themselves. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's right, the first day. Now you can focus on your business and let ZipRecruiter do the work finding the best people for you. See for yourself. Experience the ease, efficiency, and power of ZipRecruiter for free. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
This is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Are you ready for retirement? Have you prepared everything you need? Well, in Investor Schooling, we will teach you ways to better prepare for your retirement using real estate and the stock market. But you need to learn how to do it right, and that's what we teach. At Investor Schooling, we sell nothing but education. Come to Investor Schooling and learn how to have a better retirement. Go to investorschooling.com and RSVP right now for this Thursday's class at 7 o'clock. Go to investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com. This is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Are you tired of hearing about the recession that's coming? Are you prepared for it? Well, listen, at investorschooling.com, we're going to teach you ways to prepare for the recession that you didn't even know existed. We're going to teach you strategies on how to use real estate. We're going to teach you strategies how to use the stock market properly. That's right, you could even make money in the stock market when the stock market goes down. Hey, go to investorschooling.com and register for a free class this Thursday night, and you will learn all of these techniques. Go to investorschooling.com right now, RSVP for this Thursday. We'll see you there.
I'm Bev. My husband Bill is living with idiopathic pulmonary fibrosis, a type of interstitial lung disease that can scar your lungs and make it hard to breathe. ILD can be hard to diagnose. If you're out of breath with a constant dry cough, ask a pulmonologist if it could be ILD. Bill and I have been married for over 60 years, and we're looking forward to more. If you or someone you love may have ILD, find support, hope, and help at lungsandyou.com.
Hey, Philly. Jason Kelsey here. Even though I won't be playing on Sundays anymore, you can still find me at Lincoln Financial Field on Saturday, May 18th for the Eagles Autism Challenge, presented by Lincoln Financial Group. This event raises millions of dollars to support autism research and care and gives you the chance to walk, run, or ride your bike beside your favorite Eagles players. Together, we can transform the lives of individuals affected by autism. Register today at eaglesautismchallenge.org, and I'll see you there.
With so much uncertainty in the world today, you may find yourself wondering, is now even the right time to retire?
And so many people are waiting, and those folks are going to be waiting a really long time, I hate to say, because there's no perfect time. The market is always unpredictable and volatile.
Fortunately, Jim Cipriotti has been helping get people to, through, and beyond retirement for over 25 years. And each week, he wants to help give you that freedom to retire. Listen to Freedom to Retire with Jim Cipriotti, Saturday mornings at 9 and Sunday afternoons at 5 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT. Free speech lives here.
At Cherry Hill Volvo, we have absolutely incredible offers, and a plethora of both new and certified Volvos from which to choose. We are eager to offer amazingly competitive prices because we need the room for all of our construction vehicles. When leasing or purchasing a new or certified Cherry Hill Volvo, you become part of our team. Join Cherry Hill Volvo for the pricing and attention you deserve. I am Judith Krepnick, President of Cherry Hill Volvo.
Dom Giordano.
In Northeast Philadelphia, you ought to be able to play a high school football game. Well, apparently they don't believe you can. It's not safe for the parents, the students, the referees, the players, and everybody else. Come on, Father Judge and Lincoln. There's a new mayor. Don't you think you would go to Sherelle Parker and say, here's our problem. What can you do to ensure safety? Is a mayor going to say, that's just the way the world is now? Well, then why the hell isn't Philadelphia just shut down then?
It's Dom time. Dom Giordano. Weekdays noon till 3 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app. Okay, the weather is finally getting warmer. Summer's almost here. So Friday, May 3rd, let's get a jump start on summer and head to Cape May.
All right, Sealy Army, the weather's warm. It's time to head down the shore, and I want you to join me for our first live show of the year at my happy place, the Grand Hotel of Cape May, New Jersey. Hijinks will ensue. You better be there.
Join Rich Seoli for the first live broadcast of 24 at the Grand Hotel in Cape May, Friday, May 3rd on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Calling on Blackwood to follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
So just looking at our group chat on YouTube Live, thank you so much, Mangle Mush. New best caller, Caroline the Crackpot. That was hysterical, was it not, when Jimmy Kelly got all triggered. Betty Rizzo, thank you for the shout out. Cole Grimm, the legendary, one of the best high school kickers ever at IMG, local. Shouldn't you be in class, Cole Grimm? I love Cole. He's one of my son's friends. Like, my son's friends are like on the chat. See? We have teenagers on the chat. We have diversity. This is diversity, equity, and inclusion defined. But thank you so much. Love you guys, too. We're having fun. Dawn Stensland here. Kevin, what's Kevin saying? Did DJT get all verklempt? He did. He did get all verklempt. You're right. He got a little, filled up. He did. I don't know if we can show the video. Anthony and Jimmy have to do everything, but one of these times we'll show that. We'll take a screenshot of Trump with the construction workers. I think he was all filled up. Hey, shout out to Frank. Oh my goodness, what a treat! His homemade wine, Frank. Thank you.
Yeah, seriously.
We love you,
much, Frank.
And his homemade gravy. So 2 jars of that.
Yeah, you got to give us a review.
Oh my goodness, definitely,
Actually, I think
Frank.
we should
Thank
just
you.
come over for dinner on Sunday.
I know, right? It's a little pasta. I get the good stuff.
Yeah.
Thank you, Frank. I love you too. South Philadelphia, the best. See, we're cooking together. We should do a cooking show. Now that we're on YouTube, I think we do a cooking show. And we do like cooking and politics.
I
What
can
do you
be the head chef here. That's fine with me.
Do you
I'll
cook or
Yeah.
does Mary?
I mean, we both cook, but I like to cook. Yeah.
Who cleans up?
I usually clean up.
You do?
Yeah.
Wow. I'm
Yeah.
impressed.
I don't know. I try to be a gentleman about it. You know.
Aw, you love Mary. Do we have a timeline?
The caller brought this up today. Well,
They-
we'll get there. Well, I haven't heard from Lee Pravorsky yet, so.
I know. Lee, look, you have the diamond, right? From her family. It's a family heirloom. So all you need is a beautiful setting. And I know our friend Lee Pravorsky, he's listening. He will definitely hook you up and we'll show it on it. We could do the whole thing on air. It'd be wonderful. Love in Philadelphia. We have all this divisiveness.
At the Grand Hotel of Cape May.
Yes.
Zioli as the the pastor.
And then a honeymoon with conservativetours.com, Ken Chase.
Exactly.
Southern Italy honeymoon. We got the whole thing. We could get the whole wedding sponsor.
He's already got the
Everything.
music covered for free. So.
Am I right? Oh, Jimmy Kelly. DJing like you did for Greg Stalker, right?
Uh-huh.
This is a whole thing. This is wonderful. But thank you, Tony, too. He says, "Hola, chicas." Secret Squirrel says, "I'm rocking a skirt." Where? What? Am I wearing a skirt? I'm not wearing a skirt today. I don't know why you thought that. Anyway, we're having fun on the YouTube chat. But 855-839-1210 is we've had a lot of fun, talked about all the issues. I don't know, what have we left on the floor? Oh, I know, down the Jersey Shore. I reported this at like 6 o'clock this morning, I think. But we've talked a lot about Jersey Shore communities trying to deal with the Utes, with the juveniles, with all of the problems. I mean, I've witnessed it firsthand in Ocean City. down the shore. Sea Isle City dealt with it. We had a lot of arrests and a lot of, there was some violence. The police had to be called in some different situations. So now I believe it's North Wildwood, right? They have some new rules for the Utes. And essentially they're doing what the others have done, which is anybody under the age of 18, so 17 and under, if that's you or your kids, you cannot be out and about. They're going to have a 10 p.m. curfew this summer. And by the way, it starts next month, starts in May and goes all the way through August. Then September, it goes back to 11 a.m. But what's significant to me, and I'm going to have to check if Ocean City and Sea Isle do this. So for these shore communities, in North Wildwood, you cannot drive around. So if you're 17 and a half and you're in a vehicle, I guess it would give them probable cause to pull you over, but you're not even able to drive around on your own without a parent or guardian. And I'm not sure if they said adult or did they say parent or guardian. That's another question I have, because what if you have an older sibling? I don't think that's good enough. I think they want somebody who's an actual parent or guardian. So all of these shore communities that dealt with nonsense, partying, the Utes, they're trying to lock this down. So this is the latest shore community that we've seen with the new rules. I can't wait for this summer. I can't wait. We'll have to talk about this moving forward. But this summer, which shore point do you go to, Anthony Lorenzo? Which one is your fave? I mean, obviously Trump is coming to South Jersey next month.
Yeah. And I don't know. I know we're going to be there in some capacity. We've been talking. I know Zioli said he committed to it when he talked with him, and I know some of the rest of us hopefully we'll all get down there. So we'll see what happens there. But do you think that's some? Because I know Phil Murphy put out that statement about the beach there. Do you think that's part of because he's coming there? Or is they take forever to fix the beach?
Oh, I think that it's a definite punishment. I think that it's political, that they try to punish certain communities. But the latest word as far as the Trump rally is don't bring beach chairs to the Trump rally. That was one of the headlines that we saw. So we know that remember the last one that was so much fun. So many of us were there in Wildwood there, and they complained. They said the last time Trump held a rally in Wildwood, there was this mountain of trash to clean up afterwards, including beach chairs. And so they're saying, because people remember this, when we were there live, that's when Zioli was in the mornings. So we were there and people were out there. It was cold, by the way, if you remember this, if you were out there. So they brought beach chairs and blankets because they were camped out for hours before they could get in. And so then they left, they trashed the beach chairs, they left all the chairs. Now they're saying, do not bring a beach chair. They're not going to allow any beach chairs. That's one of them. They're also saying that Press of Atlantic City was reporting today that Wildwood says it did receive cash up front for the Trump appearance. So that's another report that we're hearing about this. So this is the day before Mother's Day, by the way, right? May 11th, former President Donald J. Trump's campaign already paying the city in full to reimburse Wildwood for all the costs related to a planned beachfront rally. And this is May 11th, the day before. So it's kind of a great Mother's Day. You could go to the Cape May Hotel, Grand Hotel, stay there for Mother's Day weekend. And that way you're right down there if you're from the Philadelphia area. But city officials said the campaign is paying about $54,000 to cover local costs related to the rally, including the extra costs for police, public works, other city services, the cleanup, all of that. So every city department, they say, had to calculate the expected additional cost and then put in a request for money. And the city tabulated it all, came up with a request for the campaign. So they essentially, that was nice. The Trump campaign said, what's this going to cost? We want to cover all the costs so that it doesn't cost you anything. So they've already paid the cash up front. See, this is how Trump does business, right? That's why nobody complained in that ridiculous Letitia James claim that, he costs that's another ridiculous case that I'm not even going to get my blood boiling about if I talk about it. But this is, because they're great to do business with. That was what Trump was famous for in New York City, right? and he's like a Lannister. You know, they always pay their debts. Remember that from Game of Thrones? But they said that they put in the application just like anybody else. They went through the process, and I'm looking at this report from Press of Atlantic City. They said officers from Ocean City to Cape May will be helping out. So, and you know, the cops who are Trump fans, they like, you know, they get overtime, but they also get to possibly meet Trump. So what we're hearing from the police force that they're going to obviously bolster it with local law enforcement. And then the plan does call, of course, for increased police presence for about 10 hours before, during, and after the event. And there'll be more of a presence overnight because we know that people were camping out overnight. This will be Trump's second big visit to the resort. And while president, he held that rally inside the Wildwoods Convention Center. Remember this? Back in January of 2020. It was actually warm for that time of year, but it drew huge crowds to the otherwise all but deserted beach town that time of year. Well, we'll wait for Mother's Day weekend, an extra treat for us Make America Great moms, great again moms, I should say. So he's coming the eve of Mother's Day. That's it for me. I hope you have a beautiful Friday, a great weekend. The Dom Giordano Show is up next. And Frank, I'm going to take home your homemade wine, your gravy. I'm good to go for dinner tonight.
Company weekday mornings 6 till 10.
Caroline Levitt joining us here on Kayal and Company. She is Donald Trump's national press secretary. I've got to believe that if